Chapter 1086 Pure Yang Realm. Standing before the alchemical jade tree, Chen Mobai's disappointment was short-lived, quickly giving way to an even stronger surge of motivation. Two bluebirds enabled him to comprehend the two great paths of pure yang and saintly virtue, and he entered the Purple Cloud Palace twice, obtaining the most advanced cultivation methods in this universe, and even hearing the secrets of eternity. This last bluebird is clearly the Nirvana Dao that Dan Ding Dao Ren is most famous for. But for Chen Mobai, what he was most looking forward to was whether the third bluebird contained secrets beyond the ninth rank, creation, and eternity. For Chen Mobai, not being able to receive these inheritances now is actually a good thing, since he has only just entered the nascent soul stage. The pill cauldron and jade tree are right here, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. However, the gains from this one instance alone are already enormous. The first and foremost basic goal is to achieve the ultimate divine transformation. Secondly, there were the extraordinary gains. His divine sense had advanced, and his second primordial spirit would soon possess the strength of the mid-stage nascent soul realm. Furthermore, the Yuan Yang sword had also broken through to the sixth rank because he had condensed the sacred virtue seed. With these two combined, Chen Mobai could practically roam freely in the eastern continent. Finally, there was an unexpected surprise. The two bluebirds allowed him to enter the Purple Cloud Palace twice, where he bowed to the Taoist master and received the Pure Yang Scroll, a method for cultivating to the 8th level of the Pure Yang realm. With this in mind, Chen Mobai immediately sat down again in front of the alchemy cauldron and jade tree, and began to comprehend the method taught by the Purple Cloud Taoist. However, because his own level was only at the nascent soul stage, he could only understand the surface meaning of this part of the content. This is an introduction to the pure Yang realm. At the beginning of the creation of heaven and earth, the most powerful beings could only become a supreme being, the master of the great Tao, which is the seventh-order Tao integration realm. In this universe, the Purple Cloud Taoist was the first being to surpass the 7th rank and achieve pure Yang. It was for this reason that he named this realm Pure Yang. Because the Purple Cloud Taoist master entered the Tao through Pure Yang, and his cultivation method is also named after Pure Yang. The so-called Pure Yang refers to mastering more than one great Tao. In other words, there are at least 2 major roads, or possibly 3,000 major roads. There can be vast differences between even the weakest Pure Yang cultivators. But even the weakest Pure Yang cultivator can easily suppress a 7th-order Tao integration being. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai's eyebrows and eyes twitched. He thought of the Demon Lord. Among the 3,000 demonic paths, the 72 manifestations were all beings who had attained the Tao, which meant that he had mastered the 72 great Taos. Such an existence is probably the most outstanding Pure Yang below the 9th rank. However, the demonic path calls this realm star sacrifice to gods, but the meaning is the same. Among the methods taught by the Purple Cloud Taoist, there were those he himself had attained through attaining pure Yang, and others that were tailor-made for Chen Mobai's specific situation. The key to advancing from the Tao integration stage to the pure Yang stage lies in moving from 1 to 2. The Purple Cloud Taoist is the great Tao of Yin and Yang and the Great Void, followed by the 3,000 great Taos, thus attaining the creation. After the Purple Cloud Tao Venerable transcends, the 2 great Taos of Yin and Yang and the Great Void will be vacated in this universe. There are many people in the Purple Cloud Palace, except for those who have already achieved pure Yang. The rest who have reached the Tao integration stage or even the Void refinement stage are waiting for this moment. After all, Yin and Yang and the Great Void are proven and mature methods that can advance one to the pure Yang level. Therefore, for Chen Mobai, it was only something he could refer to, because students have definitely already occupied these 2 main roads. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai looked at the latter part of the Pure Yang scroll taught by Taoist Zixio, which was the Pure Yang path with the great Tao of saintly virtue as its main focus. The above records that sacred virtue and the end of fortune are also 2 opposing great Taos. Cultivating these 2 great Taos can be like the return of Yin and Yang, enabling living beings to break through their shackles and achieve the pure Yang realm. The end of the world. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai's face immediately turned bitter, because he knew that this world's doom had long been ruled by the demon lord. That is, the great millstone of destruction. If he cultivates to the point of attaining the Tao in the future, he will need to subdue the demon lord before he can seize the great Tao of the end of time and achieve pure Yang. The problem is that the demon lord is the most powerful being in this universe. Even if all the powerful beings in Zixel Palace take action, they can only suppress him, not kill him. If Chen Mobai takes the great Tao of the end of fortune as his goal, it is an impossible thing to accomplish in this universe. However, Taoist Zixio had obviously thought of this as well, so there was one last part. The Pure Yang Scroll contains 3 innate Great Taos. The last one, the Nirvana Great Tao, combined with the Annihilation Great Tao, can also lead to the attainment of Pure Yang. But what exactly is this Tao of Nirvana? After reading it, Chen Mobai felt that he had only gained some knowledge. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. I've only just reached the nascent soul stage, and it's a bit too far ahead for me to be thinking about pure Yang. But he quickly calmed down. Throughout the history of the immortal sects, only Bai Guang, a mere void refinement cultivator, had ever appeared. Although he was very confident in himself, he dared not guarantee that he could cultivate to the Tao integration realm. For now, my main goal is to defeat the white light. With his thoughts clear, Chen Mobai immediately felt relieved. Next, he studied the Pure Yang Scroll passed down by the Dan Ding Taoist, specifically the 3 chapters on transformation of spirit, refinement of emptiness, and union with the Tao. After reading them one by one, he found them to be incredibly profound. The text details how to cultivate the 6 great Taos of pure Yang, including the methods for entry, guidance, and refinement. Chen Mobai first read through everything, and then focused on comprehending the 2 great paths of pure Yang holy virtue, especially St. George Avenue. This is the only innate Tao he has comprehended. If he wants to advance to pure Yang or even creation in the future, he will rely entirely on this. He didn't know how much time had passed before Chen Mobai opened his eyes from under the jade tree in the elixir cauldron. He took a deep breath, and as he exhaled, the 6th-order spiritual energy in the entire jade flat small world began to flow towards him continuously. With the pure Yang scroll circulating at the nascent soul stage, these were quickly refined and absorbed into his body. This spiritual energy wasn't for enhancing his innate pure Yang energy, but rather for body tempering. Under his conscious activation, the passive pure Yang body tempering technique rapidly activated. Compared to his divine sense and true energy, his physical body was the weakest. However, as a cultivator who pursues immortality, this is always the last thing to do. Chen Mobai only spends time on body tempering when he can't improve the other 2. Of all the body forging techniques he had seriously practiced, the only one was the longevity body technique. However, after advancing to the 4th rank, the longevity body has reached its peak, and it has now been incorporated into the longevity technique. With this in mind, Chen Mobai, at his current level, once again comprehended the art of immortality. This great technique, once mastered, can increase 1/3 of one's lifespan. Based on Chen Mobai's current lifespan of approximately 2,000 years, this means he could gain an additional 666 years out of thin air. If he were to consume something like the Great Chun Immortal Fruit, or over 300 cups of Shumei Immortal Tea, the effects would automatically accumulate. This is a great skill that will benefit you for life once you master it. No wonder the One Yuan True Lord spent so much effort to master it. After attending lectures at Zixel Palace, Chen Mobai became quite knowledgeable. After some contemplation, he realized that the longevity technique was part of the great Tao of life. The complete combination of the 2 great principles of life and death constitutes the innate great principle of life and death. In Zixel Palace, his 3rd senior brother, who wore black robes and had white hair, was the controller of this great path. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai suddenly froze. Since the great Tao of life and death has already been occupied in this universe, Is it not correct that the heavenly venerable in the legend of the heavenly river realm controls life and death? After all, there is only one true path. Or perhaps the celestial venerable failed to unite with the great Tao of life and death, thus causing the entire longevity sect to perish along with him. But if the celestial venerable has successfully merged with the Tao, thinking of this, Chen Mobai trembled slightly, feeling an overwhelming excitement. That means that the 3,000 great Taos of the heavenly river realm are not the 3,000 great Taos of this universe. The final path of this universe has already been occupied by the demon lord, but what about the heavenly river realm? If it's still empty, doesn't that mean? Thinking of this, Chen Mobai could no longer sit still. He immediately took out the turtle treasure and teleported to the heavenly river realm. Tianping Mountain. Since Chen Mobai went into seclusion here, the spiritual energy here has become better day by day. Zhou Shenking ordered that, for the sake of a bright future, the disciples of the sect should endure hardship and allow Zhuo Ming to transport the spiritual energy of the major spiritual veins of the eastern continent to Tianping Mountain through the heavenly curtain earthly network, array to the maximum extent possible. This was to ensure that Chen Mobai would not fail due to a lack of spiritual energy during his closed-door breakthrough. It shimmered with silver light. Chen Mobai had already appeared on the mountaintop, with his powerful divine sense sweeping across the entire eastern wilderness, Yunmeng Marsh, Eastern Wu, and even the Eastern Yi and all the territories of the Five Elements sect, all were covered by his will. Is this what it means to become a deity? Chen Mobai himself was somewhat intoxicated by this feeling of being high above and looking down on everything. However, remembering why he had come here, he immediately put away his showy attitude, stood atop the mountain, and began to use the methods recorded in the One Yuan Dao scripture regarding the great Tao of the end times to sense the great Tao in this world. However, the cultivation of the great Tao is not a simple matter. Even though he has now comprehended the Hunyuan Pearl realm of the One Yuan Dao scripture, he is still at a loss when it comes to the great Tao of the end of fortune. After a long while, Chen Mobai opened his eyes and sighed softly. After all, he did not specialize in the Tao scripture of One Yuan, and he was completely unable to grasp the Tao of the end times. Moreover, in the Taoist scripture of One Yuan, only the chapter on refining emptiness touches upon the great Tao of the end times, and the relevant text is very brief. Because even the One Yuan true Lord himself had not mastered this great Tao. This might be good news for Chen Mobai. Perhaps this avenue is still empty. Of course, it's also possible that someone else has already taken it, so you won't be able to practice it. But in any case, Chen Mobai certainly hoped it would be a good thing. He had just entered the path of saintly virtue, and as a person with great fortune, he felt that he should have such good luck. After stopping his comprehension of the great Tao of the end of fortune, Chen Mobai thought that since he was already here, he might as well make a fuss. He sat atop the mountain, recalling once again the Taoist scripture of One Yuan in his mind. The pure Yang scroll had already reached the nascent soul stage, and he wondered if he could also condense the primordial chaos pearl. After all, if we are really going to face the end of our lives, we must first complete the first part of the One Yuan Dao Jing. Chen Mobai closed his eyes, activated the 5 musical notes, and immersed himself in the music. He had already reached the nascent soul realm. Therefore, what was an incredibly difficult bottleneck for many cultivators of the One Yuan Dao Palace did not exist in his eyes. The primordial true qi stored in his middle dantian had long been perfected by the massive amount of 5 elements essence qi condensed by millions of cultivators under the 5 elements sect. Under the control of his divine transformation realm divine sense, this primordial true qi circulated according to the One Yuan Dao scripture technique, round and round. When the time was right, Chen Mobai's divine sense descended and perfectly merged with the primordial true energy in his middle dantian, skipping the nascent soul stage and directly transforming into a crystal-clear bead shimmering with colorful light. The primordial pearl. However, the bead was not large, only about the size of a fingertip. According to the description in the Yiyuan Daojing, A true Hunyuan pearl formed from the condensation of a spirit should be about the size of a fist. This is mainly because Chen Mobai didn't spend much energy on Hunyuan true qi. After all, he initially cultivated it only because it helped with nascent soul formation. Later, he didn't want to waste it and could also consume his stored 5 elements essence, so he kept practicing it. However, this primordial true energy, after all, did not combine with his divine consciousness to give birth to a nascent soul. Therefore, even though he has now forcibly condensed it at the nascent soul stage, with the assistance of the 5 musical notes, it manifests as this inherent deficiency. However, Chen Mobai was satisfied as long as he could master the skill. With the blessing of the pure Yang Dao, the newly born, still somewhat dim and unstable little chaos pearl gradually began to condense, becoming smaller but also more solid. At the same time, Chen Mobai also took over the heavenly curtain and earthly network array in the eastern wilderness, extracting all the pure 5 elements spiritual energy accumulated in the spiritual cores of the various immortal cities of the 5 elements sect. This action naturally caught the attention of the nascent soul cultivators on the 5 elements sect side. Looking down from the sky towards the eastern wilderness, they saw streaks of 5-colored light under an imperceptible force, beginning to flow clearly toward Tianping Mountain. Sect leader, junior brother, you've succeeded. Seeing this, Zhou Shenking and the others were both shocked and delighted. Senior brother, isn't our junior brother the sect leader cultivating the fire element immortal scripture? Why does this seem more like the primordial Tao scripture? Fu Zhanju sensed something was amiss, and his face was filled with confusion. The fire element immortal scripture of the longevity sect can only be cultivated up to the nascent soul stage at most. With the talent of our junior brother, the sect leader, he will definitely become an ascended cultivator like the One Yuan ancestor in the future. Therefore, it is the right thing to take advantage of the present moment to unify the 5 elements with the fire element and switch to cultivating the One Yuan Tao scripture. Zhou Shenking, however, came up with his own answer in his mind, and even looked quite certain about it. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhanju's expression also showed sudden realization. After all the inheritances of the Yiyuan Dao Palace had been moved to the 5 elements sect. After he reached the nascent soul stage, he had also studied the entire book and knew that the Yiyuan Dao scripture could be cultivated to the void refinement stage, making it the undisputed supreme secret manual. With the talent of our junior brother, the sect leader, he should indeed seriously consider ascending after reaching the nascent soul stage. Once junior brother reaches the nascent soul stage and retrieves the primordial chaos bell from Mount Wudi, our 5 elements sect will be able to officially declare itself a sacred land. Fu Zhangju's eyes were full of anticipation. Boom! Just then, a deafening thunderous roar exploded in the sky above the eastern wilderness. Upon hearing the thunder, both Zhou Shenking and Fu Zhanju felt their nascent souls begin to crumble. Junior brother's nascent soul tribulation still exists. The previous estimate was just the prelude. Now is the real tribulation. Let's hide in the formation too, lest our junior brother becomes a nascent soul cultivator and we both perish instead. Zhou Shenking and his fellow disciple are currently at Giantwood Ridge, with Tianping Mountain in the neighboring Yun County. While Chen Mobai was using the heavenly curtain and earthly network to extract the 5 elements spiritual energy from the entire eastern wilderness, the two, out of curiosity, flew out from within the array's coverage area, wanting to get a better view and see what was going on. After Chen Mobai used the One Yuan Dao scripture to transform into a spirit and condensed the Hunyuan pearl, he did not conceal his own spirit transformation aura and prepared to undergo tribulation. Each person's tribulation is triggered by the energy released after a breakthrough. Chen Mobai's situation is unprecedented in the heavenly river realm, so the heavenly tribulation he triggered is also unprecedentedly powerful. Even the aftershocks contained terrifying tribulation power, which was difficult for Zhou Shenking and the other close-range Dharma body nascent soul cultivators to withstand. Rumble! A bright bolt of lightning, as if splitting the heavens and earth, fell from the 9 heavens, carrying an icy chill that could freeze everything, and crashed heavily onto Tianping Mountain. Chen Mobai, standing atop the mountain, didn't even flinch in the face of this heavenly tribulation. First, the myriad sword's Dharma body, taller than a mountain, rose from the ground. With the blessing of the Tao Law fruit and Chen Mobai's own nascent soul realm, its power was even greater than before. However, it is still weaker than the second primordial spirit. A golden jewel rose from behind Chen Mobai's head, riding a holy sword with a profound aura, and landed on the left shoulder of the myriad sword's avatar. With the protection of the myriad sword's Dharma body and the second primordial spirit, Chen Mobai continued to immerse himself in condensing the chaos pearl. If you are born with a deficiency, you can only make up for it later in life. As all the 5 elements of spiritual energy surged into the eastern wilderness's heavenly curtain and earthly network, the spiritual energy level of Tianping Mountain's spiritual land briefly reached the upper-grade 5th rank. This made Chen Mobai slightly disappointed, but when he thought about how all the spiritual veins of Earth Origin Star combined were only at the 6th level, he understood. However, once he has incorporated all 3 regions of the eastern continent's borders into the heavenly curtain and earthly network, he should have a 6th-order spiritual vein. The only missing item is a treasure to suppress a 6th-order spiritual vein. The Yuan Yang sword definitely won't work with me, and I don't know if the Hun Yuan Bell would be willing to condescend to come over. If all else fails, we can only refine one. After Chen Mobai transformed into a nascent soul cultivator, the Tao fruit he had previously refined from the jade tree in the pill cauldron also automatically upgraded, allowing him to master the 6th-order weapon refining technique. Putting everything else aside, he plans to upgrade the 8 views of the Tushita Heaven Lanterns to a higher level. After all, the Duluo fire is just too useful. It will be needed for both weapon crafting and alchemy in the future. While thinking about refining weapons, Chen Mobai continued to work on condensing the Chaos Pearl, but because the 5 elements spiritual energy in the eastern wilderness was of such low grade, the progress was not fast. Chen Mobai had no way to deal with this. After all, the eastern wilderness only has this much foundation, and if it were condensed in the immortal sect, it would be difficult to explain how a pure Yang cultivator could use so much 5 elements spiritual energy. Fortunately, Chen Mobai still had some savings. He poured out all the hundreds of top-grade spirit stones and tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones that he had accumulated over a long period of time from his special storage bag. The remaining low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones were practically useless to him, so he only had a few scattered ones in his storage bag for giving as rewards. He activated the light of the Chaos Pearl in his palm, which fell onto the spirit stones. Instantly, these originally lustrous spirit stones began to dim, but what followed was that the Chaos Pearl began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. It went from being the size of a thumb to the size of a pebble. But for Chen Mobai, that wasn't enough. His powerful divine sense quickly located the spirit vaults established by the 5 Elements sect in various places, which contained a massive amount of 5 Elements essence. Previously, Chen Mobai used some of his primordial true qi and myriad swords Dharma body to refine the primordial true qi. But in recent years, due to the economic downturn in the eastern wilderness, there are more cultivators selling their spiritual power. Not only are the original spiritual energy stores full, but many new ones have also been built in various immortal cities. Under the divine sense of the nascent soul realm, all these spiritual treasuries were opened, and all the 5 elements of essence transformed into 5 colorful dragon-shaped streams of light, rising from the major immortal cities of the eastern wilderness, roaring like dragons, and rushing towards the direction of Yun County. On this day, all the cultivators remembered the magnificent and dazzling scene of 5-colored dragons soaring into the city. Because they later learned that this was an extraordinary phenomenon of the 5 Elements sect's leader transforming into a deity. As the essence of the 5 elements from all over the eastern wilderness surged in, the Chaos Pearl began to become more restrained. Compared to spiritual energy, this essence doesn't need to be refined. It can be directly absorbed and transformed into primordial true energy, so the progress starts to accelerate. Rumble. At this moment, Chen Mobai's nascent soul heavenly tribulation had almost reached its most intense stage. In addition to the originally crystal clear and icy white lightning, there was also a gray and hazy airflow that caused the void to twist and shatter, which fell all over the sky. Faced with this situation, the second primordial spirit flew up from the shoulder of the myriad sword's Dharma body, riding the Yuan-Yang sword, and transformed into a golden phoenix with crimson feathers and a crimson crown. With a clear phoenix cry, the hazy air currents falling from the 9 heavens were immediately blocked by the holy light of the phoenix's wings. 2 terrifying paths collided in the sky above the eastern wilderness, unleashing a shockwave that terrified all living beings. At this moment, all cultivators felt that life and death were beyond their control. Any residual shockwave from the heavenly tribulation that falls upon the earth could destroy at least half of the eastern wilderness. This must be the heavenly tribulation of the nascent soul stage. At this point, any cultivator with a modicum of knowledge would know the reason. The supreme leader of the 5 Elements sect has finally taken that step, aiming to become the pinnacle of existence in the eastern continent. This news was quickly relayed by the spies left behind in the eastern wilderness by various forces. Dongli, Quang Jiyuan of the Xuanji demon sect recounted the news that Chen Gixian of the 5 Elements sect had triggered the nascent soul heavenly tribulation. The white-boned Dharma king nodded slightly and asked, "Is there any news from the old lecherous dragon?" Quang Jiyuan shook his head. But at that moment, a ray of moonlight descended from the sky, transforming into a graceful figure. It was Dio Xianlin. With a joyful expression, she handed over a book of golden pages. "The Xuanjiao royal court has agreed to join forces with us." Upon hearing this news, the white-boned Dharma king immediately took the golden page, and after reading it, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Very well, the 9 Heavens Demon Slayer sect is indeed unpopular. It's time to destroy it. For the white-boned Dharma king, his greatest hatred in the eastern continent was only for Yuan Kink. Now that Yuan Kink has ascended to immortality, even though he has cultivated into an unparalleled heavenly demon, he dares not seek revenge in the spirit void immortal realm. Therefore, he can only vent his anger on the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect in the mortal realm. Perfect timing. This is the weakest time the 9 Heavens demon suppression sect has been in tens of thousands of years. Without a nascent soul cultivator in charge, even with a 6th order grand formation, the heaven-reaching refining tower, the taste sword, and other 6th order treasures, they cannot exert their full potential. Wuchen is protecting Shengxi as he transforms into a god, and the one from the 5 Elements sect is also transforming into a god himself. He leads the Eastern Li demonic path and the Xuanjiao royal court in a joint effort. They only need to get past the Great Void True Monarch to strike straight at Huanglong and flatten Tangshan Peak. Even according to the white-boned Dharma King's understanding, the Great Void True Lord might not necessarily help. With this in mind, the white-boned Dharma King could no longer restrain himself. Walk! With a single command, the Eastern Li demonic path, which had been dormant for several years, began to stir once again. Chen Mobai was unaware that the news of his triggering the nascent soul tribulation had prompted the Xuanjiao royal court to make a firm decision to join forces with the Dongli demonic path to first annihilate a holy land and weaken the strength of the righteous path. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the process of condensing the Chaos Pearl. After exhausting all the 5 elements' essence, in order to avoid wasting so much of his previous investment, he had no choice but to take out his most treasured possession. With the boundary opening, the 5 elements spirit tree, which had regained some of its 5th order aura, appeared on the summit of Tianping Mountain. The 5 elements Dao fruits hanging on several jade branches detached from the branches one by one under Chen Mobai's divine sense and flew down around the Chaos Pearl. In midair, the second primordial spirit, Den Feng, which was battling the heavenly tribulation, also opened its mouth and spat out a fiery red Dao fruit. After the 5 elements Tao fruits were gathered, Chen Mobai arranged them into a 5 elements rotation array according to the method of condensing Hunyuan recorded in the Yiyuan Tao scripture. With his current nascent soul realm, refining and activating these 5 elements Tao fruits is naturally a piece of cake. The power of the 5 elements Tao began to emanate from the Tao fruit, swirling around the primordial pearl. Time passed slowly, and Chen Mobai's understanding of the One Yuan Tao scripture became more and more profound. In addition to the fire element, which he had already mastered, he also gradually grasped the other 4 elements through the mysterious Taoist rhyme of the Hunyuan pearl. Accompanied by an unprecedented burst of brilliant light, the chaos pearl finally absorbed all the 5 elements Tao fruits, truly taking shape, and even far exceeding the size of a fist recorded in the Taoist scriptures, nearly the size of an infant's head. Chen Mobai looked at the chaos pearl in front of him, and with a thought, the surrounding void began to dissolve under the colorful light, turning into the purest and most primordial spiritual energy. This is the mystery of the primordial pearl. It can refine the void into spiritual energy. Once you have mastered this pearl, you will never have to worry about a lack of spiritual energy. Rumble! The thunderous roar of the heavenly tribulation reached Chen Mobai's ears once again. He looked up, reached out, and swung the chaos pearl in front of him. Under the shaping influence of his divine sense, the chaos pearl transformed in midair, eventually turning into a 5-colored peacock that crashed into the dark, cloud-shrouded heavenly tribulation. The colorful peacock flapped its wings, its brilliant rays flashing like a colorful sun, transforming all the heavenly tribulations it touched into the most primordial spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The chilling thunder transformed into icy spiritual energy, and the hazy air currents turned into yin spiritual energy. In that instant, the sky seemed to be raining down a 5-colored spiritual energy, which fell upon the eastern wilderness land centered on Tianpeng Mountain. After Chen Mobai dispersed the heavenly tribulation with the chaos pearl, a hearty smile appeared on his face. His physical body and primordial spirit also transformed into a bluebird and flew out at this moment. In the sky, bluebirds, phoenixes, and colorful birds danced. Compared to the 3 azure bird dharma forms of the pill cauldron Taoist, his is equally impressive. Chapter 10, 87 Phoenix Dharma Forms. Chapter 10, 87 Phoenix Dharma Forms. Above Tianpeng Mountain, a rain of colorful spiritual energy fell, and 3 phoenixes of different colors danced gracefully. With each flap of its wings, various kinds of spiritual energy surged and fell to the ground. Chen Mobai then transported them to the various immortal cities in the eastern wilderness through the heavenly curtain and earthly network array to make up for the consumption of this time in condensing the chaos pearl. The combination of the phoenix facing the sun and the pure yang scroll will transform into a divine form, which will manifest in various phoenix shapes. However, his dharma form is somewhat different from that of the Dan Ding Dao Ren. The bluebird represents the transformation and sublimation of the original self's nascent soul. The phoenix represents the second primordial god's divine virtue and great path, and the bird-shaped bird represents the spirit of the 5 elements of primordial true qi. For Chen Mobai, the weakest one at present is naturally the primordial bluebird, which is only equivalent to the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. Next up are Danfeng and Kai Nio. Because of the 6th order Yuan Yang sword, and because Danfeng's sacred virtue Tao cannot be restrained by Hunyuan true qi, Danfeng is stronger. However, when encountering an opponent with the 5 elements, the 5-colored peacock transformed from the chaos pearl will be even more powerful than the phoenix. With these 3 dharma forms, Chen Mobai felt that he had nothing to fear in the heavenly river realm. Thinking about this, he felt he should give his dharma image a name. The Dan Ding Taoist's name is San King Niao, which consists of 3 different divine birds with phoenix forms and can be named San Huang Faxiang. Chen Mobai was very satisfied with this title. At this moment, he had completely absorbed the spiritual energy dissipated by the heavenly tribulation into the eastern wilderness spiritual vein, and with a wave of his hand, he retrieved all 3 phoenix dharma images. His powerful divine sense had precisely located Qing Nu in the Yellow Dragon Cave. The first person I'll definitely share this good news about successfully achieving the nascent soul stage is my Taoist partner. With a thought, Chen Mobai used the void shift technique to step out from the mountain peak. Inside the Yellow Dragon Cave, Qing Nu, who had also sensed the nascent soul heavenly tribulation, was looking towards Tianpeng Mountain with a worried expression. Although she knew that with the heavenly curtain and earthly network array in place, this tribulation would not pose a life-threatening threat. Its scale was simply too immense. Even though she was far away in the center of Yunmeng Marsh, she could still feel the extremely concentrated and terrifyingly powerful energies of heaven and earth falling from the ninth heaven. If a nascent soul cultivator falls into it, he will be turned to ashes in an instant. I hope you get through this safely. King Nu prayed silently in her heart. Just then, a silver light suddenly shone in front of her, and the figure she had been longing for stepped out of the void, smiling at her. Tangshan Peak in the east. Blinding bolts of lightning churned in the clouds above the heavens, coalescing into patches of crimson thunderclouds. Yuan Zhen stood before the tower of refining the Tao, her face solemn as she looked up. She knew this was a sign of the impending heavenly tribulation of the nascent soul stage. The crimson yang lightning represented the most intense and destructive power. Beside her were 28 nascent soul cultivators, each holding a shimmering array flag, jointly controlling the sixth order Xuan Tian demon-slaying array. It seems the sect leader has finally succeeded this time. Beside Yuan Zhen, Yuan Huang, the head of the Yuan family, spoke, his expression relaxed. For these holy lands, the most difficult hurdle is often breaking through their own bottleneck and undergoing the transformation of their nascent soul. Once they have cultivated their primordial spirit, they can generally overcome the subsequent heavenly tribulations with the help of great formations, sixth-order supreme treasures, and so on. With Dayazi's talent, he will surely succeed in becoming a nascent soul cultivator. In this way, our sect will have 2 nascent soul cultivators in the next 1,000 years, and will still be able to lead the righteous path. Beside Yuan Huang, Wu Tianchai, another nascent soul perfection grand cultivator from the Nine Heavens demon suppression sect, spoke with some envy. It took you 2 attempts to reach the nascent soul stage, and you still have the nerve to talk about it. You're going to delay your senior brother's progress. Yuan Zhen listened to the conversation between the 2 elders beside her, but her heart was filled with resentment. After the exchange of the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill, a huge dispute broke out within the Nine Heavens demon suppression sect. The 2 factions supporting Nai Yuanzhang and Yi Qing argued fiercely, and some even shouted slogans to split up the sect. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, and everyone was preparing to go to the top of the tower of refining the Tao, Yi Qing emerged from seclusion with the cultivation of a nascent soul perfection cultivator. After Yi Qing emerged from seclusion and learned about the situation from Yuan Zhen, he didn't say much, only having a private conversation with Nai Yuanzhang. After their conversation, Yi Qing took the initiative to step forward and said that he had not made any contribution during the land reclamation and was not worthy of taking the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan. Thanks to his concession, Nai Yuanzhang once again gained the opportunity to transform into a deity. Yuan Zhen did not understand this. Even in sacred places, the opportunity to become a deity is extremely precious. Besides Nai Yuanzhang and Yi Qing, the Nine Heavens demon suppression sect also has 2 other nascent soul perfection cultivators, but they have not been able to get their chance even though their lifespans are almost up. If Yuan Zhen were in Yi Qing's position, she would definitely fight Nai Yuanzhang for the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan no matter what. After all, Nai Yuanzhang's previous failure to reach the nascent soul stage was his biggest stain. As long as Yi Qing has already used up 1 chance to transform into a nascent soul by attacking Nai Yuanzhang, according to the sect's rules, he should be able to obtain this true spirit pill of sainthood. But Yi Qing is not Yuan Zhen. He is unwilling to cause the Nine Heavens demon suppression sect to split apart for his own chance to become a nascent soul cultivator. During the conversation, Na Yuanzhang had already expressed his attitude. This was his last chance to reach the nascent soul stage, and he would not give it up no matter what. If Yi Qing wanted the true spirit pill of sainthood, the two of them could only settle things with their swords. The winner takes the prize. But Yi Qing did not choose to draw his sword. After all, once Yuan Qing ascended to immortality, it was Yi Qing's turn to protect the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. Moreover, he is young and will have another chance. This made Yuan Zhen realize that her senior brother, who was ruthless towards enemies, was actually so indecisive. She didn't approve of this. After all, in the world of Tian realm, if you take a step back, others will take 2 steps forward. If you give up the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan today, what if another older elder steps forward and asks you to give it up in the future? To make great strides, one must constantly strive and never yield an inch. This is Yuan Zhen's belief. With the talent of an ordinary genius, she has achieved what she has today by defeating various opponents and competing step by step in the Yuan family and sect. Therefore, Yuan Zhen strongly disagreed with Yi Qing's choice, because his abandonment would disappoint the sect elders who had always been by his side and cheering for him. Once people's hearts are scattered, it is very difficult to bring them back together. Thinking of this, Yuan Zhen looked at Yi Qing, who was sitting upright at the entrance of the Tower of Heavenly Refining, with the Tai sword on his lap. No one was approaching him. Looking at Yi Qing, who was calm with her eyes closed, Yuan Zhen suddenly understood. It was precisely because of Yi Qing that she always admired him and regarded him as her goal. If he were like the cultivators of this world, ruthless and unscrupulous in his pursuit of personal gain, he would not have earned the love and following of so many people in the sect. Thinking of this, Yuan Zhen thought of the 5 Elements sect leader in the eastern wilderness, who was handsome and refined. Both of them share the same personality, outwardly gentle, inwardly proud, yet possessing their own principles and morals that surpass those of anyone else. They were completely out of place in this corrupt and cruel world. That's why the two of them were able to become best friends. True friends are few and far between in this world. I wonder if he has already successfully transformed into a deity. Just as Yuan Zhen thought of Chen Mobai, lightning gathered in the sky, and a crimson bolt of yang lightning, like the wrath of a god, with the heat and destructive power to tear through the void, crashed heavily down behind the Tower of Heavenly Refining. This is the place with the most abundant spiritual energy in the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. But because Na Yuanzhang dared not go to the top of the tower for seclusion, fearing that he would be scolded by Yuan Qing, he built a wooden house behind the tower. However, the lowest level of spiritual energy here is 6th order, which is enough for a nascent soul cultivator. Having broken through the bottleneck, Na Yuanzhang looked up at the heavenly tribulation lightning, and with a flicker, he appeared outside the great formation, facing the heavenly tribulation directly. Because the Holy Land possesses a grand formation and a 6th-tier treasure, it will take action itself first when facing the heavenly tribulation. They only seek external help when they truly cannot overcome the situation on their own. Amidst a deafening roar, the crimson yang lightning struck Na Yuanzhang's head. His expression remained unchanged as he formed hand seals and chanted incantations. The Changyuan sword, flowing like water, rose from his sleeve, forming a dark black sword aura above his head. The crimson lightning crashed down, striking Changyuan Jianhua with a deafening roar. The entire Tangshan Peak mountain range trembled slightly during the nascent soul heavenly tribulation, causing Yuan Zhen and the others below to change their expression slightly. Although the sect scriptures recorded many instances of the nascent soul transformation tribulation, this was the first time they, as nascent soul cultivators, had truly encountered it. Even within the great formation, they felt their own bodies trembling slightly, and some of their dharma bodies, nascent souls, and even their physical forms began to become illusory. Yi Qing opened his eyes at some point and stared intently at the heavenly tribulation in midair. As time passed, the lightning in the sky became more intense, and the crimson light dyed the entire Tangshan Peak mountain range blood red. The surrounding spiritual energy also began to surge violently. Even though all the disciples of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect were within the formation and not cultivating, they still felt the spiritual energy in their dantian and sea of qi churning uncontrollably. At this moment, Na Yuanzhang had already activated his primordial spirit Dharma form. A dark black light rose from the top of his head, accompanied by the sound of surging waves, and combined with the Changyuan sword to transform into a giant black tortoise covering the mountain peak. The heavenly tribulation of transformation finally reached its most intense stage at this moment. The crimson yang lightning erupted with unprecedentedly dazzling brilliance, crashing down with a deafening roar. Na Yuanzhang was completely enveloped in the Xuan turtle Dharma image. As the tribulation lightning bombarded the sky, the Xuan turtle Dharma image went from solid to illusory. However, no matter how many attacks it suffered, it remained illusory and did not dissipate, preventing any tribulation lightning from falling on the mountain. As time went by, the Xuan turtle Dharma image began to become clearer under the tempering of the heavenly tribulation, especially the shell on its back, where dark blue-green patterns emerged one by one, as if containing the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. It complemented the sixth-order grand formation of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect, dissolving the final waves of tribulation lightning. Seeing this, Yi Qing nodded slightly, knowing that he had already passed the tribulation of becoming a nascent soul cultivator. As the last bolt of lightning dissipated, the crimson clouds in the sky began to slowly disperse, and a ray of sunlight shone down once more. The nascent soul cultivators of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect were standing in front of the Tower of Heavenly Refining, couldn't help but smile when they saw this scene. Regardless of any previous disputes, as long as Na Yuanzhang successfully transformed into a deity, everything can be forgiven. Only after the attainment of the divine transformation stage can a sacred land truly be considered a sacred land. In midair, the faint watery light around Na Yuanzhang dissipated, and the Xuan turtle Dharma image merged into his body, but his aura became even more profound and vast. He has finally reached the divine transformation stage. Feeling the surging power within his body, more than 10 times stronger than before, Na Yuanzhang smiled with satisfaction. If he survives this ordeal, he will become one of the most powerful beings in the heavenly river realm. Just as he was about to burst into laughter, an extremely eerie chill suddenly descended from the ninth heaven. Is there a heavenly tribulation? Na Yuanzhang was startled, but he did not panic. The Changyuan sword, flowing like water, flew out from his sleeve and slashed at the shimmering white light falling from the sky. Boom! At that moment, Na Yuanzhang suddenly felt that the water elemental spiritual energy around him, which he should have been drawing in, suddenly became uncontrollable. The power of the Changyuan sword was thus weakened to the most ordinary fifth tier. The shimmering white light that fell from the ninth heaven now revealed its true form, a pure white bone bead. A skeleton relic, the old demon is still alive. The moment Na Yuanzhang saw the bone bead, he knew who his opponent was. He immediately used the Xuan turtle Dharma form to draw upon the power of the sixth-order magic array of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect, preparing to clash with the white bone Dharma king. He even took advantage of the terrain to kill it, demonstrating his divine power. Certainly. But at this moment, a cold and ancient dragon roar rose into the sky, and then a huge blue pearl, resembling waves, emerged from another part of the void and crashed heavily onto Na Yuanzhang's Xuan turtle Dharma image. With a loud bang, the powerful Xuan turtle Dharma form, like water splashing, was smashed into its strongest back, creating a spider web-like crack that continued to disintegrate. Meanwhile, the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect's grand formation, which was connected to the Xuan turtle Dharma image, also began to tremble violently at this moment. The sixth-order spiritual veins of Tangshan Peak also began to become somewhat out of control. The sea-suppressing pearl of Dingyuan. The Xuan turtle Dharma image was severely injured, and Na Yuanzhang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked sharply at the suddenly appearing azure-blue pearl, knowing that today might be the greatest calamity for the Nine Heavens demon suppression sect, and immediately made a decision. Junior brother, you lead a group of disciples and leave first. I will stay here to fight against the White Bone Dharma King and the two true spirits of the Xuanjiao royal court. Yi Qing heard Nai Yuanzhang's voice transmission, but at this moment, how could he back down? With a clang, the Tai's sword was drawn, transforming into a cold gleam as it landed in front of Nai Yuanzhang. Senior brother, I cannot interfere in the battle of nascent soul cultivators. I will lend you this sword so that the elders and I can activate the heavenly refining tower and the great formation. After Yi Qing finished speaking, he landed in his position and began to channel his true energy into the formation. Together with Yuan Zhen and the other nascent soul cultivators from the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect, they continuously enhanced the power of the Sixth Order formation. This Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl is the inner core of the ancestral black dragon that stirred up trouble when the Xuanhai Sea was first created. It contains the power of the great Tao to stabilize the water element of the world, which is just right to counter the sect leader's cultivation technique and our sect's great formation. But at this moment, Yuan Huang spoke with a solemn expression. The progenitor of the Xuanjiao royal court was the first black dragon at the beginning of creation. He was born with the power to control the elements of the four seas. If the great Tao had not been occupied by the jellyfish, he would have been born with the Tao integration realm. Even so, the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl he left behind remains the most terrifying magic weapon for cultivators using water attribute techniques. The techniques of both the Nine Heavens Demon-Slaying sect and the Morality sect are countered by this pearl. The Morality sect is somewhat better, as it doesn't specialize in any particular area. However, the Nine Heavens Demon-Slaying sect is primarily based on water element. It is precisely for this reason that, for so many years, the Eastern Continent Holy Land has only been able to allow the Xuanjiao royal court to roam freely in the Xuanhai Sea right at its doorstep. But the Xuanjiao royal court has never been so audacious as to dare to run wild at Tangshan Peak. However, as time goes by, anything can happen, and today they have seen it. Two long, jet-black dragon-shaped true spirits, riding the raging waves, descended from the ninth heaven, wielding their enormous claws and slamming them down on Nai Yuanzhang. With the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl suspended in midair, Nai Yuanzhang dared not activate the Xuan Turtle Dharma form again. He could only use the Tai sword to first block the bone pearl that the White Bone Dharma King had thrown at him. Then, he lowered his divine sense and began to activate the Sixth Order spiritual vein energy to flow into the Tangshan refining tower. Under the influence of the sea-suppressing pearl, the Sixth Order grand formation of the Nine Heavens Demon-Slaying sect could only unleash a fraction of its power, barely enough to protect the nascent soul cultivators and disciples below from dying in the aftershocks of the battle between the nascent soul cultivators. In that case, it would be better to directly use the spiritual veins to activate the tower of heavenly refining. A mighty stream of refining power, driven by Nai Yuanzhang, soared into the sky and collided with the claws of the two dragons of the Xuanjiao royal court. Quickly notify the Morality sect and the Taixu Misty Palace, and ask Senior Wuchen and Senior Dakong to come and help. While controlling the Tai sword and the Tangshan refining tower to defend against the attacks of the three nascent soul cultivators, Nai Yuanzhang transmitted his voice to the nascent soul cultivators of the sect. The moral sect says that sect leader Shengxi is also at a critical moment of breakthrough and has triggered a heavenly tribulation. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, Senior Wuchen is temporarily unable to come. Yuan Zhen had already started this matter when she saw the White Bone Dharma King and the sea-suppressing pearl appear, but the result left her with a bitter expression. "Where is Senior Uzora?" Yi Qing asked. "We only managed to contact the Taixu Misty Palace. They said they would pass on the message, but there has been no response yet." Yuan Zhen didn't have any communication talismans for the two nascent soul cultivators, so she could only send messages to the two holy lands. Fortunately, Wu Chen was in the moral sect, so he replied immediately. Only those at the nascent soul level can participate in battles. Even though Yi Qing is a nascent soul cultivator at the peak of his cultivation and possesses the Tai Dao fruit, even if he wields the Tai sword, if he dares to step out of the formation and squeeze into the battlefield in midair, his physical body will be destroyed by the aftershocks within a few breaths. However, as an ancient holy land in the eastern continent, the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect naturally possessed extraordinary resources. Facing the three nascent soul cultivators in the sky, although everyone's expressions were solemn, the top-ranking cultivators, such as Yuan Huang, remained as calm as mountains. If all else fails, then we'll have to sacrifice Yu Zhener. Suddenly, Yuan Huang spoke to Yuan Zhen beside him, whose delicate face immediately turned pale. The Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect has a secret method that can invite ascended cultivators who have already ascended to the mortal realm to return to the mortal world. But it requires a vessel that is perfectly compatible with the ascended cultivator. As a descendant of the Yuan family, and having refined the Nine Heavens Tao fruit left behind by Yuan Qing before her ascension, Yuan Zhen is currently the most suitable candidate. And this was also the original function of the Tao fruit when it was first researched. However, no matter how powerful a nascent soul cultivator is, how can they fully bear the power of an ascended cultivator? Moreover, if Yuan Qing were to kill the white-boned Dharma King and the two true spirit dragons, she would inevitably have to unleash power close to that of a void refinement cultivator. In that case, Yuan Zhen's vessel would definitely not be able to withstand the war. At best, her physical body would be damaged and her cultivation would be completely destroyed. At worst, she would be completely annihilated. It is precisely for this reason that Yuan Zhen is most proactive in contacting the other two holy lands. She already knew this when she received the inheritance of the Nine Heavens Tao fruit. But no one would refuse at that time. Because the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect had not experienced such a catastrophe of annihilation for thousands of years, Yuan Zhen did not believe that there would be a day when he would risk his own life to ask Yuan Qing to descend to the mortal realm. But I never expected that today. Yes, master. Although she was very unwilling, Yuan Zhen clearly understood that her success today was largely due to the cultivation and support of her family and sect. Under these circumstances, it was impossible and she dared not refuse. Upon hearing her words, Yuan Huang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. If Yuan Zhen resists, they have coercive measures, but that would make the situation very ugly. However, since they are family members, they are willing to sacrifice themselves at this critical moment. Junior sister's cultivation is too weak. If Master were to descend to the mortal realm, he would probably only be able to deliver a single blow at most. Let me handle this. But at this moment, Yi Qing spoke up, which moved Yuan Zhen to tears and at the same time made her shake her head violently. Dayazi, you absolutely must not. With your talent, you will definitely be able to transform into a nascent soul after this tribulation. Moreover, the sect leader has just transformed into a nascent soul and is facing such a powerful enemy. This will definitely damage his origin and lifespan. The sect will still need you in the future. Yes, and Dayazi, you are not of the Yuan family bloodline. Even if ancestor Xuanchen comprehended the Tao fruit in the past, the chances of the descent method succeeding are extremely slim. The saintess's talent has almost reached its peak. Being able to die for the sect in this way will ensure that she is remembered by all of us, and even by countless disciples in future generations, and will have an incomparably glorious image. All the nascent soul cultivators of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect, including Yuan Huang, were trying to persuade Yi Qing. For them, over the long years, blood ties and kinship have long faded, but their feelings for the sect are ingrained in their very bones. To be able to sacrifice for the sect is a noble act. While making sacrifices, it is also necessary to ensure that the sect remains among the holy lands for the next 1,000 years. Therefore, Yi Qing must not be allowed to fail. Yuan Zhen felt wronged after hearing what everyone said, but she didn't dare to say that she didn't want to sacrifice herself. Yi Qing also frowned. He knew that the elders beside him were right, but given his personality, he certainly couldn't watch Yuan Zhen die. However, looking at Nai Yuanzhang in the sky, who was being besieged by 3 nascent soul cultivators and was even retreating steadily despite possessing 2 sixth-order magic weapons, he couldn't bring himself to say anything willful. Oh right, isn't there also sect leader Chen of the Five Elements sect? He also has the strength of a nascent soul cultivator. Could we ask him to come and help? Just then, a nascent soul cultivator from the Nine Heavens demon suppression sect suddenly brought this up. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's hope was rekindled, and she looked at Yuan Zhen. Yuan Zhen has been the one making the connections with the Five Elements sect all these years. I'm afraid that won't work. Not long ago, I received news from the Eastern Wilderness that sect leader Chen has also just triggered the nascent soul tribulation. Yuan Zhen gave a bitter smile and lowered her head, ready to accept her fate. Alas, it seems to be fate. Yuan Huang sighed. If he could, he would not want Yuan Zhen to sacrifice himself, but in the face of the sect's survival, it was necessary. Junior sister, after I reach the nascent soul stage, I will slaughter all the demonic cultivators and the Xuanhai flood dragon to avenge you. Knowing that Yuan Zhen's sacrifice was inevitable, Yi Qing's eyes reddened, and she gritted her teeth and made a vow. Senior brother, you are destined to ascend to immortality. There's no need for you to get entangled in more complicated matters because of me. The days I spent cultivating with you were the most carefree times for me. Before she died, Yuan Zhen had come to terms with things. She remembered the days when she accompanied Yi Qing as he traveled the world with the Nine Heavens demon suppression sect. Back then, Yi Qing had taken care of most things, and she only needed to manage the spirit stones, check the accounts, and count the harvest. It was during that time that she and Yi Qing met Chen Mobai in the Eastern Wilderness. If only time could have stopped at that moment. With that thought in mind, Yuan Zhen took out a communication talisman from her storage bag. It belonged to Chen Mobai. There are things she didn't dare to say before, but now she feels she can say them. Hopefully, after he becomes a god, he will still remember that he once had her as a friend over the course of 2,000 years. With this in mind, Yuan Zhen activated the communication talisman, letting it sway and fly towards the Eastern Wilderness amidst the violently fluctuating spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Prepare the altar. Yuan Huang spoke up, and the two nascent soul cultivators from the Yuan family beside him nodded. Then, Yuan Zhen followed them into the Tower of Heavenly Refining. Huanglong Cave. Qingnu had also recovered from the great joy of Chen Mobai's successful transformation into a god. As the couple were talking, Zhuo Ming, Zio Huanglongnu, Tai Sui Tongzi, Jin Linger and others who were also there came over. Congratulations, Master, on your attainment of the divine transformation and your lifespan of 2,000 years. Zhuo Ming, beaming with joy, led everyone in a grand salute to offer their congratulations. Haha, get up. Your cultivation has improved quite a bit in the past year. Chen Mobai waved his hand, and everyone involuntarily stood up. He sensed that Zhuo Ming's body tempering was already at the peak of the 3rd rank, and would soon reach the 4th rank. The little yellow dragon girl and the Tai Sui child, on the other hand, exuded a deep and concentrated aura, clearly indicating that they had also eaten the flesh of a 5th-order true spirit and gained considerable benefits. The two fellow Taoists, Long and Feng from Tianqinlu, are still in the Eastern Wilderness. We have to thank them for that, Qingnu said with a smile. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, 88 The Righteous and Loyal Sect Leader Chen. Chapter 10, 88 The Righteous and Loyal Sect Leader Chen. Now that I have achieved the nascent soul stage, I should celebrate. Since fellow Taoists Pao Long and Peng Feng are also here, let's invite them to join us. Chen Mobai nodded in agreement with Qingnu's words, and Zhuo Ming immediately took out the Tangshan instrument and informed her of the matter. Over the years, Zhuo Ming has become friends with Pao Long Peng Feng, two nascent soul cultivators, through his own brewed spirit wine, and they often exchange cooking and brewing techniques. We should also inform the sect. Qingnu reminded her again. Then let them all go to Beiyuan City. This news should also be known to all the disciples of the Five Elements sect. Chen Mobai waved his hand and took out his heavenly instrument. He first informed himself of his successful transformation into a nascent soul through the channel between nascent soul cultivators. The entire Five Elements sect erupted in a frenzy at that moment. Senior brother, Junior brother has indeed succeeded. On the giant tree ridge side, Fu Zhangju, who had been anxiously waiting for news after the heavenly tribulation dissipated, was overjoyed to hear the voice message personally uploaded by Chen Mobai. Very good, very good. From now on, my 5 Elements sect will be the holy land of the eastern continent. At this moment, Zhou Shenqing couldn't help but show his excitement. Without any delay, the two immediately took the teleportation array to Beiyuan City. Because Chen Mobai had no intention of hiding it, the news was quickly learned by the core formation cultivators, including Yi Yun, who came to greet him when the nascent soul cultivators of the 5 Elements sect gathered. Immediately afterwards, apart from Mo Duguang and others who were still in the eastern mausoleum region, the other upper-level cultivators of the 5 Elements sect came from all over the country as quickly as possible to participate in Chen Mobai's nascent soul Dao assembly. When Chen Mobai brought Qingnu to Beiyuan City, Zhou Shenqing, Fu Zhangju, Zhou Yi, Chen Lingaming, Su Zilu and other nascent soul cultivators led dozens of core formation cultivators to stand in midair to welcome them. Congratulations on your transformation into a nascent soul cultivator. At that instant, all the cultivators of the 5 Elements sect shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Upon seeing this scene, Chen Mobai couldn't help but smile. He waved his sleeve, and both the nascent soul and core formation cultivators felt a gentle force supporting them, causing them to rise involuntarily. This scene amazed everyone with the power of a god. You are all too polite. Chen Mobai flew over with Qingnu, spoke with Zhou Shenqing and the others, and together they headed towards Tianquanlu. Having successfully transformed into a nascent soul cultivator, he planned to hold a month-long banquet to let the cultivators of the 5 Elements sect and even Beiyuan City share in his joy and happiness. Congratulations, sect leader Chen, on reaching the nascent soul stage. Waiting at the entrance of Tianquanlu was the head chef, Ren Qiu. Chen Mobai had met him several times before and couldn't help but smile and chat with him. I heard that fellow Taoists Pao Long and Peng Feng are also here. Today, I am holding a nascent soul Dao gathering. Why don't you invite them to come and sit with us? Zhuo Ming had previously sent the heavenly instrument, but had not received a response, so this time Chen Mobai personally extended the invitation. Thank you, Master Chen. However, the two patriarchs received an urgent message from the Eastern headquarters not long ago. They are currently communicating with the Eastern headquarters using a secret method, but they should be out of seclusion soon. Ren Qiu nodded repeatedly, and then gave an explanation. As a renowned intelligence force in the Eastern continent, the Heavenly Can Pavilion was spread across all the major territories inhabited by the human race. Before the existence of the celestial teleportation instrument, their information transmission was the fastest. Because of a secret method of transmitting spiritual energy through thought, when one's cultivation level is sufficient, one can ignore distance, imprint messages in one's mind, and transmit them to others who also practice this secret method by consuming divine sense. That seems to be no small matter. Fellow Taoists, please go ahead with your business. Anyway, this banquet will be held for a month, so there's no rush. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai suddenly realized what was going on. He had been wondering why someone would disrespect a nascent soul cultivator like him. It turned out that something had indeed delayed him. Thank you for your understanding, sect leader Chen. I will lead all the disciples in the building to serve you the dishes right away. Ren Qiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the person he was talking to was a nascent soul cultivator at the pinnacle of this world. Fortunately, he was a worldly man. Back when he was still an apprentice, he had accompanied the two patriarchs, Pao Long and Peng Feng, to prepare a birthday banquet for the true lord of Xuantian. After learning about the situation, Chen Mobai led the nascent soul cultivators of the 5 Elements sect to the top floor. Congratulations, Master. Soon after, Liu Wenbai also arrived. He had been developing Xia Anand shampoo overseas, and after receiving Zhu Ming's news, he returned immediately. He came with Jiang Zhengheng, and the two brothers each prepared a gift. They are a rare coral treasure from overseas, which is both a 4th-tier medicinal material and a naturally occurring magical artifact, and is extremely mysterious, and a book on the 5 elements laws that has been revised over decades and is considered the most rigorous version to date. All right, you two are very thoughtful. Please sit down. Chen Mobai smiled and accepted the gifts from his 2 disciples. Compared to the gifts, he still preferred Jiang Xingheng's 5 elements law. After all, it represented the culmination of his decades of painstaking efforts in the eastern wilderness to help him develop and cultivate the Tao Law fruit and the 9 virtues of the Holy King. However, with so many people around, he still had to treat everyone equally. After exchanging a few words with each of his 2 apprentices, he asked them to sit at the next table, where Zhuo Ming was already waiting. It's a pity that Xuan'er is still in the eastern mausoleum region. Seeing this scene, King Nu was also slightly moved. The disciples of the Xian'an lineage haven't gathered together for a long time since their cultivation levels have risen significantly. There's still a long future ahead. I'll hold a birthday banquet every 100 years, so there will be plenty of opportunities for family reunions. Chen Mobai said this with a smile, which made the nascent soul cultivators present smile. The cultivators in the heavenly river realm don't really value birthday banquets, especially for nascent soul ancestors, who usually only hold grand celebrations when they turn 1,000 years old. After all, for nascent soul cultivators, a single period of seclusion can sometimes last for decades, until they reach the 100th anniversary of their birth. Master, this is a 4th grade 5-colored spirit wine that I brewed. Please taste it. As they were talking, Zhuo Ming noticed that everyone was almost there, so she took out her gift. She held a large jar in her right hand and handed it to Chen Mobai. Is the raw material 5-colored rice? It smells so fragrant. Chen Mobai is quite an expert on spirit wine. After all, Zhuo Ming likes to brew wine whenever he has free time, and the 5-element sect has plenty of spirit rice, so each type of wine has its own unique characteristics. As the wine was poured out, Chen Mobai looked at the clear wine bubbles that shimmered with 5 colors under the sunlight. He couldn't help but raise his glass and take a sip. The rich and powerful taste, along with the ever-changing aftertaste of the 5 elements' spiritual energy, made him slightly intoxicated. This wine tastes different at different temperatures for cultivators practicing various elemental techniques. For example, for cultivators practicing fire attribute techniques, the taste is most suitable after being brewed at near boiling temperature for the time it takes to brew 2 cups of tea, while for those practicing metal and water attribute techniques, it needs to be chilled at a low temperature. Qing Nu, standing to the side, smiled and introduced the wine to Zhuo Ming. She explained that she had helped develop the wine, and of course, the 2 nascent soul cultivators from Tianqinlu had also tasted it many times and given suggestions for improvement, which led to the finished product we have today. All right, then I'll have to give it a good try. Chen Mobai became interested after hearing Qing Nu's words. After pouring wine for Zhou Shenking and the other nascent soul cultivators, Zhuo Ming immediately took over the task of brewing the wine. Just then, 2 unfamiliar nascent soul auras appeared in the heavenly restaurant, and Chen Mobai noticed them instantly. A short while later, Ren Qiu led a man and a woman in. Both of them were slightly chubby, with round faces and big bellies, but Chen Mobai sensed the powerful true energy contained within them as soon as he saw them. It was clearly the 2 nascent soul cultivators from the heavenly restaurant who were preparing the dragon and phoenix. Greetings, sect leader Chen. Something has happened in the eastern lands, so please forgive our lateness. After the male cultivator entered, he first bowed to Chen Mobai with his hands clasped, looking apologetic. Not at all, fellow Taoist, and I have long been acquainted through spiritual communication. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person today. Please have a seat. Chen Mobai gave Pao Long Peng Feng face and personally stood up to invite them to sit down. Pao Long Peng Feng exchanged a glance, and without refusing, politely sat down in the 2 empty seats. In this way, the entire table of nascent soul cultivators is now complete. Just then, Zhuo Ming finished brewing the 5-colored spirit wine and served a cup to each cultivator at the table. Fellow Taoists, this cup is a toast to you both. When the Five Elements sect was weak, we owed a great debt to your heavenly dining pavilion for your help. Chen Mobai raised his wine glass and addressed Pao Long Ping Feng. While these were normal intelligence transactions for Tianqinlu, they were extremely important to the Five Elements sect, such as the intelligence from when Master Bingyun first came, or even the intelligence from when the three major sects of Dongyi were fighting. Sect leader Chen, you flatter me. Pao Long Ping Feng immediately stood up and downed the wine in his hand in one gulp. You two seem to have something on your minds. After finishing his drink, Chen Mobai savored the even more profound and mellow aftertaste of the five-colored spirit wine after it had been brewed, and then asked a pointed question. After Pao Long Ping Feng entered, he noticed that the two of them seemed preoccupied, and their smiles were very forced. Could it be that my becoming a nascent soul cultivator has upset them? I didn't expect sect leader Chen to see through it. It's like this. My junior sister and I just received a message from the Eastern headquarters using a secret technique. Sect leader Nai Yuanzhang of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect has survived the nascent soul tribulation, but he has attracted the siege of demonic nascent soul cultivators and fifth-order dragons. It is said that several mountains on Tangshan Peak have collapsed. Pao Long didn't hide anything and told him, with a worried look on his face, about the news he had just received. Clicking. After hearing the news, Chen Mobai crushed the wine glass in his hand into pieces without any expression. Everyone immediately turned their attention to him. Master, the wine is ready. At this moment, Zhuo Ming handed over another glass of wine. Let's put it aside for now. I'll go to the Eastern land and drink it when I get back. Chen Mobai said something like that, and then his whole body turned into a silver light and disappeared from the spot. Upon seeing this, Pao Long and Peng Feng were completely stunned. Although they had heard that Chen Gixian, the leader of the Five Elements sect, was a man of great loyalty and high moral character, they had not expected him to be of such high moral character. Having just reached the nascent soul stage, he couldn't wait to go and provide support upon hearing the news that the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect was under siege. There are three nascent soul cultivators besieging Tangshan Peak. One of them is suspected to be the White Bone Dharma King, the top demonic expert in the Heavenly River realm. The other two dragons are also true spirit bloodlines of the Xuanjiao royal court. Sect leader Chen was too impulsive. After regaining his senses, Pao Long Peng was somewhat regretful. If I had known Chen Mobai was so generous and righteous, I should have explained things more clearly. With his newly acquired nascent soul strength, he would have no chance of winning against either the White Bone Dharma King or the two true spirits of the Xuanjiao royal court. If Chen Mobai were to die on Tangshan Peak because of his loyalty and righteousness, Tianqinlu would probably immediately turn from an ally of the Five Elements sect into an enemy. Thinking about this, the two of them felt restless and wanted to say goodbye. Let the banquet proceed as scheduled, he won't take too long. But at this moment, Qing Nu spoke up and even raised her wine cup first. Although Zhou Shenking and the others were also worried about Chen Mobai's safety, they could only pray that he and Nai Yuanzhang could join forces to drive back the demonic path and the true spirit of the Xuanjiao royal court, given that their junior brother was such a loyal and righteous person. The two, Pao Long and Peng Feng, had no choice but to bite the bullet and drink a cup with them. Since this is sect leader Chen's nascent soul cultivation banquet, it is only right that my junior sister and I cook. Please wait a moment. After finishing their drinks, Pao Long tried to leave the table, but Qing Nu shook her head, saying that since they were guests, it was unreasonable to ask them to cook. Even if someone were to cook, it would have to be after the first day's banquet. Upon hearing this, both Pao Long and Peng Feng broke out in a light sweat. It seems the Five Elements sect intends to detain them. If Chen Mobai gets into trouble in the eastern lands, the two of them might also be implicated. At this moment, Pao Long was filled with regret, wondering why he had revealed that information. At this moment, Chen Mobai was extremely grateful that he had spent a lot of money to build a large teleportation array that connected the eastern lands long ago in order to establish the Five Elements sect. He used the void shift technique to directly locate the mirror immortal city of Dongyi with his divine sense. There was a large teleportation array there that could take him directly to the Nine Heavens immortal city. However, after he landed at the teleportation array, he discovered that the teleportation array on the Nine Heavens immortal city side had been shut down. It could be that the teleportation array malfunctioned due to the vibration of the spiritual veins, or it could be that the other side was using the teleportation array at a high frequency, so they didn't have time to accept the teleportation invitation from here. Under normal circumstances, Chen Mobai might have gone to Jinwu Immortal City to try again, but at this critical moment when his good brother's life and death were at stake, he couldn't care less about anything else. The reason why the Taiksu Pyomil Palace can monopolize the teleportation array business is not because the technology is difficult, but because they have enough power and strength. With Chen Mobai's talent in the void, he had already thoroughly disassembled and analyzed the teleportation array a long time ago. With his nascent soul realm strength, he quickly cracked the hidden door left in the teleportation array by the Taiksu Misty Palace, and turned the teleportation array here as the main point of control, thus gaining control of the Nine Heavens immortal city opposite. Then, amidst a flash of intense silver light, he vanished from the spot. "Who are you?" When Chen Mobai stepped out of the teleportation array in the Nine Heavens immortal city, a core formation cultivator guarding the outside was shocked. He knew that in order to unleash the power of the immortal city's grand array, all the spiritual veins were supplied to the city's protective array. Moreover, because the nascent soul cultivators were fighting and drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the teleportation array was also vibrating, making teleportation extremely dangerous. Therefore, it was simply closed. Which direction is Tongshan Peak in? Chen Mobai, not wanting to waste time, immediately unleashed his nascent soul transformation chi, far surpassing that of a nascent soul cultivator, and asked, "Senior, are you true monarch Wuchen or true monarch Dakong? Tongshan Peak is on the north side." The core formation cultivator guarding the teleportation array was clearly also a member of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect. After sensing Chen Mobai's aura, he immediately became respectful and then pointed out the direction. Chen Mobai's vast and boundless divine sense surged northward, instantly traversing tens of thousands of miles, and he saw the Tongshan Peak, which was almost submerged. He saw the thick, gloomy black clouds in the sky. Within the range that his divine sense could cover, all the water elemental energy was controlled by a powerful will, transforming into a terrifying sea of black lightning that continuously bombarded the tower of refining Tao at the mountain peak. In the pitch-black sea of water and mines, there was a skeleton radiating a seven-colored, shimmering luster, wielding numerous bone magic swords that clashed with the overwhelming sword light of the heavens, creating a violent roar. "I am Chen Gixian of the Five Elements sect." After leaving his name behind, Chen Mobai vanished from Nine Heavens immortal city in an instant. Upon hearing this, the core formation cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief, but then a look of wild joy appeared on his face. After all, the Eastern Mausoleum domain had been established for a long time, and the news that Chen Mobai possessed the combat power of a nascent soul cultivator had long since reached the Eastern lands. As expected of Dayazi's closest friend, he is incredibly loyal and righteous, even coming at a critical moment. Upon hearing this news, the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect disciples who remained in Nine Heavens Immortal City, who had previously felt somewhat desperate, were filled with a surge of hope. At this moment, Nai Yuanzhang, who had just reached the nascent soul stage, had also reached his limit. With a difficult effort, the Tai sword in his hand blocked the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl, which was at the peak of the 6th rank. He also used his own source to activate the power of the Tongshan Refining Tower to block and resolve the Xuanming Yin lightning that was blasted down by the two dragons. However, he could only use his own Changyuan sword to directly withstand the demonic magic of the White Bone Dharma King. With a loud bang, the 5th-tier Changyuan sword finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed under the bombardment of the White Bone relic, turning into a sky full of water light. Having just reached the nascent soul stage, his realm was not yet fully consolidated. If it weren't for the sect's grand formation providing assistance and his inexhaustible true energy, he would have already perished under the combined attack of the three nascent soul cultivators. Even so, he couldn't hold on any longer. The pale white bone bead, gleaming with a glassy luster, pierced through the shield of thousands of sword lights cast by Nai Yuanzhang and slammed heavily into his chest. With the sound of bones shattering, Nai Yuanzhang coughed up a mouthful of blood, and a wound caved into his chest cavity, but he still mustered his last bit of strength to knock the white bone relic away. Nai Yuanzhang, if you have someone to blame, blame yourself for being Yuan Kink's disciple. Die. Upon seeing this, the white bone Dharma King couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even though he couldn't defeat Yuan Kink, killing his disciple was a way for him to vent his anger. Enough with the nonsense, let's get started. Don't give the Nine Heavens Demon Slayer sect a chance to activate its hidden power. At this moment, a dragon-shaped creature, hidden in the dark sea of lightning and appearing and disappearing intermittently, spoke to the white bone Dharma King. As the oldest and most influential force in the Heavenly River realm, almost on par with the Water Mother Palace, the Xuanjia Royal Court knows far more than the demonic path. Hey, okay. At this moment, the white bone Dharma King was about to avenge his great grudge, and he didn't mind being a weapon. Anyway, he had no intention of ascending to the spirit void immortal realm. With the seven-colored glazed light flashing in his eyes, the white bone relic transformed into a slender bone spike, carrying a pale white cold light, and stabbed towards Nai Yuanzhang's brow. This is the ghostly thorn of the white bone path. Once the primordial spirit is pierced, the soul will instantly dissipate, and the physical body will turn into an unconscious zombie at the mercy of the white bone Dharma King. Seeing this, a slightly thinner fifth-order dragon couldn't help but nod slightly. But at this moment, the expression on the other end suddenly changed. A deafening roar. Suddenly, the top floor of the Tower of Heavenly Refining suddenly burst forth with unprecedentedly brilliant spiritual light, and then a graceful and beautiful figure flew out from the top of the tower. At the same time, a figure flashing with silver light stepped out of the void and landed in front of Nai Yuanzhang along with a graceful figure, intercepting the ghostly thorn. Chen Mobai was slightly surprised to see Yuan Zhen, who had completely changed and whose aura was terrifying. When Yuan Zhen saw him, she was also shocked. Ding! The second primordial spirit flew out, riding the Yuan Yang sword, and slashed away the white bone Dharma King's ghostly thorn. You've actually reached the nascent soul stage. When Yuan Zhen saw Chen Mobai make his move, she stopped, her expression a mixture of surprise and disappointment. As she flew out, the entire Tower of Heavenly Refining seemed to have all its power drained away and suddenly dimmed. Then the restrictions on the tower suddenly appeared. After shining for a while, they suddenly turned into smoke and dissipated. Holes like tower windows appeared, accompanied by roars that seemed to have been suppressed for thousands of years. Various kinds of demonic beasts ran out from them, riding on various escape techniques and spiritual light, and fled in all directions of Tangshan Peak. The nascent soul cultivators of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect ignored this scene, all focused on the sky, knowing that if they didn't survive this calamity, they and their sect would perish. Compared to that, these monsters are a minor matter. The Nine Heavens Demon Slayer sect actually has a hidden nascent soul cultivator. The white bone Dharma King was startled when he saw Yuan Zhen flying out from the top of the tower, and Chen Mobai suddenly appear. At that moment, Chen Mobai and Yuan Zhen turned around at the same time. His eyes met theirs. The familiar coldness of the former and the indifference of the latter made him suddenly shiver. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. Your Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect really does have a method to descend from the upper realm. At this moment, the old dragon spoke. Chapter 1089, One Sword Cuts Through White Bones. Chapter 1089, One Sword Cuts Through White Bones. It seems that your Black Dragon clan intends to be wiped out. After hearing the old dragon's words, Yuan Zhen spoke in an icy tone. Hey, although the nine heavens demon-subduing ancestor is powerful, our clan is not weak either. Moreover, the world is about to undergo a great change. In that case, the upper realm and the lower realm will have to fight each other anyway, and it's not certain who will destroy whom. A gigantic dragon head emerged from the dark clouds, accompanied by boundless thunder. Atop its head was a blue jewel, and it stared at Yuan Zhen with majestic eyes. In that case, let's first destroy your Xuanjiao royal court in the heavenly river realm. As Yuan Zhen spoke, she reached out and summoned the Taste Sword, which had been held captive by the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl, which then burst forth with brilliant light and fell into her palm. Young friend, I descended to the mortal realm using a secret technique, but because Zhenner's cultivation level is insufficient, she cannot withstand my full power. At most, I can only unleash the full power of the nine heavens Dao fruit with a single strike. I will then slay the strongest old dragon, and use the heaven-reaching refining Dao Tower and the Taste Sword to suppress the Dingyuan Sea-suppressing Pearl. I will also try my best to severely injure the remaining white-boned Dharma King and the other dragon. I hope you can lend a hand to help my sect overcome this calamity. Just as Chen Mobai was wondering why Yuan Zhen suddenly possessed such great power, a familiar voice rang in his ears. It belongs to Yuan King. Didn't he ascend to heaven? But after listening, Chen Mobai understood what had happened. As expected of the ancient holy land of the eastern continent, it still possesses such profound heritage. However, Chen Mobai soon thought of something. If Senior were to go all out, what would happen to Saintess Yuan? If there were no consequences, the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect would certainly not keep such a secret technique hidden, only using it in a life-or-death situation. Chen Mobai didn't have many friends in Dongzhou. Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen were his first impressions of Dongzhou and were also his close friends with similar interests. He didn't want anything to happen to Yuan Zhen if possible. If I make my move, Zhenner will die. Yuan King also told Chen Mobai the truth without hiding anything. Is there any way to save her? Chen Mobai continued to ask. The descent ritual has already begun, unless I intervene, but... As Yuan King transmitted her voice, she glanced at the two true spirits who were already eyeing her menacingly, as well as the white-boned Dharma King who looked hesitant, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Young friend, I know you are a righteous person, but for the sake of the sect's inheritance, Zhenner must be sacrificed today. As Yuan King finished speaking, her expression calmed down. Her mind was connected with the Tei sword, and she prepared to unleash her strongest sword strike by controlling this sixth-order flying sword. Then please, Senior, keep me in check. But at this moment, Chen Mobai said something and then instantly teleported in front of Yuan Zhen and Nai Yuanzhang. Young friend. Yuan King was shocked. Just as she was about to persuade Chen Mobai not to act rashly, she suddenly sensed a power of the great Tao that shocked her. The second primordial spirit merged with the Yuan Yang sword, transforming into a crimson gold phoenix amidst a burst of holy light. Then another huge five-colored pearl appeared from Chen Mobai's chest, and amidst the shimmering five-colored light, a peacock with five-colored feathers gracefully took flight. Finally, another beam of pure yang light shone forth, transforming between the phoenix and the peacock into a noble and magnificent bluebird. The moment the three Phoenix Dharma forms appeared, the aura of the three nascent soul cultivators immediately shocked everyone present. This is Sacred Virtue Avenue. Yuan King stared at the phoenix that her second primordial spirit had transformed into, her face filled with disbelief. As a cultivator at the void refinement stage, he had already embarked on the path of the great Tao and chosen his own direction. After ascending to the upper realm, he cultivated under the tutelage of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying ancestor for several decades, and had already mastered the 3,000 great Taos. Naturally, he understood that this great Tao of sacred virtue was the primordial great Tao. And it's the very best. Logically speaking, the five-element sect, or even the Eastern continent, should not have a cultivation method for this great Tao, because this road already belongs to someone. The founder of the Thousand Autumns Inc. forest in the Central Plains Holy Land was the one who embodied this great Tao. He was also the first saint of the human race and a great being who had heard the Tao in the Water Mother Palace. Thinking of this, Yuan King couldn't help but feel regret in her eyes. Since Chen Mobai was able to master this great Tao in the lower realm, it means that he is very compatible with the great Tao of saintly virtue, and it can even be said that he has the potential to become a saint. If this were in Jiangsu, he would probably already be the Holy Son, or even the Holy Lord of the Thousand Autumns Ink Forest. Such talent is truly wasted in the Eastern continent. Compared to Yuan King, the white-boned Dharma King and the two true spirit dragons only sensed that Chen Mobai had condensed 3 Dharma forms, each of which was at the level of the nascent soul stage. Their level of understanding was limited to only being able to perceive and refine the power of the great Tao that resonated with them, so they did not know which great Tao each of the 3 Phoenix Dharma forms represented. However, the 5-colored peacock transformed from the Chaos Pearl had already made the 2 dragons feel that the once all-powerful water spiritual energy was beginning to become somewhat unstable. "I've never heard of you in the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. State your name." The old dragon held the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl on its head, confident that it could survive even when facing Yuan King, an ascended cultivator. Therefore, it was also arrogant when facing Chen Mobai, who had revealed the 3 Phoenix Dharma form. "So you just want to marry my old man Huanglong, don't you? I happen to have a score to settle with you today." As Chen Mobai spoke, the colossal myriad sword's Dharma body rose up, and the azure bird Dharma image descended to merge with it, instantly unleashing the heaven-slaying sword domain, which covered all the nascent soul cultivators present in an instant. "Dharmadhatu." Upon sensing the sword domain, the white-boned Dharma King said with some surprise. Chen Mobai knew that the highest secret technique passed down in the Taiksu Misty Palace was the Dharma realm. Although it's unclear whether this is the same as the Dharma realm in the immortal sect, in this world, techniques related to domains are basically the hallmark of the Taiksu Pyo Palace. "So it's you, Chen Gixian. You won't listen to reason, you actually dared to come all the way from the eastern wilderness to die here." After hearing Chen Mobai's words, the old dragon understood his identity and burst out laughing. You see, throughout the 4 seas, whichever family's daughter it fancies, it basically only needs to say the word and they'll obediently send her over. The reason it gave Chen Mobai face before was precisely because the neighboring desolate sea demon clan exaggerated its reputation as a killing god. After all, Chen Mobai had destroyed the spiritual veins of Eastern Wu, burying millions of demons. Although the old dragon was not afraid to fight against the top nascent soul cultivators from all walks of life in the heavenly river realm, it was afraid of being tainted by this inexplicable evil power. If it is because of this that Chen Mobai is forced to blow up the 3 border regions of the eastern continent, it will at least bear half of the consequences. Moreover, the originally beautiful coast of the eastern continent will be turned into ruins, which will also be detrimental to the Xuanhai they rule. Taking all these factors into account, the old dragon was unusually polite, but unexpectedly Chen Mobai didn't appreciate it at all. It was naturally furious about this, but it was also hesitant to act rashly. After Chen Mobai triggered the nascent soul heavenly tribulation, it knew that as long as this neighbor remained on the eastern continent, it could only maintain friendly relations and at least not provoke him. The old dragon originally intended to use its extraordinary lifespan to outlive Chen Mobai to death. After all, it had already found out that the little yellow dragon girl was still very young, and that she would be fully grown up 2,000 years later and able to withstand its torment. But unexpectedly, they were able to lure Chen Mobai out during the attack on the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. This unexpected joy caused the old dragon's 2 thick, long whiskers to tremble, clearly indicating that it was very happy. "Father, I'll help you teach him a lesson." The little dragon beside him seemed to want to curry favor with the old dragon. It looked at Chen Mobai with a cold gaze, and dark Chuanaming yin lightning kept emerging all over its body, making it look like a black lightning dragon. "Fellow Taoists, why don't you leave this little guy to me? To be honest, I have a bad feeling about Yuan Kink, but killing someone who has just reached the nascent soul stage is still a piece of cake. At this moment, the white bone Dharma king, who had been listening in, also understood the origins of Yuan Zhen and Chen Mobai. He disregarded all pretense and spoke directly to the two dragons. Fine, after you kill him, kill everyone from the 9 Heavens Demon Slayer sect, and the Tower of Heavenly Refining will be ours. The old dragon was equally unceremonious. Its main purpose in coming here today was this 6th-tier pagoda. It was very clear about Yuan Kink's current state, that he could only withstand one blow at most. Its Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl contained a spell left by the ancestral black dragon, which it was confident it could block. I only wanted the 9 Heavens Demon Slayer sect to perish. Now that Yuan Kink can witness this scene with her own eyes, I feel incredibly satisfied, ha ha ha. At this moment, the white bone Dharma King felt his bones creaking and groaning, and he cheered with joy. Shut up, what business is it of yours? At this moment, Chen Mobai frowned, finding the sound of the skeleton extremely grating and unpleasant. He then unleashed a sword strike, controlling the phoenix formed from his second primordial spirit. Young man, the cause of your death is standing next to Yuan Kink. Facing this sword, the white bone Dharma King was completely unconcerned. He transformed his right bone into a shield to block it, while on the other hand, he unleashed most of his demonic energy, controlling the white bone relic to transform it into a thick spear, which he continuously spun and thrust at Chen Mobai. But just as the long white bone spear took shape, before it had even flown halfway out, the white bone Dharma King suddenly sensed something was wrong. His right hand has lost sensation. Dan Feng waved its crimson feathers, and the Yuanyang sword, whose sharpness had been deliberately concealed by Chen Mobai, unleashed its 6th-order power. Combined with the pure Yang Scroll's holy virtue and clear light's restraint on demonic energy, it cleaved the white bone Dharma King's proud defense in two the instant they made contact. The Yuan Yang sword continued its momentum, easily piercing through the 12 5th-order bone demon spiritual lights engraved on the white bone Dharma King's body, much to the white bone Dharma King's astonishment. That's impossible, the white bone Dharma King cried out, attempting to self-destruct his flying yaksha form to buy time for the core white bone relic to escape. But as soon as the heaven-slaying sword domain solidified, his movement slowed down. Then, as the Yuan Yang sword swept across, the white bone Dharma King discovered that the demonic energy he had cultivated for thousands of years was also starting to go out of control and dissipate. Accompanied by a phoenix cry, the Yuan Yang sword easily cleaved the white bone Dharma King in two. Then, the sword fiend thunder sound teleported and caught up with the relic, which had transformed back into a pale white bone bead and was trying to escape. It circled the relic gently. Amidst the clicking sound, this 5th-tier peak, the highest achievement of the demonic path, the white bone relic, couldn't even last a breath under the Yuan Yang sword before being chopped into a pile of grayish-white bone dust. One of the top 15 people in the Tian realm, Lord of the Northern Demonic Path, the white bone Dharma King. Fall from the sky. Chapter 1090 The Great Battle Ends. Chapter 1090 The Great Battle Ends. After casually slaying the white bone Dharma King with a single sword strike, Chen Mobai felt the surroundings finally quiet down. Apart from the creaking sound without bones, and because all other noise had disappeared, everyone stared wide-eyed in shock. That's the white bone Dharma King. Although it wasn't his prime, his cultivation level was undoubtedly at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Even Yuan Kink believed that he would have to use his void refinement power to kill so easily with a single sword strike. But right before their eyes, Chen Mobai, who had just reached the divine transformation stage, turned into a pile of bone dust. Seeing this, the little dragon that had been about to make a move fell silent, and then moved its body slightly backward in the Xiunaming Thunder Sea. The nascent soul cultivators of the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect, who had been worried, were now truly relieved. Without the white bone Dharma King, given the strength displayed by sect leader Chen of the 5 Elements sect, plus Yuan Kink who has yet to make a move, They will definitely be able to overcome this calamity today. Dayazi, this must be your close friend in the eastern wilderness. He truly lives up to his reputation. It's a pity that such a genius is not in my sect. With this sect leader Chen here, the three border regions of the eastern continent will be as solid as a rock for the next 2,000 years. Yi Qing was surrounded by nascent soul elders from the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect, who began to praise the Five Elements sect master, who was standing calmly and composed in midair. Hearing this, Yi Qing had a very strange feeling, because that's how others used to praise him. But Yi Qing felt an unprecedented emotion welling up inside her, the joy and relief that her friend was being praised by the elders. He was very fortunate to have such a loyal and powerful friend. In the sky, Chen Mobai's eyes showed a slight surprise, as if he had encountered something strange. He sensed that after he killed the White Bone Dharma King, one of the faces of the world-destroying milestone, which had been dormant in his purple mansion sea of consciousness for a long time, lit up slightly, as if it had been replenished with some kind of energy. Then, an inexplicable aura emanated from the center of the millstone. This flow of energy, a mixture of black, gray, and white, caused the power of the great Tao of sacred virtue within his sea of consciousness to shine brightly. As Chen Mobai activated the 5 tones of the melody, all the knowledge he possessed instantly surfaced in his mind, giving him a rough guess about the situation. The great millstone of destruction represents the final path of destiny, in contrast to saintly virtue. This black, gray, and white aura might be the power of his final destiny that he had been struggling to obtain. Unexpectedly, coming to help the Nine Heavens Demon Slayer sect out of loyalty has yielded such a reward. Why didn't the great millstone of annihilation react this way when it killed the demonic cultivators before? Could it be that only a demonic cultivator like the White Bone Dharma King, who has reached the divine transformation stage, can do this? It seems we need to find another demonic cultivator like him and try it out. With that in mind, Chen Mobai put the matter out of his mind and prepared to deal with the immediate problem first. Senior, there are still 2 more dragons, which will be a bit tricky. We'd appreciate it if you could keep watch. Chen Mobai used the great Tao of sacred virtue within his sea of consciousness to suppress the destructive power overflowing from the center of the world-destroying mill, and then spoke to Yuan Kink once more. He was able to kill Bai Gu with a single sword strike, because the pure Yang scroll was too effective against demonic forces, and he also had the 6th-tier Yuan Yang sword. However, it remains to be seen how effective his newly refined Chaos Pearl will be against the true spirit of the Xuanjiao royal court. Moreover, the Azure Pearl on the old dragon's head, which was able to suppress the 6th-order formation of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect, was clearly no ordinary object. Who exactly are you? The one Yuan Dao Palace has no such lineage. The old dragon looked at the young man before it with a solemn expression. It should be known that even it could not kill the White Bone Dharma King so easily. The one Yuan Dao Palace naturally doesn't have that after all, it's just a branch sect. Chen Mobai replied with this sentence, and then said nothing more. He activated his 3 Phoenix Dharma form, preparing to use these 2 5th-order true spirits to test his true strength. With a thunderous roar, the colossal myriad swords avatar drew from the void, an 8-sided giant sword wreathed in purple lightning and swirling with sword energy. Once the purple lightning sword appeared, it stopped talking about spirit stones and immediately unleashed its most powerful force. As the 9-sword demon arrays in the sword domain condensed into stars and were enhanced, they transformed into a huge purple sword beam that tore through the sky and split the earth, slashing straight into the thunderous sea of clouds formed by the 2 dragons. This sword strike represents the pinnacle of the purple lightning sword technique. After Chen Mobai reached the divine realm, his swordsmanship reached a new level. Under his control, the purple lightning sword, which was not yet proficient in breaking through all laws with a single strike, was mastered in this one strike. At this moment, the purple flower sword intent truly unleashed the power of a 5th-grade superior level. However, this sword strike had completely transcended the original purple flower sword intent. Even if the Green Stone Master were reborn, upon seeing this sword strike, he would only marvel at it and regret that he was born too early. If Master Qing Shi had been alive and witnessed Chen Mobai's sword strike, he would likely have been able to break through his limitations and achieve divine mastery of the sword. How dare you, young man? Today I'll show you that before absolute power, even the most powerful profound techniques are nothing but illusions. Faced with such a powerful sword strike, the old dragon remained completely undaunted. It knew that after the death of the White Bone Dharma King, it would definitely not be able to wipe out the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect today. However, as one of the top true spirits of the demon race in the Heavenly River realm, it certainly could not retreat in such a disgraceful manner. Therefore, it decided to fight Chen Mobai, leave some words of politeness, and retreat calmly, maintaining its proper demeanor. Moreover, the old dragon knew that in the next 2,000 years, before Chen Mobai ascended to immortality or passed away, they, as neighbors, would certainly have even greater conflicts. Today is also a good opportunity to test Chen Mobai's strengths and weaknesses. The White Bone Dharma King died too quickly. It had to come on its own. With the 6th-tier Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl atop its head, it is fearless on the Tian realm side. As the purple lightning sword slashed into the Xunaming Thunder Sea, the lightning power of both yin and yang attributes, under the support of the vast and endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth, erupted with an exceptionally terrifying and intense light. Even Yuan Kink's expression changed slightly at this moment. He waved his sleeve and immediately led Nai Yuanzhang, who was still half dead, into the 6th-order formation below. The 28 nascent soul cultivators of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect simultaneously unleashed their true energy, further activating the power of the Xuan Tian demon-slaying formation. This time, because the old dragon did not use the power of the sea-suppressing pearl to suppress it, the great formation unleashed its true power, transforming into a vast and endless expanse of black water that covered the outside world. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the sky, and a blazing sun, a mixture of purple and black lightning, appeared atop Tangshan Peak. In an instant, it exploded in all directions, turning everything it touched, mountains, trees, earth, and other tangible objects, into dust. Only under the protection of the Xuan Tian demon-subduing formation can they escape disaster. Roar! Just as the people of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect were secretly rejoicing, a dragon's roar containing terrifying sonic waves resounded from the sky. The dragon's roar shook the heavens. The purple lightning sword, which had already plunged into the sea of lightning and unleashed its full power to shatter all laws, suddenly had spider-web-like cracks appear on its 8 massive blades, and the surrounding sword fiend stars began to flicker. With a shattering sound, the 100-meter-long purple lightning sword suddenly disintegrated, reverting to its original 1.2-meter-long form, and flew back with a buzzing sound. Owner! After being blasted away by the dragon's roar, the purple lightning sword spirit appeared before Chen Mobai's eyes, its face covered in dust and dirt. Seeing the sword spirit's ashamed face, Chen Mobai didn't know how to comfort him. Before reaching the nascent soul stage, he relied on the purple lightning sword and could kill almost anyone he encountered. All his powerful enemies died under this sword. Little did anyone know that after reaching the 5th rank of superior quality, the purple lightning sword made several appearances, each time full of confidence, only to end up dejected. All I can say is that the opponent's purple lightning sword has encountered recently have been too powerful, and some of them are not keeping up with its capabilities. Sure enough, the new favorite is the Yuanyang sword. However, Chen Mobai did not give up on the purple lightning sword and planned to see if he could upgrade it to the 6th rank when he had some free time. You brat, prepare to die. At this moment, having broken Chen Mobai's sword technique with overwhelming strength, the old dragon was also full of confidence. It unleashed its dragon roar and profound nether thunder sea once more, blasting towards Chen Mobai, who was blocking the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect. Faced with the dragon's roar, Chen Mobai activated the 5 tones of music and instantly devised a way to break the old dragon's innate divine power. Sound needs a medium to travel, so creating a vacuum area will suffice. Of course, this vacuum zone cannot be too fragile, otherwise it will be forcibly shattered by the old dragon with violence. Silver light flashed in Chen Mobai's eyes. The ascended sect master's understanding of the 6 imperial scriptures flowed and merged in his mind. His own domain expanded instantly, covering his entire body. Then, with a thought, the 5-colored peacock, poised to pounce, unleashed a brilliant divine light from the other side of the sky. In an instant, it spread out like a fan, blocking the tsunaming thunder sea that was falling in front of Chen Mobai. What happened next made the old dragon's eyes widen in shock. When its 5th-tier peak dragon roar wave encountered the domain, it was as if it had hit an impenetrable wall, collapsing and spreading to both sides of Chen Mobai's body. The tsunaming thunder sea, which had gathered water spiritual energy over a radius of 10,000 miles, suddenly lost control when touched by the brilliant divine light of the 5-colored peacock. Then, like a chain reaction, it began to disintegrate from point to surface with a series of loud bangs. This scene greatly shocked everyone. This tsunaming thunder sea was created by 2 5th-order true spirits working together, and even contained the power of the 6th-order Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. Even their 6th-order great formation of the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression Sect had been suppressed before. Chen Mobai, however, broke through it with ease. Yuan Kink looked up at Chen Mobai's 5-colored peacock image in the sky, her eyes sparkling with light, her expression suddenly enlightened. As expected of the successor chosen by Senior 1 Yuan from another generation, he actually used the fire element to unify and rotate the 5 elements, and cultivated the 1 Yuan Dao scripture to the nascent soul stage. Upon hearing Yuan Kink's words, Na Yuanzhang, who was sitting on the ground beside him, barely breathing, looked up at Chen Mobai. Na Yuanzhang originally thought that, after he transformed into a god, he would be able to lead the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression Sect back to its peak. But now he knows that as long as Chen Mobai is around, he will always be subordinate to him. Having cultivated water magic, he had no means of resistance against the Chaos Pearl. At this moment, the dark sea of lightning that covered the entire Tangshan Peak dissipated under the 5-colored divine light, and the sunlight shone down, falling on the faces of the nascent soul cultivators of the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect, giving them a feeling of being in another world. The primordial pearl. Seeing this scene, the old dragon finally remembered that the proud, multicolored peacock standing in the sky had been in the form of a precious pearl when it first emerged from Chen Mobai's chest. The cultivation of the 1 Yuan Dao scripture to the nascent soul stage involves condensing the primordial true qi accumulated through a lifetime of arduous practice into a primordial pearl. Once this pearl is completed, all magical arts within the 5 elements of the world will be restrained. Its Xuanming Yin thunder is a thunder technique formed by the combination of yin and water attributes. The moment the water technique was broken, the original balance of the 2 attributes of spiritual energy was also lost, thus causing a complete collapse. It seems I can't let you live today. Upon learning this, the old dragon's murderous intent arose. Chen Mobai had only just reached the nascent soul stage, yet he was able to easily break through its innate divine power. If he were to cultivate for another 1,000 years, what would become of him? It seems that as long as Chen Mobai remains in the Heavenly River realm, the Xuanjiao royal court will be forced to remain hidden in its dragon palace lair, daring not to set foot in the eastern continent. Upon realizing this outcome, the old dragon, who had originally planned to make a perfunctory remark and leave, suddenly turned icy cold and spat out a mouthful of his life essence into the azure pearl above his head. The Chaos Pearl is indeed incredibly powerful, but Chen Mobai is only at the 5th level. It didn't believe it could stop or crush the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl, which was at the peak of the 6th rank. Splash! The moment the sea-suppressing pearl was activated, a vortex suddenly opened up in the 9 heavens, and then a vast expanse of dark true water, carrying an aura of freezing cold and annihilation, poured down violently. Chen Mobai sensed a power within the dark, true water that terrified his primordial spirit. Young friend, be careful. This is one of the 9 heavenly tribulations, containing freezing power that even void refinement cultivators cannot neutralize. I'll lend you a hand. Yuan Kink's voice reached Chen Mobai's ears at this moment, causing Chen Mobai, who was originally planning to use the void escape technique to escape, to stop in his tracks. Senior, please do not intervene. Chen Mobai turned around and had only said half a sentence of advice when he saw that Yuan Kink was merely acting as the commander. Under his leadership, Nai Yuanzhang disregarded his injuries, mustered his true energy, and led the nascent soul cultivators of the 9 heavens demon-slaying sect to inject the power of the 6th order grand formation into the heavenly refining tower. Suddenly, a supreme celestial light, no less powerful than the dark true water, burst forth from the top of the tower. Under Nai Yuanzhang's sword finger, it rose majestically, swirling and converging on the taste sword, unleashing the full power of this 6th order sword. With a deep, resonant sword cry, the taste sword transformed into a crystalline radiance, like a brilliant star rising against the current, piercing through countless layers of dark true water and stabbing straight into the vortex that suddenly appeared in the 9 heavens. With the combined power of the 2 6th-tier supreme treasures of the 9 heavens demon-slaying sect, plus the power of the 6th-tier grand formation, their combined strength was naturally extraordinary. With a deafening crash of a giant wave against the shore, the vortex of dark, surging water was cleaved in two. The old dragon let out a muffled groan, and drops of blood seeped from between its jet-black scales. Chen Mobai naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. The phoenix formed from his second primordial spirit pushed the Yuan Yang sword technique to its limit. Accompanied by the phoenix's cry, streaks of crimson gold sword energy were unleashed like wings, landing on all parts of the old dragon's body. Do not harm my father. At this moment, the little dragon also realized that the situation was not good. It immediately used the innate divine power in its bloodline to gather the dark true water that had been pouring down from all around, mixed it with its own Qiunaming thunder sea, and enveloped itself and the old dragon to fight against the Yuan Yang sword demons that were slashing down from the sky. Then another series of ear-piercing explosions rang out. Although the pure Yang scroll had no effect on restraining the dragon in front of him, the second primordial spirit itself was at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, and with the 6th order Yuan Yang sword, it was still able to continuously suppress the little dragon's Qiunaming thunder sea. Moreover, as the 5-colored peacock light flashed, the little dragon's protective divine power instantly collapsed, and then countless sword slashes pierced through it, leaving thousands of wounds. If it weren't for the old dragon regaining its senses at the crucial moment and spitting out a burst of vital energy to empower it, the second primordial spirit would probably have already killed the little dragon. Very well, I'll remember this grudge. Once I've recovered from my injuries, I'll lead the Xuanhai army of millions to raze your eastern continent to the ground. The old dragon never expected that the 9 heavens demon slayer sect, which he and the white bone Dharma king had crippled, would still be able to unleash such power. However, this was the opponent's home ground after all. Although Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl was at the peak of the 6th rank, he dared not exhaust all his essence to activate it. Therefore, the 9 heavens demon suppression sect broke through his world-destroying divine power. This is partly due to Yuan Kink being an ascended cultivator, who, with his void refinement realm, was able to see through the old dragon's move at a glance. Although the old dragon was not unscathed, even though most of the backlash was absorbed by the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl after its supernatural powers were broken, it was still suffering. Out of caution, it decided to retreat first. Of course, some harsh words had to be said. You don't need to come ashore. One day, I will lead the cultivators of the eastern continent to overturn the Xuanhai Sea and raze your dragon palace to the ground. But Chen Mobai had never lost a verbal battle in his life, and he had one today. As he spoke, he made no attempt to let the 2 dragons go so easily. Accompanied by the cry of a phoenix, the myriad sword's Dharma body had completed its preparation, its enormous hands closing towards its chest, and the heaven-slaying sword domain condensed in an instant. The old dragon, which was about to use water magic to escape from the ninth heaven, suddenly realized that its movements had slowed down considerably, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that it had been drawing in began to suppress itself. Amidst the roars of dragons, the old dragon, carrying the little dragon who was only half alive, attempted to break through the heavenly barrier using sonic power. This supernatural power is outside the five elements, and the five-colored peacock cannot break it. Chen Mobai immediately unleashed the four extremes and 8 desolation sword fiend array with his sword domain. Under the 2 sword fiend arrays, the area around the 2 dragons was instantly transformed into a vacuum. The dragon roar wave was broken once again, and the old dragon also noticed something amiss. But at this moment, it had no time to play games with the young man Chen Mobai. Suddenly, 2 dragon whiskers on either side of its mouth rose up, like 2 extremely sharp longswords. They crossed and shone with a dark light, and the void in front of it was actually cut open. A hole suddenly appeared in the heaven-slaying sword domain, and the old dragon, having noticed this, immediately led the little dragon and forcibly rushed out. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Mobai sighed, realizing that the old man was indeed no ordinary person. "I'll go after them. I'll leave things here to you, senior." Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, thinking of the power unleashed by the sixth-order Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. He felt that, although he possessed void magic, his magical artifact configuration was not yet up to par, so it would be better to let them go for the time being. However, on the surface, he pretended that he did not intend to let them go and rode the 3 phoenix Dharma forms, making a move to chase after them. "Young friend, don't pursue a cornered enemy." As expected, Yuan Kink immediately spoke up to persuade him, and even flew up herself to dissuade him. "In that case, we have no choice but to spare their lives for now." Chen Mobai pretended to be unwilling and reluctantly listened to the advice. Yuan Kink breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "I thought to myself, this young man is just too hot-blooded." Chapter 1090, 1 May the Sect Live Forever. Chapter 1090, 1 May the Sect Live Forever. Chen Mobai suppressed his fighting spirit, and the phoenix and peacock in the sky transformed into 2 precious pearls, which disappeared into the back of his head and chest. Finally, the azure bird Dharma form of the original primordial spirit also flew out from the myriad swords Dharma body. The latter's tall and enormous figure instantly weakened to the 4th level and slowly dissipated between heaven and earth. Because Chen Mobai advanced to the primordial spirit realm too quickly, the 9 heavens pure chi was all from his previous reserves. The fact that he could unleash the power of the 5th rank outside the 5-element sect today was entirely due to his original primordial spirit taking over and forcibly raising the realm of his primordial spirit. Upon seeing this, Yuan Kink nodded to herself as if she had thought of something. "If it weren't for your help today, young friend, even if our sect managed to survive this calamity, we would likely have suffered heavy losses." Yuan Kink, already thinking about what gift to give in return, solemnly thanked Chen Mobai from the air. "Not at all. When my 5-element sect was weak, we also owe a lot to Brother Yi and Saintess Yuan for their help. However, I was able to arrive in time today thanks to the 2 fellow Taoists Pao Long and Peng Feng from Tianqinlu." As Chen Mobai spoke, he looked down at Tangshan Peak and greeted Yi Qing with a fist salute. He noticed that all the nascent soul cultivators from the 9 heavens demon suppression sect were looking at him, their faces filled with gratitude and awe. Clearly, after today's battle, his status in the Eastern continent will be at its zenith. The 5-element sect will thus establish its status as a sacred land in the Eastern continent. "Young friend, please." At this moment, Yuan Kink also invited Chen Mobai to come down and sit for a while. "I won't bother you any longer. Your sect's top priority right now is to handle the aftermath. Besides, when I came here, my nascent soul ceremony was being held at the Heavenly Dining Pavilion, and all my fellow disciples are still waiting for me." Chen Mobai shook his head and refused. Although the 9 heavens demon slayer sect survived this calamity thanks to his intervention, the losses were still considerable. Nai Yuanzhang, who had just reached the nascent soul stage, was now barely clinging to life. The other mountain gates, spiritual veins, and medicinal fields, even with the protection of grand formations, have encountered various problems due to the violent fluctuations in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If not dealt with in time, the precious spiritual plants in the medicinal fields may wither or even die due to the drastic changes in the environment. Moreover, when Chen Mobai arrived, he saw that the Tangshan refining tower had been opened, and various demonic beasts imprisoned inside had escaped. The Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect would definitely have to send people to deal with these, otherwise, it would be a great calamity for the creatures of the Eastern Land. In that case, I won't keep you any longer, young friend. After I've finished dealing with matters of the sect, I'll have my disciples send you a generous gift as a token of my gratitude. Yuan Kink nodded, feeling even more strongly that Chen Mobai was pure and noble. If anyone else from the Eastern continent had done such a great favor for the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect, they would certainly have received many benefits, but he didn't mention it at all, and even took his leave with great consideration. I came to help purely out of loyalty, so please don't mention anything about gifts. Chen Mobai waved his hand magnanimously, then seemed to remember something and took out a bottle of Three Lights Divine Water from his storage bag. Since Saintess Yuan served as the vessel for your descent, although she did not fight, her body must have been injured. I happen to have the Three Lights Divine Water given to me by Xingji. Please accept it, Senior. Yuan Kink accepted it without hesitation, because he didn't know if the Nine Heavens Demon-Slaying Sect had any Three Lights Divine Water in stock. If they don't have it, it will definitely be too late to buy it from the Starry Sky Dao Sect. Thank you very much, young friend. Yuan Kink thanked her again. At this moment, he finally understood why he had seen Yuan Zhen possess great fortune before his ascension. Because I made a friend named Chen Mobai, who possesses saintly qualities. This time, Yuan Zhen not only survived a certain death ordeal, but also, because of his past descent, he will be completely in sync with the Nine Heavens Dao fruit. At least before reaching the nascent soul stage, he will have no more bottlenecks. Just as Chen Mobai was about to leave, the power of the surrounding void began to fluctuate, and then silver light flashed, and the figure of the great void true monarch suddenly appeared. A young friend, you arrived even faster than me. This fellow Taoist looks quite unfamiliar. After De Kong Zhenjun teleported to the scene, he first saw Chen Mobai and Yuan Zhen in the air, and then looked at the Tangshan Peak Mountains that had been ravaged all around him, and couldn't help but look surprised. Greetings, Senior De Kong. This is True Lord Chuan Tian. Although Chen Mobai didn't know why True Lord Dakong had only arrived now, he still greeted him politely and introduced who Yuan Zhen was. It's actually Senior Brother Chuanshan. Upon hearing this, True Monarch Dakong was startled, but then seemed to realize something and suddenly understood. No wonder the two true spirits, the white-boned Dharma King and the Xuanjiao royal court, were both repelled. Junior brother, you misunderstand. I didn't make a move. It was young friend Chen who came over and killed the white-boned Dharma King with a single sword strike, and also severely injured and forced back the two great dragons. Yuan Kink immediately shook her head, pointing to the bone powder still floating in the air, as well as dragon blood, dragon scales, and so on. The rest was left behind by the little dragon, which had almost been killed by Chen Mobai's second primordial spirit. Chen Mobai was quite envious of these dragon blood and dragon scales. After all, they were fifth-tier items. However, his status was different now. He was a dignified nascent soul true monarch, and under the watchful eyes of so many people from the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect, so it was not appropriate for him to make a move to collect them. However, when Yuan Kink recounted the battle to true monarch Dakong, she naturally condensed water into a cauldron and collected all of these items into it. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking that Yuan Kink, a dignified ascended cultivator, was so frugal, the latter handed him the things in her hands. They indicated that these were all Chen Mobai's spoils of war, and that he should take them. Chen Mobai nodded inwardly and accepted the gift without any pretense. Hiss, young friend, you truly live up to your reputation as a sword cultivator. After listening to Yuan Kink's account, Even the great void true lord, with his experience, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Putting aside other things, at the very least, when he faced the white-boned Dharma King and the old flood dragon, he could only rely on the mysterious magic of the Takesu Misty Palace to hold them off. Chen Mobai had just entered the nascent soul realm and had already surpassed his 1,000 years of cultivation, which shocked true monarch Dakong and made him feel ashamed. Not at all, I only killed the white-boned Dharma King. The old dragon of the Xuanjiao royal court was able to be forced back thanks to the two great treasures of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect. After putting his things away, Chen Mobai corrected him, saying that he wasn't the kind of person who liked to take credit. Although he was not afraid of the two dragons, the old dragon retreated mainly because Yuan Kink commanded the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect to break the Dingyuan Sea-suppressing pearl. Thanks to junior brother Da Kong for making it here. At this moment, Yuan Kink also expressed her gratitude to true Lord Dakong, even though the latter arrived late, at least he came. Senior brother Chuanshan, you're too kind. I was held up by the demonic path this time. True monarch Dakong, clearly worried that Yuan Kink might misunderstand that he was deliberately late, quickly explained. In Dongli, the Jade Mirror demonic sect is performing a blood sacrifice on hundreds of thousands of lives, as well as the righteous cultivators they captured, triggering a blood moon to aid Dio Xianlin's ascension to godhood. I sensed this in the border immortal city and immediately went to stop it, but I never expected it to be a demonic tactic to lure us away. After learning what happened here, I rushed over as quickly as possible. After De Kong Zhenjun finished speaking, Yuan Kink nodded slightly to show her understanding, and then asked with great concern, I wonder how Dio Xianlin is doing now. If the demonic path has multiple nascent soul cultivators, it wouldn't be a good thing for the righteous path. With my intervention, the blood moon ritual was easily disrupted. Dio Xianlin's physical body was also smashed to pieces by my twin rings, but her nascent soul transformed into a blood god and merged into the blood moon in the sky. Lord Da Kong explained the situation in Dongli. The blood moon ritual of the Jade Mirror Demon sect is notorious even among the righteous sects. The ability to use the power of blood sacrifice to summon the blood moon from beyond the heavens is the result of the Tao fruit left behind by an ancient demon who left this world long ago. Because he dared not ascend to the spirit void immortal realm, he created a small world for himself in the outer heaven. Whenever there is enough blood sacrifice, the blood moon will appear, bestowing the power of the great Tao to help demonic cultivators break through. Of course, in the world of demons, all transactions are traps. After the blood moon priests break through, most of them will be controlled by the power of the blood demon, lose their minds, and transform into a blood god, to be driven by the ancient demons from beyond the heavens. Only a very few can break free from control and become blood demons. The heavenly river realm is about to undergo a major change. The heavenly membrane will gradually loosen the upper limit for void refinement. At that time, the ancient demons roaming the outer heavens may descend upon the heavenly river realm even before us. At this moment, Yuan Kink also revealed a piece of news that shocked Chen Mobai. Oh, have those powerful beings from the upper realm reached an agreement? True Lord Da Kong clearly knew some inside information. After all, he was a nascent soul cultivator from the Takesu Misty Palace. We're just waiting for the heavenly emperor to bestow the seal. After saying this, Yuan Kink didn't say anything more. Chen Mobai wanted to ask what the situation was like in the Lingkong immortal realm, but the great void true lord had already taken his leave. Congratulations on your nascent soul transformation, young friend. There are still some things to take care of in Dongli. When I have time, I'll invite junior brother Wuchen over, and the three of us will have a proper celebration. Before leaving, true Lord Da Kong did not forget to congratulate Chen Mobai. No problem, no problem. After seeing off true monarch Dakong, Chen Mobai turned to Yi Qing and sent a telepathic message. Brother Yi, I'll take my leave now. Please feel free to contact me if you need anything. After hearing this, Yi Qing nodded heavily and replied with 2 words, thank you. There's no need for such formality between friends like us. Chen Mobai smiled lightly. His divine sense surged out to locate the target, and he used the void shift technique to transform into a streak of silver light and disappear from the spot. This scene also surprised Yuan King slightly. After all, the art of teleportation through the void has always been a hallmark of the Taiksu Pyo Palace. Although the vacuum body technique is widely known, Yuan King, as a void refining cultivator, has a far greater understanding of the void than a nascent soul cultivator. Chen Mobai's great teleportation technique is completely devoid of any supernatural elements, making it far superior to the simplified version of the vacuum body's instantaneous teleportation that breaks through the void. Recalling that Chen Mobai had also used teleportation to step out of the void and save Nai Yuanzhang before she could make a move, Yuan King was slightly surprised. He wondered, could it be that Chen Mobai also possessed the great Tao of the void? If that's really the case, with this junior's talent, he probably won't encounter any bottlenecks before reaching the Tao integration stage. As an ascended cultivator, Yuan King knew best that the threshold for reaching the void refinement stage lay in the challenge of navigating the void. Thinking about this, he realized that the gift he had planned to prepare seemed a bit too little. Chen Mobai was unaware that his habitual teleportation had elevated Yuan King's opinion of him even further. In a flash of silver light, he had arrived at the Nine Heavens immortal city. Greetings, sect leader Chen. The one guarding the teleportation array was still the same core formation cultivator from the Nine Heavens demon suppression sect. He bowed respectfully to Chen Mobai. Tangshan Peak is fine now. Before leaving, Chen Mobai said something to him to prevent the people of Nine Heavens' immortal city from becoming panicked. I Qi Yingyu will forever remember the kindness of sect leader Chen. As soon as Qi Yingyu finished speaking and stood up, he saw Chen Mobai wave at him and disappear into the teleportation array. Before long, Zhang Yan, the nascent soul cultivator guarding the Nine Heavens immortal city, arrived with several city officials. Upon hearing the news, he solemnly bowed with his hands clasped in the direction of the eastern wilderness. From now on, the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce and Zion Engine Shop will be exempt from taxes in the immortal city forever. Zhang Yan instructed the disciple in charge of tax collection for the Nine Heavens immortal city that although the nascent soul true monarch would certainly not care about such a small amount of spirit stones, they should still try their best to express their gratitude. Yes, master. Eastern Wilderness, Baiyuan City. A flash of silver light appeared above the heavenly restaurant, and Chen Mobai stepped out of the void. Then, in another flash, he was back in his seat. You're back. When Qingnu saw Chen Mobai suddenly appear beside her, she smiled slightly and handed him a glass of wine that was still emitting cold air. Chen Mobai reached out and took the wine, drinking it down in one gulp. He felt the cool liquid go down his throat and then spread throughout his body, like the refreshing feeling of taking a cold shower. He couldn't help but frown slightly, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied with himself. Good wine. It's a pity that I wasted some time on Tangshan Peak, so it's not at its best now. Master, let me make you another iced cup. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ming immediately spoke up. Master Chen has arrived safely. It seems that the calamity of the Nine Heavens demon suppression sect has been resolved by you and Master Nai working together. This is truly a cause for celebration. The two people who were happiest to see Chen Mobai return were Pao Long and Peng Feng. Although they didn't understand why it was so fast, they immediately stood up and toasted Chen Mobai. I guess so. Chen Mobai didn't boast about his achievements. He smiled slightly as he spoke, and politely clinked glasses with Pao Long Peng Feng, then drank it all in one gulp. Master Chen has achieved the divine transformation, and we too haven't been very prepared. Just a few days ago, Ren Qiu brought all the kitchen utensils from headquarters over. Why don't we cook a true spirit dish as a congratulatory gift? After finishing his drink, Pao Long spoke again. Chen Mobai had already learned from Qingnu that in order to cook fifth-tier fox fur, in addition to the special cooking utensils made by Tianqinlu, He also needed a breath of pure energy that Paolong Pengfeng had refined for 800 years as a fire source. Only in this way could the power of the true spirit flesh be perfectly preserved during the cooking process, and it would also taste delicious. How could I let the guests do it? Chen Mobai shook his head, but Paolong and Pengfeng insisted on cooking, saying that they could not express their joy at Chen Zhangjiao's transformation into a god if they did not do so. Since they had said that, Chen Mobai could only let them have their way. Moreover, he had indeed never tasted a dish made with fifth-tier true spirit ingredients. Qing Nu immediately took out a piece of preserved raccoon meat, which Paolong Pengfeng and the other person accepted. With the help of two of the top chefs in the Heavenly River realm, the difference was truly remarkable. Soon, Chen Mobai, who was on the top floor, also smelled the rich aroma, which made him very excited. When a tempting meat soup was served, Chen Mobai took a spoonful first. The tender minced meat paired with the rich broth created a delicious and savory flavor that spread between the lips and teeth upon tasting it. Although there was a slight earthy taste, it still whetted Chen Mobai's appetite. Excellent, excellent. You two fellow Taoists are truly professionals. This is the best dish I have ever tasted. Whether in the Heavenly River realm or the immortal sect, this was the first time Chen Mobai had tasted a fifth-order true spirit. Putting aside everything else, he was at least satisfied and considered it a new achievement. Sect leader Chen, you're too kind. It's just a pity that my junior sister and I are still a bit weak in cultivation. Our chaotic chi hasn't reached the 5th level yet, so we can only cook this fox's flesh and blood by cutting it into small pieces. We also need to add various vegetables to season it, just to barely suppress the earthy taste of the meat. After Chen Mobai tasted the dragon meatballs, he also admitted their shortcomings. Although Li Li had been killed by Chen Mobai, the residual fifth-order true energy in his flesh was still not something a nascent soul cultivator could easily neutralize. This is because Paolong Pengfeng and Paolong are both highly skilled cooks, which is why they were able to handle the situation. If our cultivation levels were high enough, or if we had high-grade ingredients to neutralize and remove the earthy taste, then cooking the whole piece of tanuki flesh would taste even better. Paolong was also very disappointed by this. Given his status, the opportunities to cook fifth-tier ingredients are extremely limited. He wants to be perfect if he can. Fellow Taoist, you should have said so earlier. After hearing this, Chen Mobai clapped his hands lightly. Then, the void opened up and a water cauldron fell down. The cauldron was transparent and contained a pool of dragon blood that glowed with an eerie light, as well as dozens of black, broken dragon scales. This was left behind by the little dragon from the Xuanjiao royal court on Tangshan Peak when it escaped from my sword. In terms of level, it is no less than Li Li, and its bloodline is even more noble. I wonder if using this to harmonize it can help you, fellow Taoist. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. Even Qing Nu, who had complete faith in Chen Mobai, felt the same way. She knew that with Chen Mobai's pure yang cultivation, killing a demonic cultivator like the white-boned Dharma King would be a piece of cake. But facing a fifth-order dragon that dominated the Xuanhai Sea, she felt that it would be good enough if they could join forces with the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect to repel them. But now, looking at the dragon blood and scales in the water cauldron, and Chen Mobai's calm and unharmed state, it is clear that not only the demonic path god transformation cultivators, but also the 2 true spirits of the Xuanjiao royal court have been defeated by him. Is he really only at the level of a deity? Both nascent soul cultivators, Paolong Pengfeng and Paolong Pengfeng, stared wide-eyed at the dragon blood and scales in the water cauldron, their faces filled with disbelief. Fellow Taoists, what's wrong? Can't we use these ingredients? After Chen Mobai took out the dragon blood and dragon scales, he saw the dragon and phoenix being cooked and stood there dumbfounded, not answering for a long time. He couldn't help but ask again. It works, it definitely works. Paolong came to his senses and nodded repeatedly. Soaking the fox's flesh in dragon blood will make a delicious dish of dragon blood smoked meat. Also, putting the dragon scales back into the meat soup will completely remove the earthy taste. At this moment, Peng Feng's eyes were shining as he looked at the ingredients in the water cauldron. Then I'll have to trouble you too. I don't know what to do with these things either. Chen Mobai smiled and handed the water cauldron to Peng Feng. He had already checked the dragon blood. It was not essence blood and could not be used to refine the nascent soul pill. As for those dragon scales, although they are good materials for refining weapons, they were all detached from the little dragon after the Yuan Yang sword was shattered. The essence has been lost. Even if he were to make them, he could at most refine a fourth-order magic weapon, which is not as good as the scales of the poisonous dragon and the Azure Sea King in his inventory. It's better to cook it into a dish and taste it. Chen Mobai lightly stroked the lid of the water cauldron with his finger, and with the power of the Chaos Pearl activated, the lid instantly turned into flowing water and scattered. Without being sealed, the residual pressure from the fifth-order dragon blood and dragon scales also spread out. The nascent soul cultivators were all right, only feeling a sinking feeling in their hearts, while those who had formed their cores felt as if they were carrying a heavy burden, as if the air suddenly became incredibly heavy. Everyone was horrified. If the remaining dragon blood and broken dragon scales were so terrifying, how terrifying would a complete fifth-order true spirit be? Yet this very being was easily and severely injured and defeated by Chen Mobai, even when the glass of iced wine was not yet at room temperature. The sect leader's strength is probably already at the pinnacle of the Eastern continent. Thinking of this, the cultivators of the Five Elements sect were both shocked and incredibly proud. Thank you, Headmaster Chen, for giving us this opportunity. At this moment, Paolong was also very happy. Their cultivation method of hunranki required consuming rare delicacies. Now that these precious ingredients were in their hands, they would definitely taste them before serving the dishes. Perhaps this opportunity will allow the Chaos Chi to reach the 5th level. Gentlemen, let's continue drinking. As he watched the dragon and phoenix being cooked, Chen Mobai raised the 5-colored spirit wine that Zhu Ming had handed him, which had just been chilled, and addressed the 5 Elements sect cultivators present. May the sect leader live a long and prosperous life. Led by Zhou Yi, the cultivators of the 5 Elements sect raised their cups and shouted in unison. It is said that cultivators at the void refinement stage have a lifespan of 10,000 years, which embodies their beautiful blessing that Chen Mobai can ascend to the immortal realm. There's no need for a long life celebration. May the 5 Elements sect live on forever. In the past, Chen Mobai would have been very happy to be able to practice the void realm, but after listening to the Tao in Zixia Palace, his standards rose, and he felt that practicing the void realm was nothing special. After all, the worst students in Zixia Palace are all at the void refining stage. There are quite a few Tao-merging immortals who coexist with the great Tao and are immortal. There were even powerful beings of pure Yang. Wishing him a long life is tantamount to cursing him to only ever be a poor student. However, considering that the 5 Elements sect members were all inexperienced and naive, Chen Mobai didn't bother with them and simply asked them to change the main body. May our sect endure forever. Upon hearing this, everyone felt that the sect leader loved the sect even more than himself, and Zhou Shenking and the others were deeply moved. In the heavenly river realm, there has never been such a selfless person. They felt incredibly lucky to have such a towering tree within Chen Mobai's 5 Elements sect, and that the next 2,000 years would be the most wonderful time of their lives. After several rounds of drinks, Peng Feng also brought out 2 new true spirit dishes. As expected, the 2 were not exaggerating. With the dragon blood and dragon scales neutralizing it, the earthy smell was indeed gone. Madam, please have a taste. After taking a bite, Chen Mobai presented the 2 dishes to King Nu, a scene that made everyone sigh at the deep affection between the sect leader and his wife. At this moment, King Nu's eyes were full of smiles as she recalled the happy times she spent eating fish with Chen Mobai in Dangxia City. The news spread quickly after the nascent soul ceremony that day. Soon, dozens of immortal cities under the 5 Elements sect's jurisdiction were plunged into an unprecedented frenzy. All the cultivators praised immortal Chen for his great achievements in the Great Tao, and said that the five elements holy sect truly lived up to its name. For the next month, the teleportation array in Baiyuan City began to light up with various lights continuously. Besides the fact that the divine transformation banquet was still being held, the news also spread to other territories of the eastern continent, including the eastern lands, the eastern peak, and even the Golden Crow immortal city of the eastern barbarians. The White Crow ancestor also sent his disciple Liu Nansheng to deliver a generous gift. It is a piece of the heartwood of the sun god tree, the most precious treasure of the sunbathing sea, and is already of half-sixth tier quality. Of all the guests, this gift was arguably the most precious. Chen Mobai was quite satisfied with this, because he could use this tree heart to refine the wick of the Daoshui 8 scenery lamp. With his weapon-refining skills, it wouldn't be a problem to refine a sixth-order wick. But once you've accepted the gift, it becomes difficult to take action. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai placed the gift aside. Seeing this, Liu Nansheng felt a pang of anxiety. According to the customs of the heavenly river realm, and the grudges between the five-element sect and the bathing sun sea, the first thing Chen Mobai should do after emerging from seclusion as a nascent soul cultivator is to travel thousands of miles to kill everyone in the bathing sun sea and settle the karmic debt. Fortunately, this immortal Chen is a person of high moral character. They were given the opportunity to apologize to Yu Rehai. After receiving the news, the White Crow ancestor immediately sent Liu Nansheng to deliver the most valuable gift. By the way, how is fellow Taoist Hangyun doing? Didn't he also obtain a true spirit pill for sainthood? He should be in seclusion to reach the nascent soul stage now, right? The sight of the sunlit sea reminded Chen Mobai of Hangyun, prompting him to ask curiously. He had kindly offered to resolve the feud between the two sides with the Golden Crow immortal city and the sun god tree, but Hangyun refused, a matter he had always kept in mind. Alas, to be honest, immortal venerable Chen, 2 years ago, ancestor Hangyun left Dongling immortal city and was ambushed by some mysterious cultivators on his way back to Hoyun Palace. His whereabouts are unknown, and he is probably in grave danger. Hearing Liu Nansheng's words, Chen Mobai couldn't help but be surprised. Although he didn't take Hangyun seriously, the latter was, after all, a nascent soul cultivator at the peak of his cultivation, and was protected by cultivators from the 5 lineages of the burning heaven. What force could do that? Chen Mobai quickly became suspicious of the two people. Star and Earth. They are highly suspicious. This left Chen Mobai somewhat disappointed, as he had been thinking of having Hangyun personally deliver the Golden Crow immortal city and the sun god tree after he reached the nascent soul stage. I never expected Hangyun to be so useless. Chapter 1092, 9 Heavens Demon Slayer Sects Congratulatory Gift. Chapter 1092, 9 Heavens Demon Slayer Sects Congratulatory Gift. Of the 3 border regions of the eastern continent, only the eastern barbarians remain unruly by the 5-element sect. The biggest obstacle among them is, of course, the Golden Crow immortal city. In addition, there is the territory of Kongseng Valley, but after the last battle between the righteous and the demonic, Kuzhu led his core disciples to escape and has not returned since. As an ally, and also to prevent it from being occupied by thieves, Chen Mobai asked the 5-element sect to take care of it for him. In other words, the only place not yet under the control of the 5-element sect is the bathing sun sea. After Chen Mobai transforms into a nascent soul cultivator, if he were willing to take action, he could easily kill the White Crow ancestor. The so-called 5th-order formation of the Golden Crow immortal city would be as fragile as a piece of paper in the face of someone with the heaven-reaching and earth-responding spirit realm. However, he has just mastered the great Tao of saintly virtue, and he certainly cannot do such a thing as bullying the weak. It would damage his moral character. Moreover, his lifelong good reputation cannot be ruined because of this. We need to get the sunbathing sea to hand over its immortal city and territory. Chen Mobai's mind raced, and he had already grasped the key point. The ambush and disappearance of fellow Taoist Hangyun is a great loss to the righteous path of the eastern continent. With a sigh, Chen Mobai reached out and took the half-sixth-tier tree heart in his hand, then continued. Not long ago, I joined forces with the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect to severely injure and repel two fifth-tier true spirits of the Xuanjiao royal court. Before the old dragon fled, he said he would lead millions of demons from the Xuanhai Sea ashore to avenge this. As the frontline defense of the righteous path of the eastern continent, I hope that you, the bathing sun sea, will do your duty diligently without the leadership of a figure like fellow Taoist Hangyun, and remember not to let the Golden Crow immortal city fall. Upon hearing this, Liu Nensheng's face turned slightly pale, and he almost lost his balance. During the last great war between the righteous and the demonic, even with the nascent soul cultivators of the Taixu Misty Palace in charge, the Golden Crow immortal city was still in turmoil and was almost submerged by the Xuanhai demon clan. On that occasion, it was clear that the Xuanjiao royal court was not serious. They were merely cooperating with the demonic path to see if they could take this opportunity to weaken the strength of the righteous path in the eastern continent. If Chen Mobai's words are true, then the sunlit sea will soon face an unprecedented calamity. They certainly can't hold out the sunbathing sea with their strength. As a nascent soul cultivator of the righteous path in our eastern continent, immortal venerable Chen will surely lend a hand, right? After thinking it through, Liu Nensheng asked a somewhat hesitant question. Of course, but my five-element sect has some territory in Dongyi that borders Xuanhai. I am too busy to be in two places at once, so I will definitely guard my own territory first. As the inheritance of the burning heaven holy land, Golden Crow Immortal City also has a fifth-order great formation. I believe you can defend it. After saying this, Chen Mobai put the jade-like tree heart, which was as hard as gold and stone, back into the box and gestured to Gu Yan beside him to put it away. Gu Yan had successfully formed her core not long ago. Considering that Chen Mobai was already a nascent soul ancestor, he couldn't do without someone by his side, so Qing Nu sent her back. Chen Mobai had no objection to this. After all, his disciples were now capable of handling things on their own, and each had their own important responsibilities. They did need someone to handle the other trivial matters, such as sending messages. Because of this incident, Gu Yan, who had just formed her core, became the envy of all cultivators in the five-element sect. They all wished they could take their place. Even for those at the nascent soul stage, this is the case. I will accept the gift. Please thank fellow Taoist Beiwu for me when you get back. However, public matters are public matters and private matters are private matters. If Golden Crow Immortal City falls, I, as a righteous cultivator at the nascent soul stage, will not show any mercy. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Liu Nensheng's face turned even more grim than if he were about to cry. But facing a nascent soul cultivator, he could only take these words back with him. Bathing in the sun at the sea. After listening to Liu Nensheng's words, the White Crow ancestor also sighed. At this moment, he deeply regretted why he had opposed the five-element sect in the first place. The incident stemmed from the death of his disciple, Zhu Yun. However, Ancestor Beiwu knew very well that the source was much earlier. When Ancestor Hunyuan died, his methods regarding the five-element sect were clearly not above board. Previously, relying on his status as a member of the five lineages of burning heaven, he did not feel any danger to his life, even as the five-element sect grew stronger. At worst, I can hide in the immortal city for the rest of my life. If all else fails, I can go to the eastern land. But after Chen Mobai demonstrated his nascent soul strength during the pioneering work, he began to worry. Now that this true nascent soul cultivator had arrived, Hangyun, the greatest reliance of the burning heaven five lineages, had disappeared. The White Crow ancestor knew that his life and death were no longer in his own hands. The White Crow ancestor knew very well that he was still alive, because Chen Mobai was a virtuous and noble person. The fact that the opponent was this kind of person made Beiwu ancestor both relieved and very puzzled. With such a personality, how come he didn't die young or get harmed by others? Master, this old ancestor Chen's meaning is very clear. Only after bathing Sun Sea becomes his territory will we receive his protection. Seeing the white crow ancestor pacing back and forth in the main hall, Liu Nensheng understood the meaning behind Chen Mobai's words. He was somewhat embarrassed, but also very expectant. As the biggest rival, Yu Rihai's research on the five-element sect can be described as thorough. Liu Nensheng knew that the five-element sect treated all forces that submitted equally. As long as they were not deeply sinful and unrepentant cultivators, they could enjoy the same treatment as the residents of the eastern wilderness after surrendering. With Liu Nensheng's wealth as a core formation cultivator, he could afford to buy a house outright in one of the immortal cities under the five-element sect's control. He would also enjoy the privileges of participating in a lottery to purchase various limited resources. He had his eye on several pills from Dengxia Pavilion for a long time. If he could acquire them, he estimated he would be able to break through his cultivation bottleneck. Therefore, Liu Nansheng was very much looking forward to Beiwu Leiazu surrendering the city. But he definitely couldn't say that. After all, the White Crow ancestor is not like immortal Venerable Chen. Although he is Chen's master, he is a real villain. The Golden Crow immortal city has stood here for 10,000 years. No matter how many storms and waves it has weathered, it has never fallen. Now that it has been passed down to me, it will still exist. It's not like Chen Gixian is the only nascent soul cultivator in the eastern continent. The White Crow ancestor stopped, his expression returning to calm, and said something that greatly disappointed Liu Nansheng. Yes, master. Just as he was about to take his leave, the White Crow ancestor called him back. Go to the eastern lands and inquire about the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect. See if what Chen Gixian said is true. I will contact my fellow disciples and see if we should go to the morality sect to pay our respects to true monarch Wuchen. According to Beiwu Leiazu's opinion, the Dayad sect is also highly suspected in Hongyun's disappearance. After all, if Hongyun dies and Wuchen Zhenjun keeps the cleansing pot, the five lineages of burning heaven will have no way and dare not ask for it back. However, precisely because of this, the Dayad sect must find a way to prove that it has nothing to do with this. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to gain some benefits. Thinking this way, the White Crow ancestor could no longer sit still. After Liu Nansheng left, he immediately contacted the other nascent soul cultivators of the five burning heaven veins. After all, the sun god tree in Golden Crow Immortal City, like the purifying world pot, is considered the public property of the five blazing heaven veins. Now that the wicked neighbor next door has taken a liking to this and wants to take it for himself, old ancestor Beiwu will definitely have to notify all the helpers he can get in advance. Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect. Yuan Zhen secretly flew out of the Tangshan refining tower and searched for something in the Tangshan Peak mountain range, which had been greatly changed. After a long while, she arrived at a valley covered by the edge of the Xuantian Dang Mo Formation. Even with the protection of the formation, the trees here were all crooked, and some of the tallest ones had even broken. Following the unseen connection in her mind, Yuan Zhen arrived in front of a broken giant tree. With a gentle wave of her hand, the giant tree flew up, revealing a communication talisman that had been pressed underneath. Upon seeing this, Yuan Zhen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She thought she was going to die, so she used this message talisman to send to Chen Mobai. However, she did not expect that the battle between the nascent soul cultivators above Tangshan Peak would cause all kinds of spiritual energy to be controlled and manipulated, resulting in an extremely violent situation. Not long after the talisman was sent out, the core runes were destroyed by the aftershocks and it fell down. Thank goodness I didn't send it. Yuan Zhen thankfully put away the message talisman, looked up at the sky, and recalled the glorious image of Chen Mobai appearing like a god not long ago, slaying the white bone Dharma King with a single sword, and repelling the Xuanjiao King's court with the three phoenix Dharma forms. If it weren't for him, she would have already turned to ashes because she couldn't withstand the power of the void refinement realm. Thinking back to how Chen Mobai had thoughtfully left behind a bottle of Three Lights divine water before he left, Yuan Zhen felt more and more that she would probably never be able to repay this kindness in her lifetime. Just then, a message talisman flew over and landed in front of Yuan Zhen. It belongs to Nai Yuanzhang. He summoned her to discuss important matters. Yuan Zhen immediately composed herself and headed towards the sect's main hall. Yuan Qing had already returned to the spirit void immortal realm. After all, every moment he spent in Yuan Zhen's body due to his void refining essence was a huge burden for her. However, before leaving, Yuan Qing gave several important instructions. The most important of these was, of course, the gift of gratitude to Chen Mobai. He had previously discerned that Chen Mobai's 1 Yuan Dao body technique was not yet fully perfected due to the lack of 9 heavens pure qi. Fortunately, the top floor of the Tangshan refining tower could draw upon the 7th-order immortal spiritual energy. This is the source of the pure energy of the heavens. It was because of these resources that Yuan Qing was able to become another ascended cultivator after the 1 Yuan true monarch. According to the rules, after Nai Yuanzhang reaches the nascent soul stage, he can use and refine these immortal spiritual energies, thus enabling him to improve his cultivation level in the shortest possible time. But now, according to Yuan Qing's wishes, these immortal spiritual energies will be given to Chen Mobai as a gift to help him achieve the perfection of his 1 Yuan Dao body. Nai Yuanzhang agreed with this. After all, if Chen Mobai hadn't intervened, he would have already died at the hands of the White Bone Dharma King. The current internal discussion within the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect is whether to allow Chen Mobai to directly enter the top level of the heavenly refining tower to refine the immortal spiritual energy, or to seal the immortal spiritual energy and send it to him. The former naturally shows more respect, but since it is a forbidden area, outsiders are not allowed to enter according to principle. Moreover, in that case, we should also inform the 9 Heavens demon-subduing ancestor. Yuan Qing didn't care about this. After all, with Chen Mobai's talent, he would ascend sooner or later. She thought it was possible to introduce him to the patriarch in advance. Before leaving, he specifically instructed Nai Yuanzhang and the others to treat this matter as a top priority. Besides the immortal energy, let's see what other suitable treasures are in the sect's treasury as a congratulatory gift for his transformation into a nascent soul cultivator. The main reason for summoning Yuan Zhen is to discuss this matter. Junior sister, please sit down. Seeing Yuan Zhen approach, Nai Yuanzhang, whose face was still slightly pale, smiled and pointed to a futon beside him. There were also many high-ranking nascent soul elders present, who all nodded and smiled at her. Although Yuan Qing did not take action, Yuan Zhen's willingness to sacrifice herself to save the sect still earned the respect of all the cultivators of the 9 Heavens demon suppression sect. Originally, many nascent soul elders felt that her talent was average and that she was able to become a holy maiden simply by relying on the Yuan family, and they even had some complaints. But now that they have learned the truth, they all feel ashamed. Becoming a saint was, in fact, a sacrifice. They misunderstood. Yuan Zhen nodded politely to the elders with a reserved expression, then sat down next to Yi Qing. This is the list of gifts we've discussed. Do you see if there's anything we need to add? Nai Yuanzhang handed a page of jade book to Yuan Zhen. He had taken a precious medicine from the 9 Heavens demon suppression sect, which could temporarily suppress his injuries. Once the aftermath was settled, he would retire and go into seclusion. After reaching the divine transformation stage, he no longer needed to remain in the position of sect leader. With Yi Qing as his outstanding junior brother, Nai Yuanzhang was very relieved. Now everything else is basically settled, except for Chen Mobai's thank you gift. Yuan Zhen quickly finished reading the jade book, which contained many precious medicinal herbs. If she remembered correctly, the 5 Elements Merchant Guild had been purchasing them from outsiders in the eastern land for a long time. Since the lowest grade was 4th, they had only managed to collect a handful of herbs over the years. Relying on the foundation and influence of the Holy Land, the 9 Heavens demon suppression sect has collected almost everything this time. But Yuan Zhen felt it wasn't enough. After all, the most precious items on this list are only some fifth-tier medicinal herbs, which are of little use to Chen Mobai, a nascent soul ancestor. I remember that in the sect's treasury, there is a piece of 6th grade 9 Heaven's Profound Thunder Gold. As the #1 weapon refiner in the Eastern continent, sect leader Chen should use this as the final congratulatory gift to show our sect's sincerity. After Yuan Zhen closed the jade book, she spoke her thoughts. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions immediately turned to surprise. That was left behind by the 3 generations of ascended ancestors. The Taste Sword was able to advance from the lower grade 6th rank to the middle grade only by refining the 9-flower immortal azure stone that was born with it. Isn't this incredibly sincere? Even for a great sect like the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect, a holy land with 10,000 years of history, 6th-order spiritual objects are few and far between, and the 9 Heavens Profound Thunder Gold is one of them. When the 3 generations of patriarchs were condensing their dharma forms during the 9 Heavens tribulation, 2 pieces of immortal gold fell from the upper realm and were intercepted and obtained by them. Among them, the 9-flower immortal azure stone, which was compatible with the attributes of the Taste Sword, was used by a nascent soul realm weapon refiner from the southern continent to enhance the sword. That weapon refiner also achieved the 6th rank through this. The remaining piece of 9 Heavens Profound Thunder Gold, if its properties hadn't been incompatible with their sect's cultivation techniques, would probably have been used up just like the 9 Hua Immortal Green Stone. Over time, this item has become one of the symbols of the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect's treasure trove. Many nascent soul elders would be reluctant to give it away like this. After all, as long as the Tower of Heavenly Refining and the 9 Heavens demon-slaying ancestor of the upper realm are present, the 7th-order immortal spiritual energy can be accumulated thread by thread. There's only one piece of this 9 Heavens Profound Thunder Gold. Once it's given away, it's gone. Ancestor, what do you think? One of the nascent soul elders looked at Nai Yuanzhang and asked for his opinion. After this ordeal, Yuan Zhen's status in the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect was completely different, second only to Nai Yuanzhang and Yi Qing, the next sect leader. If anyone wanted to oppose her, only they could speak up. But Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen grew up together, and Yi Qing is also a close friend of Chen Mobai. Her silence now is obviously an admission of guilt. Now we just have to wait for Nai Yuanzhang, the nascent soul ancestor, to make a decision. Add it. In response, Nai Yuanzhang only uttered these 2 words. As a nascent soul cultivator, he knew Chen Mobai's strength better than anyone else. To have such terrifying achievements at the very beginning of the nascent soul stage, one must at least reach the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage in the future, or even ascend to immortality. In addition, the favor he owed to the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect was too great. If giving away this 6th grade 9 Heavens Profound Thunder Gold could repay it, Nai Yuanzhang even felt it was worth it. This way, future disciples won't have to submit to the 5 Elements sect because of this connection. After Nai Yuanzhang nodded, the matter could no longer be changed. Regarding the immortal spiritual energy, I would like to trouble you, junior brother, to inquire with fellow Taoist Chen when you deliver the congratulatory gift, and see if he would be willing to come to our sect's Tangshan refining tower to refine it. After Nai Yuanzhang finished handling this last and most important matter, he took out a pitch-black jade seal in front of all the nascent soul elders present and handed it to Yi Qing. From now on, the sect is in your hands, junior brother. Yi Qing stood up solemnly, walked up to Nai Yuanzhang and took the black jade seal with both hands. After receiving the seal, he became the leader of the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect. Originally, according to the standards of a holy land, a grand ceremony should have been held to announce this matter to all forces in the Eastern continent. However, given the current situation of the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect, it is not suitable to hold a grand celebration. Therefore, everything was kept simple. After the succession of the sect leader, The sect only sent a notice to holy sites of the same level and the forces in the eastern land that were subordinate to them. Upon assuming the position of sect leader, Yi Qing's first task was to prepare the congratulatory gifts listed in the Jade Scroll and head to the eastern wilderness. Yuan Zhen also really wanted to go, but she needed to take advantage of this rare opportunity to improve her own strength. When Yuan Qing arrived, in order to unleash her full power, she forcibly raised her Dao body to the 5th level. Now, with her departure, this level is slowly declining. Therefore, Yuan Zhen has been cultivating at the top level of the Tower of Heavenly Refining Dao these days. Strive to retain the present memory and make a deep impression, thereby consolidating the 5th-order body tempering realm, and at the same time refining the 9 heavens Dao fruit to a deeper level. She understood perfectly that this was a rare opportunity in the 10,000-year history of the 9 heavens demon suppression sect. She was the first person who did not make a move after the ancestral master of the upper realm descended. If one could use this to attain godhood, one's lifespan would be 2,000 years, perhaps enough to outlive Qingnu. With a forward-looking perspective, Yuan Zhen gritted her teeth and worked the hardest she had ever been since birth. Eastern Wilderness. The already crowded city of Baiyuan has become even more packed with people recently. After Chen Mobai transformed into a god, the property prices in this immortal city soared several times over again. The cultivators who owned houses in Baiyuan City never expected that there was such a method that could increase their wealth several times over. Shen Shanking, who had already made real estate his main business, even persuaded the 2 patriarchs, Paolong and Peng Feng, to let Tianqinlu enter the real estate industry in addition to catering. He patted his chest and said that the housing prices in Baiyuan City would definitely skyrocket within the next 100 years. This is the foundational immortal city of the 5 Elements sect, and given Chen Mobai's mastery of formations, it might even be upgraded to a 6th-order spiritual vein in the future. After conducting market research and witnessing firsthand how housing prices in Baiyuan City skyrocketed in just 1 month, exceeding the total value of hundreds of Tianqinlu restaurants, Paolong and Peng Feng regretted not buying more properties. As Chen Mobai transformed into a nascent soul cultivator, almost all the nascent soul forces in the eastern lands sent their disciples to deliver gifts and also purchased real estate. After all, if another war between good and evil breaks out in the east, they can hide here. In that case, even the moral sect and the 9 heavens demon-slaying sect wouldn't be able to say anything. After all, this is immortal Chen's territory. The entry of hundreds of nascent soul cultivators from the eastern lands is also one of the reasons for the surge in housing prices in Baiyuan City. It's not just Baiyuan City. In any immortal city under the 5 Elements sect, even the most remote Dongwu, housing prices are rising every day. Yun was the happiest, as the 5 Elements sect's account saw an increase of several billion spirit stones within a month due to real estate transactions. Not to mention the cultivators of the 5 Elements sect. No one in the entire eastern continent has ever encountered such a situation. Sect leader, even if we were to seize a large spirit stone mine for mining, the spirit stones wouldn't come in this fast. Yun immediately reported this good news to Chen Mobai, using a very vivid analogy. Wealth can be a powerful motivator. Have you lions strengthen the defenses of the major immortal cities to prevent any raids on cultivators? Chen Mobai remained calm about this. After all, the immortal sects had already experienced this era long ago, and now it was already a real estate bubble. Moreover, spirit stones are no longer of much use to him. Only top-grade spirit stones are worthy of being put into his storage bag. However, for other cultivators, this is a huge fortune that can provide them with a worry-free life. There's no need to worry about the fact that Baiyuan City has the most high-level cultivators from the 5 Elements sect. However, in other remote immortal cities, especially in Dongwu, Dongyi, and even the desolate ruins, there is a possibility that some reckless cultivators might try to take the risk. After all, according to Chen Mobai's new policy, Most of the spirit stones obtained from selling houses in the major immortal cities will remain in the local area to develop the local economy. Yes, sect leader. This is a good opportunity to send all the core formation cultivators in the sect out to guard the area, so they won't stay in Baiyuan City every day and refuse to leave. Yun nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. As the core of the eastern wilderness, Baiyuan City boasts unparalleled resources. Furthermore, being a fifth-order spiritual vein, it is where most of the core formation cultivators of the five-element sect reside when they have no urgent matters to attend to. After Yun left, Yin Qingmei also returned from Dongling Immortal City. The area is still being developed, but upon hearing the news of Chen Mobai's successful transformation into a nascent soul cultivator, all the members of the five-element sect were extremely excited. However, because there was no teleportation array to reach the area directly, Yin Qingmei, as their representative, has only just arrived. Congratulations, sect leader, on reaching the divine transformation stage. May you live for 2,000 years. Because Gu Yan was present, Yin Qingmei called out her title when she offered her congratulations. Chen Mobai also smiled and asked her to stand up, inquiring about the situation in the Eastern Mausoleum region. He reached the nascent soul stage too quickly. The time for exchanging the last half of the Tong Sheng True Spirit pill set by the former true monarch Wu Chen had not yet arrived. Therefore, Xing Jai and Tu De were still leading their disciples to hunt down the monsters in the desolate ruins. Among them, Tu De was very lucky. He encountered a golden-backed ape in the middle stage of the fourth rank deep in the desolate ruins. He used the primordial Dao fruit to unleash the 1 yuan Dao body and killed it, thus surpassing Xing Jai. However, Xingji also proceeded steadily, hunting various third-tier demonic beasts while leading the nascent soul cultivators of Xingshan Dao sect deep into the desolate ruins, also preparing to hunt fourth-tier demonic beasts. This struggle is estimated to last until the very end. Are they still arguing? Chen Mobai was slightly taken aback after hearing this. Does this mean that Hongyun was ambushed, and it wasn't them who did it? If it were them, they would each receive 1 Tong Sheng True Spirit pill, and if it were agreed upon beforehand, the competition wouldn't be as fierce as it is now. So who is it? Hongyun's cultivation was not weak. Could it be that someone wanted to make him disappear without a trace? A nascent soul cultivator. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai also thought of true monarch Wu Chen. After all, according to the local customs, this person is the most suspicious. However, through his brief exchanges with Wu Chen Zhenjun, Chen Mobai learned that although this senior was not as virtuous as him, he was still a true righteous cultivator and should not have done such a thing. At that moment, Chen Mobai's mind stirred slightly. He sensed Yi Qing's aura. Go and invite Brother Yi over here. Chen Mobai gave an order to Gu Yan. Yi Qing had come via a large teleportation array, and besides him, there were 2 other nascent soul stage cultivators. These should be the 3 highest-ranking members of the 9 Heavens Demon Slayer sect, aside from those at the nascent soul stage. Brother Chen. After Yi Qing followed Gu Yan into the main hall, he greeted her with a smile. Please sit. May I ask how these 2 fellow Taoists are addressed? Chen Mobai responded with a smile, then looked at the middle-aged man in a magnificent robe who had followed Yi Qing in, and the elderly man with white hair. Wu Tiancha Yuan Huang greets Elder Chen. Without Yi Qing needing to speak, the 2 immediately introduced themselves and bowed deeply to Chen Mobai. I have heard of your esteemed names. Please have a seat. Chen Mobai knew about the top nascent soul cultivators of the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect, especially Yuan Huang, who was the head of the Yuan family and Yuan Kink's grandnephew. Thank you, Elder Chen. This is a gift from our sect. Please accept it. Yuan Huang took out a storage bag and respectfully handed it over with both hands. Oh no, that's too kind of you. Just come, that's fine. Chen Mobai initially declined. Chapter 1093, White Dragon Essence Blood. Chapter 1093, White Dragon Essence Blood. Seeing Chen Mobai decline, Yuan Huang immediately said, Ancestor Chen has transcended the mortal world and does not care about these worldly things, but this is the sincere intention of our sect, and we hope you will accept it." Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's words of refusal stopped. He probed with his divine sense, and even with his level of cultivation, he couldn't help but be shocked. The storage bag contained at least 4th-grade medicinal herbs, and quite a few 5th-grade ancient spiritual herbs. Even in the Holy Land, this would be considered a fortune. After all, in such a dangerous place as the Heavenly River Realm, only ancient holy lands like the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect can preserve so many ancient spiritual herbs. What moved Chen Mobai the most was that these medicinal herbs were all purchased by the Five-Element sect from the Eastern lands. They were the 3 spiritual herbs for nascent soul formation, as well as some of the ingredients needed for the Water Mother Palace elixir formula that Qing Nu could use. The sincerity of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect is a bit too much. After Chen Mobai finished reading it with his divine sense, he completely forgot about his original intention of refusing and declining it 3 times, and simply accepted it without thinking. "Then I shall accept it without hesitation." After accepting the gift and expressing his gratitude, Chen Mobai felt a slight sense of regret. He had originally thought that he might take this opportunity to ask the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect for the formula for the Great Tao Pill. However, if he had to choose between the two, he would definitely give up the formula and take the medicinal herbs instead. After all, the Five-Element sect doesn't even have a single person at the mid-nascent soul stage yet. Even Qing Nu, who cultivates the Black Emperor Abyss scripture with the aid of pills, would still need at least 100 or 200 years to have any hope of reaching the nascent soul stage. Even if a nascent soul transformation pill were successfully refined, it would just sit there unused. On the contrary, the medicinal herbs in this storage bag, along with the sun's sacred fruit that Hangyun had given her before, were enough for King Nu to refine several batches of nascent soul 3-spirit medicines. Chen Mobai's only worry now is that the foundation of core formation cultivators in the sect is still a bit weak. Among the next generation, the closest to nascent soul are Zhu Ming, Zhou Wangshan, and Yi Yun. Even if we include Jiang Xingheng and Luo Yixuan, their 2 disciples, there are only 5 of them, which is far from enough to consume all of these resources. However, Chen Mobai immediately thought that if they couldn't use it all here, they could take it to the immortal sect. Putting everything else aside, given Meng Huanger's aptitude, even if she took a whole set of the 3 spirit medicines for nascent soul formation, her chances of success would be slim. Chen Mobai pre-ordered 2 sets for her. "My daughter, Chen Ziohe, is exceptionally intelligent and possesses a pure yin constitution. She inherited the perfect genes of both him and Bai Guang, so even 1 pill would likely be enough. But just to be on the safe side, I'll prepare a whole set for her as well." There's also Yan Bingxuan. Although she's considered a top-tier talent in the immortal sect, she can't compare to her great aunt Yan Qiangji. She should also have a set of skills. Furthermore, to prevent unforeseen circumstances, it's always good to have a few sets on hand as a backup. That should be about right. Just as he was thinking about how to distribute the 3 spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation, Yuan Huang spoke up again. "Ancestor Chen, what was just a congratulatory gift for your nascent soul transformation was a thank-you gift for saving our sect." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out a palm-sized, square stone box from his sleeve, with a yellow talisman with black characters pasted on the opening. Besides, Chen Mobai felt somewhat unworthy of such an honor. He felt that the bag of precious medicinal herbs he had just received was already a sufficient expression of sincerity. "Brother Chen, our sect has prepared 3 great gifts this time, and this is the second one." Yi Qing spoke at this moment, which greatly shocked Chen Mobai. "There are 3 items. According to local custom, the first gift is always the least valuable, and the gifts become more and more expensive as time goes on. In other words, this unassuming stone box is more valuable than the storage bag of medicinal herbs from before." "What exactly is it?" Although he was very much looking forward to it, Chen Mobai restrained himself and politely declined, saying, Your clan is being far too generous. I think the first gift would have been enough." Halfway through his sentence, Yi Qing had already taken out the jade seal of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect leader and pressed it onto the sealing talisman on the stone box. In an instant, a stream of light appeared on the black characters on the talisman, and then Wu Tianchai reached out and peeled it off. Yuan Huang immediately opened the stone box, revealing a dark purple, irregularly shaped mineral. It looked unremarkable on the surface, but Chen Mobai heard a violent power that even he found terrifying through the sound of the empty valley. Sizzle! Just then, wisps of purple-blue electric arcs flickered on the mineral. Without the talisman seal, these arcs emanated a terrifying power from the stone box, a power that even Yuan Huang found awe-inspiring. His hand trembled, and he almost dropped the stone box. Chen Mobai immediately teleported in front of Yuan Huang and forcibly closed the seal with his nascent soul power. Wu Tianchai immediately reattached the talisman, sealing away all the power of this sixth-tier heavenly material. "Brother Chen, this is a piece of Nine Heavens profound thunder gold treasured in our sect's treasury." Yi Qing began to introduce it again, also offering his blessings. "I happen to remember that the flying sword you use is also of the thunder attribute. With your weapon refining skills, you might be able to refine it and become another 6th-level weapon refiner in the Eastern continent, after the one Yuan True Monarch." After hearing this, Chen Mobai had only one thought. With the purple lightning sword by his side, his luck was simply too good. In just over 100 years, it was able to leap from the 4th grade upper level to the 6th level. You must know that the Yuan Yang sword was accumulated over thousands of years, plus the refinement of 2 generations of nascent soul masters and the holy virtue Tao, to have such an opportunity. Chen Mobai is now extremely confident in his weapon refining skills. As long as he has this piece of Nine Heavens profound thunder gold and further enhances the Daoshuai fire, the purple lightning sword will definitely be upgraded to the 6th rank. He was even a little jealous. It feels like the purple lightning sword is easier and faster to upgrade than him. However, Chen Mobai quickly came to terms with it. If the purple lightning was upgraded, it would also be an epic enhancement to his myriad swords Dharma body. When he encountered those top nascent soul cultivators in the heavenly river realm, it would be a trump card. After all, the nascent soul cultivators in the Eastern continent usually have 6th-tier magic weapons as their trump cards, and they may even have more than one. Besides the Yuanyang sword, we also need to find a way to obtain the Hunyuan bell from Wudi Mountain. This item is no less valuable to me than a treasure for achieving enlightenment, so I won't stand on ceremony. Chen Mobai solemnly returned the greeting to the 3 members of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect, and then took the stone box from Yuan Huang's hand. The sealing talisman on the box is a secret of our sect. Originally, it required the sect leader's jade seal to open, but since you have mastered the Chaos Pearl, you can easily dispel it with it. Yi Qing pointed to the yellow background and black characters that had been reattached to the stone box and said, "I didn't expect my friend to be so thoughtful." "Thank you." Faced with Chen Mobai's thanks, Yi Qing and the other 2 dared not accept them. After placing the stone box into his storage bag, Chen Mobai began to look forward to it even more. What exactly is the 3rd gift that the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect is going to present? Could it be even more precious than this 6th-grade heavenly material, the Nine Heavens profound thunder gold? In any case, given Chen Mobai's knowledge, he couldn't possibly guess it. After all, the most precious thing he had ever come into contact with in both the Immortal Gate and the Heavenly River realm was only at the 6th rank. "Brother Chen, there is a final 3rd gift. This was specially instructed by Master before he returned to the upper realm." Amid Chen Mobai's strong anticipation, Yi Qing mentioned Yuan Kink's arrangements. The immortal spiritual energy is stored at the top of the Tangshan Refining Tower, a forbidden area in our sect. If Brother Chen is willing, Master will ask the ancestor to issue a decree to make an exception for you. Hearing this, Chen Mobai was both surprised and delighted. Even if he had reached the nascent soul stage and could freely collect the pure energy of the Nine Heavens, it would still take him at least 100 years of hard work to perfect his myriad swords Dharma body to the 5th level. The 9 heavens pure chi is the dissipation of the celestial spiritual energy from the upper realm. By directly absorbing and refining this celestial spiritual energy, his speed will definitely be greatly increased. As for the specific efficiency, since he had never witnessed the immortal energy, it was hard to say, but increasing the efficiency by 3 or 4 times should not be a problem. As for Yi Qing's suggestion to go to the Tower of Heavenly Refining Tao, or even to meet the 9 heavens demon-slaying ancestor, Chen Mobai would definitely shake his head and refuse. Although it is now certain that the turtle treasure is an 8th order innate treasure, Chen Mobai cannot guarantee that he will not give himself away when facing a renowned powerhouse from the upper realm. If the 9 heavens demon-subduing ancestor discovers that I am not a native of the heavenly river realm, who knows what ruthless measures might be waiting for me? Moreover, he knew that the true king of Taixu in the Linkang immortal realm was currently searching for the gate of Taixu. Under these circumstances, it would be best for him to avoid contact with powerful beings from the upper realms. Of course, the reason can't be said like that. Since it is your sect's forbidden area, I will not go. Please thank true monarch Chuanshan for his kindness. Chen Mobai expressed his deep respect for the customs and principles of all sects, and politely declined to go to the Tower of Refining the Tao. In that case, we won't force you, Brother Chen. Later, our sect will use a secret magical artifact to seal and send over the immortal spiritual energy. However, this may cause some of it to dissipate and degenerate into the pure energy of the 9 heavens. But for your cultivation of the 1 Yuan Dao body, Brother Chen, it may be a good thing. Yi Qing knew that Chen Mobai had the same personality as her, so since he said he wouldn't go, she didn't try to persuade him any further. Yuan Huang and Wu Tianchai, however, believed that Chen Mobai was showing respect to the 9 heavens demon suppression sect, and they held this old ancestor Chen in high esteem. He truly is a virtuous person. For the 3rd gift, Chen Mobai didn't even bother with his usual refusal, fearing that if he were too polite, the 9 heavens demon suppression sect would really not send it. Please have a seat, gentlemen. I'll brew you a pot of fine tea. Having received such wonderful 3 gifts, Chen Mobai felt that the 4th grade purple cloud spirit tea he was drinking was somewhat unworthy of these distinguished guests. As he spoke, he took out the enlightenment tea from his storage bag, a tea he had never served to cultivators from the heavenly river realm before. This is the one from Zion Ancient. Over the years, thanks to Zhuo Ming's care and the constant nourishment of the myriad transformations thunder water, it has been upgraded to the peak of the middle grade of the 4th rank. With some more tea trees of the same rank to feed it, it will probably be able to be upgraded to the superior grade. After Chen Mobai transformed into a deity, he was already capable of handling such spiritual objects, and he also planned to promote them as high-end products of the 5 Elements Merchant Guild in the future. Therefore, he took this opportunity to let the 3 people from the 9 heavens demon suppression sect have a taste of them first. At first, Yi Qing and the other 2 were quite indifferent to the enlightenment tea. After all, given their status, they had drunk quite a bit of even 5th-tier Shumei tea. Their usual tea is at least a 4th grade superior quality. However, considering the barrenness of the eastern wilderness, this 4th grade mid-level enlightenment tea was probably the best spiritual tea that Ancestor Chen could offer, so they silently accepted it with both hands and even mentally prepared some words of praise. As the 3 members of the 9 heavens demon-slaying sect sipped their tea, they were still thinking to themselves that it was truly incredible that Ancestor Chen was able to advance to the nascent soul stage in a place like the eastern wilderness, where even 6th-order spiritual veins didn't exist. This tea of mine is called enlightenment. It was planted by the celestial venerable of the longevity sect in the past, and it is said to have originally been a 6th grade immortal tea. However, this plant is merely a branch, which was discovered and transplanted from the sect's forbidden secret realm in the past. Chen Mobai began to package the enlightenment tea with a story, learning from the successful experience of the immortal sect, and trying to associate it with historical figures as much as possible. since both the longevity cult and the celestial venerable were no longer around, and he was also a legitimate holy son of the longevity cult. No one would doubt his story. Oh, this tea has such a history. I wonder what its effects are. Hearing what Chen Mobai said, Yi Qing and the other two were also greatly surprised. After all, even the Nine Heavens demon slayer ancestor had to address the heavenly venerable as a senior. Even the branches of the immortal tea planted by the celestial venerable aroused their curiosity. The efficacy of this tea lies in its name, enlightenment. Chen Mobai said with a smile, and then he saw Yi Qing and the other two, who had looked puzzled, suddenly change their expressions. Ignoring that they were in the main hall of Baiyuan City, they closed their eyes and began to meditate, entering a state of enlightenment. Seeing this, Chen Mobai waved to Gu Yan, who was somewhat surprised, and then handed her the first storage bag given to him by the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. Take this to Madam. Qingnu is currently still in Baiyuan City, sorting out the accounts of Danxia Pavilion over the years, and preparing to open branches in other parts of the eastern continent. After Chen Mobai's transformation into a deity, the Five Elements sect has become the undisputed holy land of the eastern continent, and no longer needs to be afraid of anything. The three border regions of the eastern continent are still somewhat impoverished. Now is the time for Danxia Pavilion to start earning the spirit stones accumulated by the major powers in the eastern lands. There are hundreds of nascent soul forces in the eastern lands, many of which have thousands of years of history, and some even have a 10,000-year-old heritage. They must have many hidden treasures. For example, the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect can easily produce so many 4th and 5th-tier spiritual herbs. You should know that the Five Elements Merchant Guild had been advertising in the eastern land for decades, but it only managed to acquire a few 4th-tier spiritual herbs. Most of the herbs that the other side was willing to sell to them were 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs below the 4th tier. Chen Mobai believed that if Danxia Pavilion offered spiritual herbs for core formation and nascent soul formation, requiring 4th or 5th-tier herbs for exchange, these forces would definitely be willing to participate. Incidentally, he also thought he could try his hand at the real estate industry in the East. One incense stick later, after Gu Yan left, Yi Qing and the other two opened their eyes. Their eyes were bright and clear, and they felt an unprecedented clarity and tranquility in their minds. After drinking that cup of enlightenment tea, they had figured out some of the long-standing confusion in their hearts. It should be noted that they are all cultivators at the nascent soul stage, and the problems that could trouble them are at least related to the 5th rank. However, this is mainly because it was their first time drinking it, so they were able to get the best results. This tea truly lives up to its name of enlightenment. The first thing Wu Tianchai did upon opening his eyes was to praise Chen Mobai, and then he looked expectantly at the pot beside Chen Mobai. It's a pity that my tea is only a branch, and its grade is not high. Moreover, the three of you are at the top level below the nascent soul stage, so the enlightenment effect will not last long. Chen Mobai said with some regret, but also generously picked up the teapot and refilled the tea for the three of them again. May I ask, Elder Chen, how much of this enlightenment immortal tea is produced? Even the usually composed Yuan Huang couldn't help but ask at this moment. He had actually seen a path to elevate his sword intent to the 5th level through the enlightenment tea he had just drunk. If his sword intent can break through, then he might even have the possibility of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. I originally thought I was just here to deliver a gift and make friends with this old ancestor Chen from the eastern wilderness, but I never expected to have such an opportunity. Even Yi Qing found it unforgettable. Under the influence of the enlightenment tea, he deduced half of his swordsmanship transformation process and discovered several oversights that he had not noticed before. If he had discovered this when he was formally transforming into a nascent soul cultivator, he would have had no choice but to grit his teeth and get through it. Even if he had succeeded in breaking through, he would have needed to spend even more time to fix the flaws in the future. So when Yuan Huang asked, Yi Qing looked over with anticipation. Alas, I searched the entire forbidden area of the sect for this immortal tea, and only found one plant, which yields about 1 pound each year. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's answer, Yi Qing and the others' eyes lit up. They are all nascent soul cultivators. Even the oldest, Wu Tianchai, still has over 100 years of lifespan left, and if he produces 1 pound of it a year. May I ask, Elder Chen, is this celestial tea for sale? Yuan Huang, shameless as ever, asked directly. You are all my guests. Since you have taken a liking to this enlightenment tea, how could I let you buy it? I still have some stock left over the years. When you three leave, I will pack 2 ounces for you to take with you. Drink this enlightenment tea sparingly, brew it several times, and 2 ounces can last quite a while. Chen Mobai pretended to be very generous, but he didn't forget to remind them that the more they drank the enlightenment tea, the weaker its effects became. If they drank it continuously for half a year, it would basically only have the effect of keeping their eyes open and closed. Yi Qing and the other 2 understood this. They were able to cultivate to such a level by consuming many pills, but even the best pills produced by the moral sect can lead to drug resistance. If this enlightenment tea can produce the same effect every time as the first cup, then it can definitely be called the #1 spiritual plant in the Eastern continent, and it is estimated that there will be a surge of nascent soul cultivators because of it. Now that they know this, they are actually relieved. Even the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect felt that the effects of this enlightenment tea were too miraculous. If there were no restrictions, not only the Eastern continent, but the entire heavenly river realm would probably be under the control of the 5 Elements sect in the future. Thank you very much, Elder Chen. After receiving 2 ounces of enlightenment tea, the 3 members of the 9 Heavens demon suppression sect felt that their trip had been worthwhile. In the evening, Chen Mobai specially set up a table in a private room on the top floor of Tianqinlu and served them 5th-level raccoon meat. After serving the dishes, Paolong Pengfeng also came up to keep them company. Everyone toasted and drank. After presenting the gifts, Yi Qing and the other 2 hurriedly took their leave. After all, the 9 Heavens demon suppression sect has just changed its leader, and there are many things that Yi Qing needs to return to handle and move forward. Chen Mobai was naturally reluctant to part with them, and personally escorted Yi Qing and the other 2 to the large teleportation array. Brother Yi, please come visit me anytime you have time. Yi Qing nodded repeatedly at Chen Mobai's words. At this moment, Yuan Huang and Wu Tianchai had already bid farewell and stepped into the teleportation array to leave. Yi Qing was the last one. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Mobai took out half a pound of packaged enlightenment tea from his sleeve and stuffed it into Yi Qing's hand. Among all the cultivators in the Eastern continent, only Brother Yi has caught my eye. Now that I have taken the first step to reach the nascent soul stage, I hope that the next one to step into this realm will be Brother Yi. Upon hearing these words, even Yi Qing, with his Tao heart, couldn't help but feel a violent fluctuation, experiencing an unprecedented sense of emotion. Brother Chen. Yi Qing didn't say much, because he himself also very much wanted to reach the nascent soul stage and restore the prestige of the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect as the leader of the righteous path in the Eastern continent. Therefore, he couldn't refuse the enlightenment tea. Seeing that Yi Qing accepted the gifts, Chen Mobai was relieved. The 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect has given such a generous gift that it has exceeded his gratitude, so he hopes to help Yi Qing reach the nascent soul stage to repay the favor. As one progresses through cultivation, although one can use the method of inheritance to transfer the threads within oneself to a disciple, Chen Mobai still prefers to sever them himself if he can resolve the issue. After all, if even he couldn't solve the problem, it would probably be even more difficult for the disciples. Brother Yi, as you should know, I possess a 5th-tier essence blood of a fox spirit. If you are preparing to reach the nascent soul stage, I can have my wife attempt to refine pills to aid in this process. Chen Mobai also subtly foreshadowed the future by revealing to Yi Qing that among the longevity sect's inheritance he obtained, there were pill formulas for achieving the nascent soul stage. However, because many of the ingredients were ancient medicinal herbs, the refining process would be quite complicated. But Brother Yi, rest assured, my wife's alchemy skills are second only to true monarch Wuchen in the eastern continent. She has basically improved that pill formula, and we are just waiting to try it. Chen Mobai wasn't exaggerating. Over the years, Qing Nu had improved most of the pill formulas from the immortal sect and combined them with the local alchemy knowledge of the eastern wilderness to create a complete encyclopedia of alchemy that was unique to the Five Elements sect. This complete guide to alchemy contains formulas for various stages of cultivation, from the first to the fourth level. But there is one last volume that has not been completed, which contains all the fifth-order pill formulas. Of all the things that Qing Nu devoted the most effort to, it was naturally the Taiyi 3 elixirs of the Water Mother Palace. If one can master this set of pills and combine it with the essence of fetal transformation, then the transformation of Qing Nu into a deity is practically guaranteed. However, many of the medicinal herbs on it are only found in the 4 seas, and they are also afraid that if they were to acquire them openly, it might attract the attention of the Jellyfish Palace, so they have been in the theoretical deduction stage. After Qing Nu heard the Tao at the immortal water spiritual root and obtained the divine power of the myriad transformations and the dark union, she was already considering changing some of the marine spiritual herbs in the pill formula that were not available in the eastern continent. In this way, she could obtain a nascent soul pill formula that had been passed down through generations in the Five Elements sect, similar to the Tongxing, Zhenling Dan of the Tao De sect. However, in the Tian realm, the most mature pills used by the major holy lands to assist in the nascent soul stage are mostly derived from the great Tao pill, with true spirit essence blood as the main ingredient. Therefore, if the great Tao elixir formula could be used as a reference, it could help Qing Nu shorten the time considerably. Brother Chen, this is a portion of white dragon essence blood that Master left me before he left. If Venerable Danxia wants to try it, you can use this first. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing took out a jade bottle without hesitation and handed it to Chen Mobai. Although Chen Mobai knew that the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect was an ancient holy land with profound foundations, he was still shocked that Yi Qing could so easily take out a bottle of white dragon essence blood. You must know that essence blood is different from ordinary blood. His second primordial spirit almost destroyed the little dragon, but it didn't let it bleed out a single drop of essence blood. Only by completely subduing the true spirit, or even killing it, can these precious essences be extracted from its heart. This means that the Nine Heavens Demon Slayer sect has the foundation of the white dragon, or that it once killed a white dragon. This is the essence blood of the demon lord. When my master ascended to immortality, in order to avoid leaving it behind and causing turmoil in the sect, he took it with him and left this to me before he left. Yi Qing considered Chen Mobai a sworn brother, so she did not hide this information from him. After hearing this, Chen Mobai's expression suddenly became clear. After all, he already knew about the demon lord's suppression in the Tower of Heavenly Refining during the last war between the righteous and the demonic. I wonder if I'll ever be able to ride a dragon and ascend to heaven one day. Chen Mobai said with some emotion. I thought Yuan Kink riding a white dragon and Yi Yuan Zhenjun riding a yellow dragon were just for show. Yi Qing's expression was slightly strange, but he didn't say anything more. Brother Chen, I'll take my leave now. I'll have my junior sister deliver the remaining immortal energy. After all, I'm practically the sect leader now, and I have a lot on my plate. After Yi Qing finished speaking, Chen Mobai did not try to stop her. Oh right, I remember that the sect seems to have the formula for the great Tao pill. When my junior sister comes, I will ask her to bring it with her and see if it can help Master Danxia comprehend the formula for the divine transformation pill. Just as they were about to disappear into the large teleportation array, Yi Qing suddenly remembered this matter and sent a telepathic message to Chen Mobai. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After he had been hinting for so long, Yi Qing finally understood. Chen Mobai is somewhat worried that the current leader of the Nine Heavens Demon Slayer sect is such a straightforward person. However, having obtained the formula for the Great Tao pill, Chen Mobai decided that if he ever succeeded in refining the nascent soul pill, he would definitely give Yi Qing one. After seeing the three off, Chen Mobai immediately returned to Baiyuan City. King Nu happened to be there as well. He handed over the white dragon essence blood to her and also mentioned the Great Tao pill recipe, as expected of the sacred land of the eastern continent. Upon hearing about the 3 gifts from the 9 heavens demon-slaying sect, as well as the white dragon essence blood in her hand, Qing Nu was also impressed by the wealth of the Holy Land. Chapter 1094 The Will of the People. Chapter 1094 The Will of the People. The Dayad School. The nascent soul cultivators of the 5 blazing heaven veins, including the white crow ancestor, gathered together, waiting with restrained expressions. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards the back mountain of the moral sect like a tide. With their cultivation level, they naturally sensed that this was a level far beyond what a nascent soul cultivator could refine. Considering all this, everyone knew that this was Shanxi, the leader of the moral sect, transforming into a deity. Sensing the vast 6th-order spiritual energy within the mountain range, orderly and clearly structured like countless rivers flowing into the sea, one knew that success was practically guaranteed. It truly lives up to its reputation as an ancient sacred land of the eastern continent. Old Ancestor Beiwu and the others exchanged glances, all sighing inwardly. But in their eyes, there was a trace of worry that they couldn't hide. After Hangyun obtained the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan, the joint task of the 5 lineages of burning heaven to explore the wilderness was completed. So, apart from some disciples who were still in the eastern mausoleum domain, these nascent soul ancestors had long since returned to their respective territories. A few days ago, news came that the leader of the 5-element sect in the eastern wilderness had achieved the nascent soul stage, causing everyone to feel uneasy. After all, because of the white crow ancestor, Hangyun had once gathered the 5 lineages and planned to take action against the 5-element sect. But it was only because Yi Qing came to their door with the Tai sword to intimidate them that the matter was dropped. According to local custom, having murderous intent is considered a mortal feud. Their greatest hope was that Hangyun would mysteriously disappear after obtaining the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan, so they were very worried that Chen Gixian would bully the weak. Although the 5-element sect master is a virtuous person known throughout the eastern continent, entrusting one's own survival to the good intentions of others can cause problems with a cultivator's Tao heart, or even lead to a demonic possession. Therefore, when the white crow ancestor contacted everyone, wanting to use the purifying world pot as a price to completely submit to the moral sect, everyone only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. However, knowing that the moral sect is currently mainly supporting Shanxi Huishan, they planned to visit later to pledge allegiance to true Lord Wuchen. But before they could even begin to work on this, a notification arrived from the moral sect. It is said that true Lord Wuchen wants to meet with the representatives of the 5 lineages of burning heaven, and specifically asked all the leaders of the 5 lineages to come over. He was summoned by the spirit and dared not refuse. Hangyun from Hoyun Palace has disappeared. Instead, the second elder, Yanyang Shangren, has arrived. They had been discussing it inside the hall for quite some time, and probably knew that the reason they were summoned here was because the Dayad sect wanted to distance itself from the matter. This indicates that Hangyun's disappearance is unrelated to the Dayad sect. But what method will be used to prove it? Just as everyone was wondering, an ordinary-looking Taoist priest walked in. Upon seeing the Taoist, all the nascent soul cultivators, including the white crow ancestor, instantly stood up and bowed to him, saying, "Greetings, true Lord Wuchen." "They're all here, that's good." Wuchen Zhenjun glanced at the nascent soul cultivators of the burning heaven 5 veins, nodded slightly, and then took out a pot from his sleeve. "I borrowed this purification pot from your 5 burning heaven veins to refine pills. Now that the furnace fire has gone out, it's time to return it to its rightful owner. You can take it." As soon as true monarch Wuchen finished speaking, Ancestor Beiwu and the others were stunned in place. They thought of many things, but they never expected that the Dayad sect would use this method to prove itself. The outside world was speculating that the moral sect wanted to seize the purification pot, a supreme treasure that could purify the heavens and earth, which was why they attacked Hongyun. But now that true monarch Wuchen has returned the purification pot, this rumor has been dispelled. This isn't right. Does the Dayad sect look down on the pure world pot? Beiwu ancestor and the others, judging others by their own standards, simply couldn't understand why the moral sect would give up the treasure they had obtained. It should be noted that the purifying pot is not only extremely useful for fire attribute cultivators, but also a supreme treasure for alchemists. Moreover, with careful study, it can help them adapt to the fire tribulation in the nine heavens tribulation in advance. If they were in the position of true Lord Wuchen, even if their reputation were damaged, they would take this opportunity to get their hands on the purifying pot. Master Yenyang wanted to say something, but after true monarch Wuchen put down the purifying pot in his hand, he turned around and drifted away from the main hall. The nascent soul cultivators of the 5 heavenly veins dared not intercept the deity transformation cultivators. They could only watch him leave and then look at each other in bewilderment. Then, should we still seek refuge with them? After a long while, Master Huwen of Liang Pavilion spoke hesitantly and asked a question. They just didn't want to accept our help, that's why they returned the things. After hearing this, Master Yenyang said something rather irritating. Then what should we do? The White Crow ancestor's tone was slightly flustered. Among the 5 branches of the Burning Heaven sect, only his bathing sun sea had a grudge against the 5 elements sect. If the other 4 branches did not want to get involved, given that person's virtue, they probably wouldn't pursue the matter. Let's divide up the purification pot first. Master Zixuan of Chixale Palace spoke up. The 5 lineages of Burning Heaven were not a monolithic entity, and he had never wanted to help Hongyun obtain the true spirit pill of the saintly realm. However, he had no choice but to agree due to the circumstances. Now that Hongyun is gone, and he can get back the teapot ring that his family was keeping safe, it is the best outcome for him. The treasure pot has finally been reunited, so I suggest we don't divide it anymore. We can simply take turns keeping it among the 5 families. The Fiery Blaze sect's venerable Jingchai offered a suggestion. The pure world pot and their lineage do not have a specific part. They only possess the refining incantation, which they have already contributed along with the bathing sun sea. Therefore, I disagree with the idea of redividing the pots. True Lord Wuchen said that the item should be returned to its rightful owner, so I think we should just separate them. As Master Huwen spoke, he reached for the lid of the teapot on the table, which belonged to their lineage. Wait a minute. Master Yenyang immediately stopped him. Seeing this, Master Huwen gave Master Zixuan a wink, and the latter understood immediately. Together they made their move, intending to get their own pot ring first. However, Beiwu Ancestor and Jingchai Venerable were not to be trifled with either, and they immediately stood with Yenyang Venerable. The 5 nascent soul cultivators unleashed their power, preparing to fight right there in the main hall of the moral sect. How dare you! But as soon as the 5 of them got into position, a vast divine consciousness, as high as the heavens, surged in and suppressed all 5 of them. Then a large hand flew in from outside the main hall, grabbed the 5 people in their terrified eyes, and with a dizzying spin, threw them directly out of the gate of the Dayad sect. When true monarch Wuchen threw out the nascent soul of the 5 meridians of Burning Heaven, he didn't forget to throw out the purifying world pot as well, and incidentally stimulated the spiritual light of this magic weapon to let others know. Outside the gates of the Dayad sect, there were many markets and streets, and many cultivators witnessed this scene. After returning the purifying pot, the moral sect essentially cleared up most of the suspicion surrounding Hongyun's disappearance. Even those who remain conspiracy theorists still harbor doubts, but they only dare to keep them to themselves and not speak them aloud. After all, the fact that the Holy Land was able to provide an explanation to the world already makes it a model of righteousness. And for those who still don't know their place, the Holy Land has swift and decisive measures. It won't hesitate to silence them forever. This matter was quickly learned by Chen Mobai of the Eastern Wilderness. Since Tianqinlu happened to have a branch outside the gate of the Daedezong sect, the two nascent soul cultivators, Paolong Pengfeng and Chen Mobai, immediately informed Chen Mobai after receiving their disciples' telepathic message. Tianqinlu was very clear about the feud between the Five Elements sect and the Sun Bathing Sea. Back when the Five Elements sect's communication department hadn't been established yet, they relied on the Heavenly Dining Pavilion to gather information about the Golden Crow immortal city. If Ancestor Chen decides to take action one day, I can have my disciples raise flags in response within the city. After recounting the news that the 5 lineages of burning heaven and the purifying pot had been thrown out of the mountain by true monarch Wuchen, Paolong began to offer his advice. Alas, they are all righteous people of the eastern continent. Even if they have some grudges, it shouldn't have come to this. After Wuchen, Zhenjun made his statement. Chen Mobai was even less likely to take action against the 5 lineages of burning heaven. Originally, he was only worried that the 5 lineages of burning heaven might defect to other holy lands. Although he was confident that the eastern continent was vast and he was invincible, he certainly wouldn't turn against the other holy lands' nascent soul cultivators because of this. Among them, the most likely to accept the surrender of the 5 lineages of burning heaven is the moral sect. After all, even Chen Mobai greatly envied such a treasure as the purifying world pot. Unexpectedly, true Lord Wuchen was so righteous. After Hongyun disappeared, instead of annexing it, they returned it directly. Although true monarch Wuchen did not explain the reason to Chen Mobai, the latter had a rough idea of what was going on. It must have been his achievements and strength during the rescue of the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect that made true monarch Wuchen weigh the matter and conclude that the pure world pot, this supreme treasure, was not worth making enemies with the 5 Elements sect. Therefore, he took this action, which both cleared up the rift with the moral sect and made good friends with Chen Mobai. Without the Holy Land as his backing, Chen Mobai could do whatever he wanted with the mere bathing sun sea. Under these circumstances, he would definitely choose the method that best preserves his reputation. Attacking directly with the 5 Elements sect's army would be far too brutal, and there would certainly be casualties, which would be detrimental to the cultivation of saintly virtue. It would be more in line with his saintly character to have the other party willingly surrender the city. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai asked about the situation on Paolong Xuanhai's side. After the 2 true spirits of the Xuanjiao royal court fled back to the Xuanhai Sea in a sorry state, they have already begun to mobilize troops. It is expected that the vanguard will arrive at the coastal waters soon. The Golden Crow immortal city is protected by a 5th-order grand formation, and according to usual practice, it can be defended as long as the 2 true spirits do not take action. Tianqinlu also has branches on some of the larger fairy islands in the world, so Paolong answered Chen Mobai's question without hesitation. At the heart of Golden Crow immortal city stands the 5th-tier sun god tree, the most abundant spiritual vein in the 3 regions of the eastern continent's borderlands, and once the nest of the true spirit Golden Crow. After being developed by the eastern sacred land, it transformed into a celestial city, a crystallization of the burning heaven sacred land's efforts, with a powerful 5th-order array for defense. I would appreciate your continued attention, fellow Taoists. If Golden Crow immortal city is indeed in danger of being breached, I, as a nascent soul cultivator of the righteous path in the eastern continent, will not hesitate to lend a hand. Chen Mobai said solemnly. Paolong Pengfeng and the other man thought that this old ancestor Chen was a pretty good person, but they naturally nodded repeatedly. By the way, what happened to the 5 heavenly veins and the purifying pot in the end? Chen Mobai asked about the matter from the beginning again. 2 lineages definitely can't defeat 3 lineages. Fire Cloud Palace, Sunbathing Sea, and Blazing Flame Sect don't want to divide it up, so even if Venerable Hua Wan and Venerable Zai Xuan are unwilling, they can only accept this fact. The information I have so far is that Fire Cloud Palace will temporarily keep it, and every 20 years thereafter, a 5 lineages tournament will be held, limiting disciples below the core formation stage to participate. The disciple who wins the final battle will belong to whichever lineage it belongs to, and that lineage will control the purification pot for the next 20 years. After Pao long finished recounting the information he had just gathered, Chen Mobai's expression turned slightly strange. This sounds a bit like the beginning of a novel. Could it be that in later generations, among the 5 lineages of burning heaven, a disciple as brilliant as him will emerge, making a name for himself in the martial arts tournament, winning the championship, obtaining the purification pot as his master, and then unifying the 5 lineages, rebuilding the burning heaven pure land, and so on? After imagining a cultivation novel, Chen Mobai felt that this matter was a good thing for him. After all, the power of such a precious treasure as the purification pot would definitely weaken if it were scattered for a long time. Perhaps in the future, when the 5 Elements sect is in charge of pioneering the wilderness, they will also encounter a fire attribute true spirit similar to the golden flame Suweni, and there will be a time when they can borrow it. Surely the 5 meridians of burning heaven won't refuse to lend it. After bidding farewell to the Dragon and Phoenix feast, Chen Mobai welcomed Zhang Yuyuan, a nascent soul elder of the moral sect. The moral sect came to congratulate Chen Mobai on his transformation into a nascent soul cultivator. Their gift was not as generous as that of the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect. They simply gave him a bottle of 5th-grade pills refined by true monarch Wuchen. The pills were meant to help stabilize one's realm and improve one's cultivation, and were specifically designed for early-stage nascent soul cultivators. For Chen Mobai, this pill was basically useless, but it would be a precious pill if others around him reached the nascent soul stage in the future. Please thank Senior Wuchen on my behalf. After accepting the gift, Chen Mobai began to think about how to reciprocate. After all, as Pao Long Peng Feng said, there were already signs of a nascent soul heavenly tribulation gathering above the moral sect's mountain gate, and it was estimated that Shenzai would soon emerge from seclusion as a nascent soul cultivator. Should we package a pound of enlightenment tea and send it over? Or should we have Qing Nu refine a 5th-grade pill to boost the reputation of Dangxia Pavilion in the eastern lands? Just as Chen Mobai was pondering this, Zhang Yuyuan took out another letter. This is what Master asked me to give to True Lord. Out of curiosity, Chen Mobai took a look and his eyebrows twitched slightly. The letter described a grand gathering in Jiangsu. The sacred Tao assembly, held every 10 Jiazi, 60-year cycles, in the 1000 Autumns Ink Forest, is open to all nascent soul cultivators from the sacred lands of the Heavenly River realm upon invitation. At the assembly, nascent soul cultivators trade the most valuable resources of the Heavenly River realm. Some have even been 7th-tier rare and precious materials. Conversely, without the invitation and certification from the 1000 Autumns Ink Forest, the title of Holy Land would be merely self-entertainment and would not be recognized by any holy land in the 5 continents and 4 seas of the Heavenly River realm. Chen Mobai's 5 Elements sect will definitely not be invited now, but True Monarch Wuchen said that he and True Monarch Dakong would help to see if they could transfer the Holy Land qualification of the 1 Yuan Dao Palace to the 5 Elements sect. After all, in terms of inheritance, the 5 elements and the 1 Yuan are one family. The 5 Elements sect's rise to power is a move to restore order and correct past mistakes. The next Holy Path Conference is exactly 60 years away. In the past, at this time, Kainkyu by Malin would send its own world-renowned merchants to send invitations to various holy sites across the 5 continents and 4 seas. After reading it, Chen Mobai felt indifferent. If they don't want to admit it, then so be it. Anyway, no matter what, the 5 Elements sect is now the holy land of the eastern continent. Having another certification recognized across the 5 continents and 4 seas in the Heavenly River realm wouldn't bring him any real benefit. He hadn't even finished conquering the market in the eastern continent yet. Perhaps in the future, when the resources in Dangzhou can no longer improve his situation, Chen Mobai will consider venturing out and looking towards the world. For now, let's focus on slowing down the stockpiling of grain. Moreover, when it comes to things like holy site certification, the key is still strength. When the five elements sect produces its second or third nascent soul cultivator in the future, they won't even need to make any moves. It's estimated that the Thousand Autumns Inc. Forest will take the initiative to send people to the eastern continent to certify the five elements sect. However, since true Lord Wuchen meant well, Chen Mobai wrote back after reading the letter, his words polite and full of gratitude. Please deliver this to Senior Wuchen. Zhang Yuyuan immediately accepted it with both hands, and Chen Mobai personally escorted him to the door, then asked Gu Yan to help deliver it to the location of the teleportation array. After the Dayud sect, the remaining Taiksu Pyo Mill Palace naturally followed suit, and Zhang Pengkong personally came to offer his congratulations. Compared to Yi Qing, who has now taken over the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect, Zhang Pengkong is much more relaxed. Therefore, Chen Mobai kept him in the eastern wilderness and personally entertained him with good food and drink for 3 days, naturally serving him enlightenment tea during this time. True Lord, this thing is definitely in high demand. You can leave the area outside the eastern continent to me. Whatever resources you want, I will help you contact the Taoist disciples and saintesses of the Holy Lands in each state. They will definitely be willing to provide them. When Zhang Pengkong woke up after drinking the enlightenment tea, he immediately realized its value and his eyes lit up. Sai, of course I'd like to, but unfortunately the production volume is low. Chen Mobai actually had several dozen kilograms left, but scarcity increases value, so that's the way to put it. Zhang Pengkong's words also suited him perfectly. He wanted to use the connections of the Taiksu Pyo Mill Palace to collect some materials for himself. If the 8 views of the Tushita Heaven Lantern wants to be upgraded, it already has the heartwood of the Sun God tree for its lamp core, but it still lacks materials for other lamps and so on. He didn't even dare to dream of a 6th-tier item. A high-grade 5th-tier item would suffice. Chen Mobai is now very confident in his weapon refining skills, believing that with a full set of 5th-grade high-quality materials, he can refine a 6th-grade low-quality Daoshui 8 scenery lantern. The Xuanhuo sect in Nanju probably has these things. I'll ask around for you, true Lord, when I get back. Zhang Pan had just bought some enlightenment tea, so he was very eager to help Chen Mobai. The 5 lineages of burning heaven might also have them, but I'm not sure. The Taiksu Pyo Mill Palace has branch sects in the 5 continents, so it has a general idea of which forces in the Tian realm possess which rare and precious treasures. The 5 lineages of burning heaven were, after all, branches of the Holy Land, and the treasures of the former burning heaven Pure Land were all emptied by the 5 lineages. I'll leave this matter to you, Brother Zhang. As Chen Mobai spoke, he handed Zhang Pengkong the 3 ounces of enlightenment tea he had prepared. I can't accept this. Although Zhang Pan said those words, his hands moved quickly, taking the item and putting it into his storage bag. I'll return to the sect right away and inquire about these materials for you, true Lord. After receiving the benefits, Zhang Pengkong's enthusiasm was at its peak. Chen Mobai also escorted him to the door. The fact that all 3 holy lands sent gifts pleased Chen Mobai, as it meant that he still held considerable prestige in the eastern continent. 3 months passed quickly, and guests flocked to Baiyuan City. Chen Mobai had Gu Yan make a special list, which recorded all the eastern continent forces that came to congratulate him on his nascent soul transformation, and gave him gifts. Except for a few like the sun-bathing sea that were marked with a red line, the rest would be treated with the friendly attitude of the 5-element sect disciples when they met in the future. As for the others who didn't give gifts, Chen Mobai also remembered them. For example, the Yiyuan Dao Palace. He, the head of the main lineage, had reached the nascent soul stage, yet a mere branch sect hadn't sent a single person over. Chen Mobai didn't actually want to accept gifts. He just felt that the Yiyuan Dao Palace was somewhat lacking in respect for hierarchy. Just as he was planning to use this as an excuse to go to Wudi Mountain to see if he could bring the Hunyuan Bell over, people from Yiyuan Dao Palace actually came. However, what came was not what he expected. It's Xiao Yuli. She was brought in by Su Zilu, because Chen Mobai had sent the latter to the east to contact Xiao Yuli in order to compete for the title of Orthodox leader, and the two women exchanged communication talismans. Greetings, sect leader. As soon as Xiao Yuli entered the main hall, she bowed deeply to Chen Mobai. However, her face was slightly pale, and her aura was very weak, as if she had suffered a serious injury. What happened? With Chen Mobai's fifth-level empty valley sound technique activated, he could already hear that the primordial true qi in her body was scattered, and that there was also a strange, bloody demonic energy clinging to her dantian, constantly devouring her blood essence. Reporting to the sect leader, I was attacked by Dio Xianlin and her followers from the Jade Mirror demon sect within the Dongli sect. Because the demonic path used the pulse-breaking pearl, the formation ultimately failed, and the sect gate was breached. My sect disciples and I scattered and fled, barely escaping from the clutches of the Jade Mirror Saint by relying on the profound mysteries of the primordial chaos true qi. Facing Chen Mobai, Xiao Yuli did not hide anything and recounted her experiences over the years in detail. In the past few years, the White Bone Dharma King led the demonic path in a counterattack, and nascent soul cultivators like Xiao Yuli, who had painstakingly established their foundations in Dongli, basically all met the same fate. Those who were lucky managed to escape with their lives, while those who were unlucky, such as the 4 nascent soul cultivators of the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect guarding Yellow Spring Mountain, had their minds scattered by the White Bone Dharma King and turned into zombies. She was able to escape from Dongli thanks to Dio Xianlin's arrangement of a sacrificial ceremony, which prevented her from personally pursuing and killing him. After that, she returned to the east. However, because Tu did not return, she was unable to go up Wudi Mountain and could only recuperate in Yiyuan Immortal City at the foot of the mountain. However, when the mountain gate was destroyed, she was severely injured by Dio Xianlin and struck by the blood spirit demon light. Even with her primordial true qi, she could only suppress it and could not dispel or disperse it. Moreover, as time went on, this blood spirit demon light actually began to absorb her vital essence and become even stronger. Just when Xiao Yuli was in despair, she heard the news that Chen Mobai had achieved the Tao of transformation. After thinking about it for a while, she remembered Chen Lingaming's treatment and packed her luggage to come over. This is outrageous. Although you are from a branch of the One Yuan Dao Palace, you are still a member of my 5-element sect. The demonic path is going too far. After listening, Chen Mobai snorted coldly, expressing his irreconcilable hatred for the demonic path. I have come here today because I wish to abandon darkness and embrace the light. I beg the sect leader to accept me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuli endured her injuries and knelt down to perform a grand salute. Chen Mobai immediately stopped her. Chapter 1095 Arrival at Mount Wudi. Chapter 1095 Arrival at Mount Wudi. We are originally from the same lineage, so how can there be talk of abandoning darkness for light? As Chen Mobai helped Xiao Yuli up, he also thoroughly examined her current physical condition. This blood spirit demonic light is quite interesting. I have 2 methods to completely eliminate it. Which one do you think is more suitable? Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Xiao Yuli was overjoyed. She knew that she had consulted many nascent soul cultivators in the eastern lands, but they could only offer temporary relief for Dio Xianlin's blood spirit demon light. As expected of a divine transformation true lord. Method 1 is for me to take action and forcibly dissolve this ball of blood spirit demonic light, but some of your essence has already been absorbed and refined by it, which would result in the permanent loss of this part of your origin. Method 2 is that I will use the power of my own chaos pearl to seal this ball of blood spirit demon light, so you will not be affected by it. I will also teach you a secret technique that, in combination with your chaos true qi, will allow you to slowly refine it and replenish yourself during your long-term cultivation. The former will have an immediate effect, and I will have my wife help refine some pills to strengthen your foundation. At most, it will only delay your hard work for a few years. The latter will be slower, but there is no concern about damage to your fundamental essence. If you have enough comprehension, you may even be able to use this opportunity to comprehend the primordial true chi of my nascent soul realm, which will point the way for your future cultivation. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Xiao Yuli did not hesitate and immediately chose method 2. After receiving the expected response, Chen Mobai nodded slightly, then stretched out his finger and drew a talisman in the air, which entered her dantian. As soon as the talisman entered her body, Xiao Yuli felt that the primordial true qi she had cultivated for hundreds of years had been completely activated, transforming into a 5-colored net within her body. This net extracted the blood spirit demon light that had tormented her for so long from her flesh and blood, suppressing it completely. Soon after, a small blood-red ball bound by a 5-colored luster appeared in her dantian. Write this down carefully. This is a higher-level application of Hunyuan True Qi. At this moment, Chen Mobai spoke of his unique method of resolving Xiao Yuli's situation using the 5 tones of the musical scale. Su Zilu, who was standing nearby, was about to take her leave, but Chen Mobai stopped her, saying that it was a method he had created casually and was not a secret. Unfortunately, both women thought this was a power that a nascent soul true lord should possess, so they were not shocked. Thank you, sect leader, for bestowing upon me the great Tao. After the blood spirit demon light was completely sealed, Xiao Yuli felt an unprecedented sense of ease, as if she had been freed from a chronic illness. As she expressed her gratitude, she also felt deep regret. Why had she left Baiyuan City in the first place? If she had simply bowed down and paid her respects then, she certainly wouldn't have suffered like this. According to the rules of the branch sect, after you form your nascent soul as a holy maiden, you can inherit the position of palace master or grand elder. Currently, the position of grand elder of the branch sect is occupied by Tuda, but the position of palace master is still vacant. I think you are very suitable. At this moment, Chen Mobai explained why he didn't let Xiao Yuli switch allegiance to the 5-element sect. Although the 5-element sect has now replaced the One Yuan Dao Palace as the 4th largest holy land in the eastern continent, even a weakened camel is bigger than a horse, and the One Yuan Dao Palace still has a considerable amount of resources in the eastern lands. Even if Chen Mobai takes away the Hunyuan Bell in the future, he can still treat the Yiyuan Dao Palace as a branch of the 5-element sect, or even use it as a foundation to gradually expand the 5-element sect's business in the eastern land. In this regard, the eastern lands need a suitable leader. His preferred candidate was Chen Lingaming, but it would be even better if Xiao Yuli were also willing to surrender. It was just right to hand over the Hunyuan Bell to the 5-element sect in her name. I will obey the sect leader's orders. Xiao Yuli was also a perceptive person, and she instantly understood Chen Mobai's subtext without any hesitation. You should go and rest for now. There might be some commotion about you inheriting the position of palace master at the branch sect. I'll go with you in a while, Chen Mobai said with a smile, and Su Zilu immediately led Xiao Yuli away from the main hall. Not long after, Chen Lingaming was also summoned by Chen Mobai. As for the Yiyuan Dao Palace, it is a branch sect after all, and some people there may still harbor rebellious intentions. He was a little worried about Xiao Yuli going there alone. I will obey the sect leader's decree, Chen Lingaming said with a respectful expression. This is my understanding of condensing the primordial chaos pearl after I reach the nascent soul stage. Take it and study it. Before asking someone to do something, Chen Mobai always makes a promise, offering some benefits to motivate them. This time was no exception. Chen Lingaming excitedly accepted the jade slip with both hands, his attitude becoming even more respectful. Afterwards, Chen Mobai sent a letter in his own name to the Eastern Yuan Dao Palace, informing them of his upcoming visit to the 5 Emperors Mountain. As soon as the letter was sent, the entire Yiyuan Dao Palace was in an uproar. On Mount Wudi, the 2 mountain lords, Mu De and Shui De, who remained along with Lion Shui, who guarded the One Yuan immortal city, made up a total of 3 nascent soul cultivators. They all looked worried and sighed. Mud, what should we do? Shui De, Chen Gixian has now reached the divine transformation stage and has also mastered the Hunyuan Pearl. Even if we join forces, it will only take him a breath to defeat us. Lion Shui, I have already sent a message to the Eastern Mausoleum region. The sect leader, who is at the nascent soul stage, can only send senior brother Tude to receive them. As soon as Lion Shui finished speaking, both Muda and Shuda stared straight at him. The person hasn't even arrived yet, and the sect leader is already being called. Lion Shui, if the two mountain lords have different opinions, I can retrieve the communication talisman. Mude, no. Water virtue, that's good. We should have earth virtue senior brother come and greet the sect leader. The feud between the One Yuan Dao Palace and the Five Elements sect was resolved after Chen Mobai moved all the One Yuan inheritance away. What remains is a private dispute between Tuda and Chen Mobai. They had absolutely no need to get involved. Lion Shui, then I'll go prepare the welcoming ceremony for the sect leader's arrival. Upon hearing this, Mudo and Shuida's faces twitched slightly. As the five virtues mountain masters of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, they held noble statuses. Even if they feared Chen Gixian, who had already transformed into a god, they would never do something so undignified. At most, they would wait for Chen Gixian to come up at the mountain gate. They would never lower themselves to follow him. Yiyuan Dao Palace is, after all, a sacred place. Eastern Mausoleum Domain. After reading the message talisman in his hand, Tuda's face darkened. He is currently here, and the competition with Xingji has reached a fever pitch. Once he, the nascent soul perfection cultivator, leaves, the entire army he leads in the desolate ruins will lose its pillar, and the progress of hunting demonic beasts will begin to slow down. But if Chen Mobai is coming to Wudi Mountain, and he doesn't go to receive him, the remaining people probably won't be able to withstand the pressure from the nascent soul stage. Please ask junior brother Shui to come over here and cover for me. I'm going back to the sect. After much deliberation, Tude could only compromise in this way. When the news reached Wudi Mountain, Shuida, who would have definitely declined in the past, came over without any hesitation this time. After all, everyone in the Yiyuan Dao Palace knew that Chen Gixian had come with ill intentions. Tude returned to Wudi Mountain with a heavy heart and began to check the Great Formation and other things, considering what trump cards he could use to make Chen Mobai think twice if the negotiations broke down. However, when facing a nascent soul cultivator, the resources that the One Yuan Dao Palace has to exert influence are extremely limited. Aside from the Grand Formation and the Primordial Bell, the only other thing was that he sacrificed his life to drive the Primordial Dao fruit to evolve into an external avatar left behind by the Primordial True Monarch. But that would be worse than just bowing down and worshipping. While everyone at the Yiyuan Dao Palace was in a state of panic, Chen Mobai was leisurely improving his spiritual root values in the eastern wilderness. Metal 30, wood 53, water 92, fire 100, earth 100. Looking at the values of his 5 elements spiritual roots on the spirit testing instrument, Chen Mobai couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. At this point, he had already removed the 5th order water spirit talisman, so the water spirit root was his true data. The reason it surged to 92 points was not only because it refined the extra heavenly pure water left by Qing Nu, but also because of the little dragon blood it had recently consumed. Even if a 5th order true spirit is not made of blood essence, it still contains powerful water essence. After he finished eating, his water spirit root increased by 12 points. However, dragon scales do not have the effect of increasing spiritual roots. In addition, there is also fox flesh and blood, which can increase the earth spiritual root of the person who eats it by 5 to 15 points. The flesh and blood in the most vital areas will swell more. Because Chen Mobai had already reached the perfection of the earth spirit root, he only came to this conclusion after testing with the other disciples who ate the true spirit dishes at the banquet. For Chen Mobai, refining the remaining heavenly pure water would easily allow him to reach 100 points in water spiritual root. He is currently considering whether to pursue the cultivation of immortal water spiritual roots in the immortal sect or the heavenly river realm. In the past, he would never have hesitated to choose the immortal sect. However, after his last encounter with the immortal earth spirit root, where he entered the core of the earth star and received the demonic thought inheritance world-destroying millstone, he developed a psychological trauma. After all, within the great millstone of annihilation, there are 3,000 demonic paths, and perhaps there is another path suitable for him. On the Tian realm side, because Qing Nu Wen Dao obtained the heaven-defying divine power of Wan Hua Minghe, Chen Mobai was also very much looking forward to it. Moreover, the creator of this realm, the jellyfish, was a great water-type divine power user, so perhaps he could take this opportunity to glimpse the origin of the world. Therefore, Chen Mobai currently prefers to seek enlightenment in the heavenly river realm. However, there's no need to rush this matter, since his golden spiritual root hasn't reached the required level yet. Chen Mobai is currently practicing the alchemy technique. With his high-level understanding of the nascent soul stage, he has already reached the third level in just 4 months. In theory, the only way for immortal sects to enhance their spiritual roots is through arduous cultivation and refining rare and precious materials of the corresponding attributes, which can shorten the time required. However, in an environment like that of the immortal sects, rare and precious materials would absolutely not be wasted in this way. Chen Mobai may not have much else, but he has plenty of resources. This time, after he achieved the nascent soul stage, the gifts he received were almost enough to fill the treasury of Baiyuan City, including many precious minerals. Everyone knew that Ancestor Chen was a sword cultivator and the #1 weapon refiner in the eastern continent, so gifts were definitely given to those who appreciated his tastes. Chen Mobai casually took a few cultivation materials, which were enough for his alchemy practice. According to the calculations based on the heaven and earth's crown of all beings, it should be about 5 or 6 years from now. His exceptional comprehension was also key to this. If it were Meng Huanger, even with the same resources, it would probably take 20 years. Just as Chen Mobai was preparing to press on and continue cultivating the alchemy technique, he sensed a familiar aura appearing at the large teleportation array. Quickly invite them in. Chen Mobai immediately stopped his cultivation at the top of Baiyuan Mountain and sent a telepathic message to Gu Yan. The person who came was Yuan Zhen. Her arrival signifies the delivery of 7th-tier immortal spiritual energy and the formula for the Great Dao Pill. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai also notified Qingnu, since she was more professional in the field of elixirs. Greetings, true lord. Yuan Zhen was brought to the main hall of Baiyuan City by Gu Yan. She was delighted to see Chen Mobai, but when she saw Qingnu smiling beside him, her joy was greatly diminished. You must be tired from your journey, Saintess Yuan. Please have a seat. Chen Mobai personally brewed a pot of enlightenment tea. Yuan Zhen had already learned about this immortal tea from Yi Qing and others, and drank it with great anticipation. Afterwards, she closed her eyes and meditated in her seat. After an incense stick had burned, Yuan Zhen opened his eyes, and a clear and sharp sword intent, as vast as the blue sky, flashed past. Clearly, she used the enlightenment tea to overcome a hurdle in her swordsmanship practice. Thank you for the tea, true lord. As Yuan Zhen expressed his gratitude, he immediately took out a black cauldron and a jade slip from his storage bag. The cauldron has a lid, which clearly indicates that it contains 7th-order immortal spiritual energy. The jade slip, of course, contains the recipe for the Great Dao elixir. Although Chen Mobai was somewhat impatient, he still politely expressed his gratitude to Yuan Zhen before taking the items into his hands. This cauldron is the Northern Profound Void Dangerous Cauldron, a 5th-tier magic artifact of our sect. It can barely store some immortal spiritual energy, slowing down its dissipation. Yuan Zhen began to explain, and also showed how to open the lid of the cauldron. When Chen Mobai saw that the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect used 5th-order magic artifacts for transporting goods, he couldn't help but sigh that the 5 Elements sect's foundation was still not deep enough, and that they needed to learn from and catch up with it. At this moment, Qing Nu also took over the recipe for the great Tao pill and closed her eyes to comprehend it. Chen Mobai arrived before the northern profound void cauldron and used the secret method Yuan Zhen had told him to sense the cauldron's spirit. He felt the aura of his nascent soul stage, and the cauldron spirit was very gentle and cooperative, opening the lid slightly. The spirits in the heavenly river realm value cultivation more than material possessions. If you are strong enough, the spirit of the artifact will take the initiative to attach itself to you and recognize you as its master. Chen Mobai is currently at the top of the cultivation level in this world. Even a sixth-order artifact spirit of a nascent soul cultivator has to give him face. After it was opened, a large amount of rich and pure heavenly qi overflowed from the gap between the lid and the body of the cauldron. Its quality was several times higher than that of the second primordial spirit condensed above the ninth heaven. But this is already a degenerated form of celestial energy. With anticipation, Chen Mobai activated his myriad swords Dharma body. Soon, the Dharma body, which had been empty for a long time, absorbed all the pure nine heavens qi into his body. Among them, there was a wisp of transparent, shimmering qi that was heavier than all the pure qi of the nine heavens combined, which Chen Mobai discovered with the sound of an empty valley. He immediately reached out and grasped the wisp of qi in his palm, only to find that even with his level of cultivation, he felt somewhat unable to control it. "Is this the aura of immortals?" Chen Mobai asked, and Yuan Zhen nodded. The Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect has a secret method that allows cultivators refining Tao fruits to directly refine immortal spiritual qi. But this involves fundamental matters and is definitely not something that can be told to Chen Mobai. It's quite peculiar. The immortal energy seems to encompass everything and can evolve into any innate spiritual energy that a cultivator needs. As a cultivator from a celestial sect, Chen Mobai always had a desire to thoroughly investigate anything unknown. This celestial energy is similar to the innate turbid yin energy, but it is even more advanced, because the innate turbid yin energy is the opposite of the pure energy of the nine heavens. It is the pure and turbid energy that existed at the beginning of the creation of heaven and earth. In his perception, this celestial energy could not only degenerate into the pure energy of the nine heavens, but could even degenerate into the innate turbid yin energy. In other words, the origin of this qi dates back to before the heavens and earth. This area of knowledge was a blind spot for Chen Mobai. After all, the highest cultivation level in the history of the immortal sects was Bai Guang, but even she was unable to create the world. However, if we take it back and let Yungsu and the others study it, they might be able to figure something out based on the immortal sect system. After all, the previous study on the innate turbid yin energy was quite successful, which made Chen Mobai very satisfied. Although the formula for this great Tao pill is simple, it points out the main framework for its refining. The senior cultivators were indeed very capable. At this moment, Qing Nu opened her eyes, put down the jade slip in her hand, and looked amazed. The most crucial element in the formula for the great Tao pill is its main ingredient. For example, if the main ingredient is the essence of the white dragon, then it is necessary to prepare complementary auxiliary ingredients. The principal and the assistant complement each other, meaning that every recipe for the great Tao pill must be adjusted according to the main ingredient. Even in the ancient heavenly river realm, those who could do this were top-tier alchemists. As time went by, the skill level of alchemists declined. Therefore, in order to prevent future disciples from being unable to refine pills that could assist in the nascent soul stage, and also to save precious main ingredients, some people tried to standardize the pill formulas. Naturally, the efficacy of the medicine would be weaker as a result, but this would actually allow more pills to be refined in one batch. The Heavenly Spirit pill, the Holy Spirit pill, and so on, all originated from this. After reading it, Qing Nu quickly understood the true meaning of the great Tao pill formula. Combined with the various materials she had already analyzed using the myriad transformations and dark union, she had almost completed the restoration of the two pill formulas. All that's left is to keep trying. After listening to what Qingnu said, Chen Mobai had already made up his mind. True Lord, I shall take my leave now. Once you have finished refining the immortal energy in the cauldron, please send me a message, and I will send some more over via the Azure Mirage bottle. Seeing Chen Mobai and Qingnu exchanging messages, Yuan Zhen felt inexplicably irritated and somewhat reluctant to stay in the eastern wilderness. Isn't this too much trouble for Saintess Yuan? Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai once again marveled at the wealth of the Holy Land, which had prepared 2 fifth-tier magic artifacts just to transport immortal spiritual energy to him. However, taking turns like this doesn't interfere with his cultivation, which shows that the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect is very thoughtful. Even if I spend my entire life transporting immortal energy between the 2 realms, I can never repay the true Lord's kindness in saving my life. Yuan Zhen said these words with a solemn expression. The 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect has given so many generous gifts that Chen Mobai's debt of gratitude has been repaid, but she still feels that she owes them something. Saintess Yuan, please don't think like that. If it weren't for your intervention back then, my 5-element sect might have ended up in a fight with Venerable Bingyun. It's only right for friends to help each other. Chen Mobai, however, felt that he had already settled things with the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect, and that his intervention to save Yuan Zhen was also due to the good deed he had done in the past. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhen did not refute it, but merely smiled slightly, deciding in her heart to forever remember this kindness. I'll take you there. I also have something to do and need to go to Woody Mountain. Chen Mobai spoke up, explaining that the reason he had lingered in Baiyuan City for so long was to wait for the immortal spiritual energy. Now that Yuan Zhen has delivered the goods, he can finally take care of the last matter in the Heavenly River realm. After that, it's time to return to the immortal sect. Oh, is the true Lord going to flatten the 5 Emperors' mountain? Yuan Zhen's eyes lit up upon hearing Chen Mobai's words. She knew that the 5-element sect and the One Yuan Dao Palace had absolutely no connection. Back in the eastern lands, they had almost come to blows. It was only through the intervention of Nai Yuanzhang and Shengxi, along with Tu Da's forbearance for the sake of his nascent soul stage, that an agreement was barely reached. Now that Chen Mobai has reached the divine realm, according to the education she received since childhood, it's time to eliminate the One Yuan Dao Palace as her opponent. Heaven cherishes life. If Tudu is willing to bow his head again, I am willing to give him a way out. Chen Mobai shook his head. His main purpose in going to Woody Mountain this time was to help Chen Lingaming and Zio Yuli get back to their rightful places. While you're at it, take the Hunyuan Bell with you too. If Tudu dares to express any objection during this process, Chen Mobai wouldn't mind letting him experience the majesty of a nascent soul cultivator, who is the head of the main lineage. The primordial bell, such a treasure, truly belongs to a virtuous person like you, true Lord. Yuan Zhen was slightly disappointed. She had originally thought that if Chen Mobai wanted to take action, she could help him and the 2 of them could fight side by side for a while. My 2 junior disciples and Elder Su have also arrived. Let's go together. At this moment, Chen Mobai saw 3 beams of primordial light land outside the main hall, and he walked out with Yuan Zhen, smiling. In the future, Chen Lingaming and Zio Yuli will control the inside and outside of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, and Su Zilu will be responsible for contacting them. It just so happens that they all come from the Yiyuan Dao Palace and are very familiar with the operation of this holy land. The group of 5 quickly passed through the large teleportation array and arrived at the 9 Heavens Immortal City. Chen Mobai declined Yuan Zhen's invitation to go to the top of the Tower of Heavenly Refining, and instead took Su Zilu and the other 2 to Yiyuan Immortal City. Welcome, sect leader. As soon as Chen Mobai stepped out of the teleportation array, he heard Lion Shui's energetic shouts. Besides him, a nascent soul cultivator, there were 2,000 other cultivators arranged in a square formation, waving various colorful ribbons, magic weapons, and so on, making it a very lively scene. Chen Mobai's expression turned slightly strange upon seeing this. To be honest, he hadn't really thought of this. After all, Yiyuan Dao Palace was still officially the Holy Land of the East, and it would be somewhat shameful to fawn over them like this. Elder Lion Shui, you're too kind. However, Chen Mobai couldn't object to this, since they were there to welcome him. And to be honest, seeing the Yiyuan Dao Palace bow their heads, Chen Mobai felt an indescribable joy. From this day forward, the Five Elements sect will undoubtedly be the holy land of the Eastern continent. Moreover, it was the One Yuan Dao Palace that took the initiative to acknowledge and recognize the Five Elements sect as its main lineage. In Yiyuan Immortal City, besides the cultivators of Yiyuan Dao Palace, there are also shops from other major forces in the Eastern land. After all, it is one of the 7 great immortal cities in the Eastern land. After witnessing this scene, these cultivators felt that the Yiyuan Dao Palace was not showing enough respect to Chen Mobai, a nascent soul true monarch. Since Lion Shui is the only outer sect nascent soul elder, theoretically, the elders from 5 Emperors Mountain should also come down, or even go to 9 Heavens Immortal City in advance to welcome them. Chen Mobai didn't care about this. He wasn't the kind of person who cared about saving face. The right thing to do was to get the benefits in his hands. Elder Lion Shui, come up with me and be a witness. Chen Mobai extended the invitation, knowing full well that Lion Shui's actions were an attempt to surrender, and even a willingness to relinquish her position as an elder of the Yiyuan Dao Palace. He responded, and Lion Shui immediately nodded, indicating that he was willing to lead the way for the sect leader. Chen Mobai smiled slightly, glanced at the 5 Emperors Mountain not far away, and with a gentle wave of his sleeve, he was already riding the Tei 5 smoke silk, bringing everyone to the front of the mountain gate. The mountain gate was open, and Tuda and Muda stood together waiting. When Muda saw Chen Mobai descending from the sky with his entourage, including Lion Shui, Muda's expression changed slightly. Tuda, however, pretended not to see it and bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Master True Lord. I am sorry for not welcoming you sooner." After landing, Chen Mobai, with his Tengxianji and Yingdaling realms, sensed the 6th order grand formation of the 5 Emperors Mountain and nodded slightly. With his cultivation level, he could only barely see through the flaws of a 6th order formation before using the void escape technique to enter and exit. However, for him, the most intimidating force of the 5 Emperors Mountain, the primordial 5 elements extinction divine thunder, had no effect. After all, once he mastered the Chaos Pearl, he could transform all the Chaos 5 elements extinction divine thunder within the earth veins into the most primordial 5 elements spiritual energy before the earth virtue was activated. Shouldn't senior brother too to be competing with Xing Jai in the Eastern Mausoleum region? How come he has time to come back? When Chen Mobai saw Tuda, he pretended to be surprised and asked a question. Tuda, the matter of taking charge of the sect is of paramount importance. Everything else is insignificant. Upon hearing this, Muda and Lion Shui would almost have believed it if they hadn't known that Shuida had been sent to the Eastern Mausoleum region. Haha, senior brother Tuda's abilities are somewhat wasted on controlling the One Yuan Dao Palace. Chen Mobai laughed loudly and said this. I only took charge for a short period of time when the sect was in turmoil. If senior brother Wuming and the palace master were still here, I would rather stay in the mountains and cultivate in seclusion. After Tuda finished speaking, Chen Mobai smiled slightly and directly stated the purpose of his visit. That's perfect. I think junior nephew Chen and junior nephew Zio are capable of taking on important responsibilities. What do you think of appointing them as the new generation of Grand Elder and Palace Master of the Dao Palace? Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Tuda and the other 2 were immediately stunned. The sect leader can make the decision. After a long while, Tude sighed and lowered his head. End of this chapter.